Stand a brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah! It doesn't get old, chat. It just does not get old. Not in the slightest. What is going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Welcome to Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's feeling weird for me because it looks like this might be the first full week of streaming that I've done, including a Red Planet, since I've been ill. So that is progress. I'm feeling very good about it. Welcome one and all to the stream. We've got a stream for you tonight, as per usual. Cool, leftist, chill, hopium vibes. We're going to be checking out some of the old Clarence Thomas stuff in a bit, just because that's kind of what's up at the minute, and I'm a little bit interested, to be honest, because you know me, chap. I don't really believe that like changing the legal system is going to like make much of a difference to things being abused in the future. It's like I was talking to someone today about like someone who's had an injury at work, and you know, she was saying like, oh, it's fine because the brewery will get like their reputation fucked and stuff like that, and no one will work with them. And it's like, yeah, but whoever's running that brewery could just like leave that industry and go and work in a different industry, set up another business and do it to other workers. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, I don't know, just really shit, really shit. But so anyway, you know, the systems don't work, and if you change them, if you reform them, you know, you're not gonna get much different. You know, you're not gonna get much different. Anyway, before I get too much into that, let's say hello to everybody who's in the stream chat already. We got Awesome O'Greeb, how you doing? We got Discrota, hello, how's it going? We got Tabletop Hot Dish, good to see you in the chat. Nada161. What's up? Tell me about your day. Tell me about your weekend. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? Discrota said, hey, just finished the VOD of The World Is Not Ending. It was amazing. Thank you for uploading it so soon. So I'm back. If you subscribe to the VOD channel, you'll know that I'm like back on top of VODs. I've currently got a couple that I need to like upload, but I need to like put them in the editing software and do some other stuff and blah blah blah. So that's related to that, but I'm mostly on top of the uploads. So most streams will be uploaded 24 hours after I stream them, as per the twitch.tv/djmuel contract requirements that I have with twitch.tv. Sub off Twitch. Please sub off Twitch. Anyway, but I was also going to say, if you do watch the VOD content, I know that sometimes people just watch it to go sleep or whatever, but it like would mean the world if you just like leave a comment, leave a like, because that shit, even though it's not like it is my content, it is my quote unquote actual content, right? But like it you know, I know it's just like past streams and stuff, but like sometimes people only watch VODs in it. Do you know what I mean? So it'd be really cool, you know, to sort of get those boosting. And I know that like long fucking form VODs aren't going to do too well just in general on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Like, because someone's going to be like, what, a whole ass fucking stream? You know, I'm not going to watch that, but we'll see. I'm planning on getting like an editor to make me some stuff soon. And I'm probably going to start the DJ Muel official Twitch clips channel, because I gotta get some stuff out there. I basically need to get my priorities straight and stop meeting people for sex in the afternoon. That's this is a big thing. Anyway, but yeah, thank you so much. I did see that Discrota actually left a comment on the VOD for The World Is Not Ending, and we're gonna have a look at that in a sec because it's quite funny actually. Nada161 says, finally remembered, took pictures of the permaculture garden where I've been helping this summer. If you're in the Discord, I'd love to see that. Nada, that'd be really cool. That'd be really, really cool. Discord says, I've been mostly reading stuff. Right now I'm reading A Short History of Fantasy, then a manga about a cat called Cheese Sweet Home, and then I'm going to read The Anatomy of Fascism, a widespread, in other words. That is a widespread, yeah, but you know, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Yeah, big up. That's a good amount of different bases covered, right? You know, very important. Yeah, that's kind of like if I'm reading, that's kind of like the shit that I'll read. Like I'm reading like I've got to start this next one actually. I'll probably start reading this tonight, to be honest. But I've got a book about a guy who was basically sexually abused in the same way that I was when I was a kid. One of the ways, and so I'm gonna read that. So that's like quite obviously like a vulnerable, very like important, however, like account of something, like a sort of memoirs. And then I've read David Lynch's memoirs, and then I've finished reading How to Blow Up a Pipeline. Yeah, like I'm really getting back into reading, and it's good. I'm really happy about it. So yeah, really cool. But yeah, let's check this out, because Descrotta left a comment, and she said, and I wanted to watch this. Descrotta left a comment and said, at 4 hours and 1 minute 23, Muel, Sophie, and Nat mercilessly bullies someone in chat for being an idiot. This timestamp is more for me so that I can enjoy that again and again. And to be honest, I'm gonna make that my pinned comment, even if someone comes in and does like. There are a couple people. Great Crab, I see you out there, Great Crab. Also, someone else did it the other way. Thassadar, I think, maybe. Thank you so much for doing this, where you like come in the stream and add like timestamps for like different subjects and stuff. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate you folks doing that for me. It's really cool. But I'm gonna pin this comment because I think it's funny as fuck. And I want to see that. I want to watch that. I want to watch that bit because I can't really remember it. I remember that a guy came in and was like, we were like, you weren't listening. You know what I mean? I remember that was like the main sort of thing in the chat. Where is he now? This guy. He's in the chat somewhere. Oh, fossil fuels are necessary for progress until we have a viable alternative. Yes, this guy. Oh my god. Hey, Mommy Sasha, how you doing? Welcome in. Right. Okay, let's relive this moment. It's a stream and a stream and a dream and a dream. Because that same guy that was wrong about the initial thing that they were talking about is also wrong about what he's also put in the chat, which is that fossil fuels are necessary for progress until we have a viable alternative. Yes, that's right, my friend. The viable alternative doesn't exist. Yes. Oh, you're so smart.
What progress do you think we need? We need to slow the fuck down.
Well, yeah. Less.
What progress towards what? An AI super intelligence?
Like, were you listening?
A room temperature semiconductor? A box fan that pulls the carbon out of the air? Fuck off.
You weren't listening to the video. That's the fact of the matter. You're here in the stream and you're doing something else. You're having a wank or something, and you're just like not listening to what's being said. Because if you were listening to what's being said, you would have heard that Sophie already said in her own video that the progress that capitalism is talking about in fucking fossil fuel use is nonsense. It's not. It's line go up bullshit.
Yeah.
Progress so that being a consumerist isn't a living hell. Guess what, man? I don't give a shit if you can't buy your like happy fucking smiley chemicals in a fucking bun that means that people in the global global south die more. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You're completely underinformed in this, and you should shut the fuck up until the end of the video, and then you should watch the end of the video and stay shut the fuck up until then. And then, in fact, actually, probably stay shutting the fuck up until you've written your own video that proves that you understand this. Actually, that's how this should move forward now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I want to get a PlayStation 6 for less than $60,000. You're actually the most embarrassing person in the entire world, dude.
Trolling. You should be sorry, like, to Procter.
You are literally like incredibly sad. If you're not trolling. Incredibly sad. Incredibly sad.
Hang on a second. Half of poverty was also eradicated in the last 30 to 40 years. So I already said a bunch of times in this video that in the last 30 to 40 years, the majority of pollution was put into the atmosphere. So great, that progress went really well. Also, the majority of that poverty was in China. And outside of China, the majority of that poverty was done, lifting people out of poverty, was done by redefining where the poverty line was to be low enough to count people as being out of poverty when they're like...
They have to have been a troll, right? They have to have been, because hey, Boothby, how's it going? Good to see you. Like, they have to be, because I just think, like, with Steven Pinker in your chat, but like, they didn't even say PS5, they said PS6. It's like PlayStation haven't even said. I think Sophie says it in a minute. So they haven't even said they're going to make that. They've said that's not happening. Like, PlayStation 5 is the last console that they're going to make. Like, how much more high definition do you need video games to be? Statistical reinvention of poverty is an unsexy move. This is literally it as well. She's right. Like the poverty line was just like changed. It was just like, oh, poverty means like instead of like, you know, only not being able to survive with £11 to not being able to survive with like £1. Do you know what I mean? It was just really dumb shit. Really, really stupid. Just so incredible. And then this guy's like, what did I say so bad?
Struggling to survive. This notion of half of poverty was
Thanks,
eradicated
Nada.
in capitalist nations is just gibberish, and then in state capitalist nations like China is still like a mixed gibberish.
Yeah. Not entirely. Thanks, Awesomeo. That's really helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think like a little more explanation from like the start of the Fossil Capital book will kind of put this to like is a very like defining like putting this nonsense to bed is the reason that fossil fuels became like distributed as a technology in the Industrial Revolution was there was an enormous boom in the textile industry, specifically because it was relying on slave labor in the Americas. And so they had this abundant resource. And so they were making money hand over fist in this industry.
Line must go up.
And so there was just infinite fucking indefinite credit available to capitalists.
That is very smart.
Enter and expand their textile industry business. They expanded so much with this always constant capitalist mindset that if the line is going up now, it is possible for it to continue going up forever. Right. And so there was a crisis of capital because they made more textiles than anybody could consume conceivably. And so the demand decreased, the profits decreased. And this is what happens every time there is a new market of any kind opened up, anytime there is profits in an industry, this always happens. This is what happened with the financial bubble in housing, right?
So they needed to be able to produce it without paying workers. So
they needed to deal with this loss in profits. And of course, the capitalists dealt with this loss of profits by trying to press it down onto the workers, cutting the workers' rates. And of course, the workers responded.
By the way, like, you know, Nat is very smart and she's correct about everything that she's saying, but that guy in chat just stopped listening. He's not listening. This is the annoying thing about this shit. Like, this guy's gonna be a dude. You know, he's not gonna listen to Nat because she's a woman. Like, it's just you know, it's just fucking ridiculous.
By organizing and striking and taking action, and in order to break up,
like the kind of guy who says 30 to 40% of poverty was eradicated in last years is also the kind of guy who still hasn't unpacked all the fucking like toxic masculinity in his brain. Like, I just guarantee it. I guarantee it. If you're not even willing to extend like empathy to, you know, people in the imperial periphery, the you know, so-called global south and shit like that, you're not going to have the empathy for women. You're not going to have like that like, you know, it's going to be that fucking...
Sub off Twitch.
Mandy! Thank you so much for the £5.10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much. Chat, don't forget, sub off Twitch. I also feel like poverty eradicated is a very American take. Nah, that shit happens in Europe too. There are lib brain people like that in the fucking you know, in Europe and shit like that, in the EU. Thank you so much, Mandy. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Anyway, let's continue to see what Nat's
solidarity of the workers in order to make them perfectly replaceable and de-skill them, remove like specialized labor that wasn't replaceable. They started using fossil fuels to automate the work. Not because there was any need for more production. In fact, the surplus of production was the very reason that they started doing it, because they need.
Like, this is a huge thing, right? This is a huge thing. Like, I think everybody forgets when you talk about degrowth, when you talk about like fossil fuels and bringing back fossil fuel usage, people just forget that we produce way more than we know. right, than we need. There's just so much more, and it ends up in landfills. It doesn't end up anywhere else. It doesn't end up like, oh, they don't give it to like poor kids, in the imperial periphery or anything like that. No, they fucking put it in the bin, or they keep it in stock, and they have these massive fucking warehouses full of stock that they're never gonna fucking sell, but because they buy it so cheap, it doesn't make a fucking dent in the business, right? Do you know what I mean? So it's just one of them. Of course there are, but they don't yell as loud over here. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, I'm not fucking sure about that. I mean, I live in the UK, so maybe it's a UK thing, but yeah, there were just people who just fundamentally do not understand the the way that the world works in this country. Definitely. Fucking definitely. Anyway. It's very good. It's very good if you personally do not have that problem in your country.
Needed to still make the workers work so that the capitalists could carry on making profits. And as a consequence, like following on from that, they started banning in India people from producing their own textiles and forcing them to import.
The guy's even admitting it in the chat. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that he did that. And I don't know if yous can read this, but what he's saying there is, no, the poverty line is adjusted to PPP. Oh God, why did I do that? PPP of nation states to 2012 or something, which is absolute poverty. Obviously not enough, but it's still a reduction. How access VOD's Vault? Why, I'm glad you asked, Boothby. You click on the final YouTube link in the, which is djmuel stream archives, just after the VOD channel. It's the one with the big numbers instead of just my name. That's the VOD channel. Yeah, go ahead, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Give us some stuff. Anyway, I want to hear the end of Nat's point, but it's just so funny that this guy is just like absolutely not understanding that this thing that he said here is like, no, the poverty line is adjusted to PPP of nation states to 2012. Right, exactly. Like they moved the fucking goalposts. That's what everybody's saying.
From the UK, yeah. Like it's waste.
Yeah.
When we're talking about degrowth, when we're talking about ending using fossil fuels, when we're talking about slowing down and ending capitalism, we're talking about throwing away enormous portions of our lives and our planetary resources and just setting it on fire.
Yeah. Right.
And what's great here is, you're responding to a troll and you're spitting like economic bars here. And before you're even done, like the Proctor is like, I don't disagree with any of that, bro. You don't understand any of that. You said that while she was still, but when she barely started talking, and she's explaining it to everyone else here, who incidentally are all laughing at you.
Come back tomorrow and
you don't understand fucking any of this. We're just.
He didn't come back tomorrow as well, by the way. He didn't come back because that would have been yesterday, and this guy didn't come in the stream yesterday.
They came in like most of the way through the video.
Muel, do you get less if I pay you in a funny currency? Well, I get the amount that you pay in the funny currency that is converted to how much it is in the pounds quids. So it'll show up in pounds quids, on the alert and in the goal. But it's however much it is in your currency, basically. Yeah. So look, it doesn't matter. Any fucking any amount is more than appreciated. Like, it's not. I'm not gonna be like, you only donated 50p. It's like, well, that just won't show up. But I'll appreciate it nonetheless. You know what I mean? I thought 802 yen would look more fun. Oh no. Yeah, it won't show up as yen. No, it'll show up as like whatever that is, which probably is about 50p. Quid pound quo. It's true. Hey Mandy, what's up? I pick how much I want in GBP and then change to the local currency, and the platform does the math. There you go. That's how it works. Yeah. Hope you're good, Mandy. It's good to see you. Yeah. I'm not sure if you're doing much streaming nowadays, but everybody go follow Mandy anyway. Go follow her because she's lovely, beautiful, amazing. Hope you're doing well.
They can go back and watch it on their own time.
$16,000 for a PlayStation 6, which Sony aren't going to produce because they've said that the PlayStation 5 is their last console.
Right.
Which the PS5 is not good enough. We need a PlayStation 6.
Yeah. She's so right. She's so right. Like, just fucking think about it.
Bunk.
Mommy Sasha, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. I lurk a lot these days. Work is consuming far too much of my time. No, I understand, Mandy. Yeah, I know. It sucks. But yeah, I hope you're doing great, though. I hope you're doing good. Anyway, chat. Anyway, a funny moment from the stream there. You too can go and relive that stream. It was a really beautiful stream. It was a really nice stream. Really enjoyed it. You know, really cool. Anyway, honestly, we were good with the PS2. The endless search for better graphics has just been destructive and distracting. It's also like I constantly think, and I used to say this like quite a lot, but like it amazes me that gamers are not communists. It just amazes me because the amount of like absolute fucking garbage games out there. You know, why do you think I play trash? I play trash as like not just as like a funny little thing to laugh at, but it's also like social commentary. It's like, why are these like mostly young people desperately trying to make a game so bad that they're like, I gotta make loads of games and I gotta put them on itch.io so everybody can play them and they'll give me money and that's my work. It's grind. It's like, no, that is like a horrible culture that like needs to stop. You know? It needs to stop. It's just, you know, and then on top of that, you know, you got the wider game industry that is just absolutely vile, the way that they treat women, you know, other marginalized people, like racialized people, you know, queer people, everything, like every kind of person who's marginalized gets some shit in the gaming industry. But even just like the workers are like so fucking like screwed over with crunch and everything. Like, go watch some Steph Sterling videos, you know, go watch some fucking Steph Sterling. She talk all about it. She talk all about that shit, you know. I always love some solid Muel content, always speaking the truth and educating peeps. I do my best, and I really appreciate that, Mandy. Thank you so much. Very, very sweet. Yeah, I just like, I don't really like, you know, I keep thinking because Sophie's right. Like, we need to just think of more and more post-capitalist futures. And I was thinking today, I just like, this isn't even that whatchamacallit, controversial or different or radical or anything like that. Because if you combine the amount of manufacturing that we need to do,
the usual.
Awesomeo, thank you so much. Awesomeo is like my biggest fucking supporter this month. Thank you so much for the 1312. It is the usual. Thank you so much for the 1312. Everybody, let's see some 1312s in the chat. Even I'm gonna do it. I'm coming out and lurking in my own stream to do it. But yeah, I just said this on Blue Sky today. It's like, you know, pretty sure if 60% or so of us who work bullshit jobs just stopped one day and alleviated the pressure on farming, distribution, and manufacturing, a lot of us would also be able to put some hours into learning things like medicine and care-based skills to support our sick and disabled comrades. Or even, like, now I'm just thinking about it, like engineering, right? Like, maybe we could, like, take some time to learn some engineering, get into the fucking engineering gang, like, you know, the one engineering gang that only really needs to, like, exist with, you know, the fucking, you know, this is what I mean, like, all these different things. Like, if we had communism, yeah, there would be no need to have, like, competing engineering companies. Oh, we do the best engineering, we've got the best solutions for your fucking, you know, for your country, whatever the fuck it is that they say. Hey, MBND, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, one who reads, how's it going? Has me thinking about what kind of bingus we play without trash. Well, that's a depressing thought, but it's one that we'll have to stomach, you know? If people just start getting, you know, start getting more and more better at making games, you know? Because again, this is what I mean, like, how a game is not communist. Because if you think about it, bad games, like unfulfilling games, like unfulfilling gaming experiences, 9 times out of 10 come from like overproduced, you know, massive like open world nonsense, you know, COD games, shit like that. It's all just like so slash, you know, cut and dry, same shit, copy and paste, you know? just so cringe. It's just so unbelievably cringe. If you like those games, you like those games, and that's fine, like whatever. But like for me, it's just like not enough. Like I don't get any fulfillment out of playing games like that, you know? Like imagine how good games would be if people could like be truly creative, truly creative. There would just be like one game that everybody played, and it would just keep getting better, and there'd be loads of games like within it. Do you know what I mean? Like imagine the metaverse on communism, right? Where it like doesn't encourage you to just like stay in there and live your life in there and work in there and like never see anyone, right? You know, it's more about like, you know, you come here to have a good time, get some entertainment, etc. We have the best game. We're the best games, you know. Exploitation bingus, where we see how far we get into a AAA game before we're hit with some horrible monetization scheme. Well, you know, I would hope that exploitative games wouldn't exist in the post-capitalist future. I'm imagining where trash games don't have to exist. But anyway, you know, it's one of those, right? It's literally like I do need the games to end. Oh yeah, no, sure. Like some people like games that just stop, right? That's cool. That's fine. But you know, like that's such a medium rare take, right? It's not even radical, this idea. Like if you think about this, hold up a sec, chat. I'm just gonna show you this. Zoom. There you go. So it's like, you know, dead easy, yeah. But then like if you think about like alleviating the pressure on farming. So like 60% of us all of a sudden entering into like, you know, the farming industry or the manufacturing industry, the distribution industry. Like for a start, we wouldn't need to manufacture or distribute as much as we do. And then secondly, we wouldn't need to farm as much as we do, right? So even then, everybody would be working like way less than I even think people would end up working here. I don't know about you, chat, but like when I was like leaving school and I was like, oh, I gotta get a job, I gotta get money to survive, blah, 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 blah. I always used to think like I want to do something that like benefits society. Do you know what I mean? Something that's important, like something that needs to be done. Like, and I used to think things like farmer, you know, emergency services, you know, ambulance fireman, and like shit like that. You know, I can't remember if I ever thought I wanted to be a cop, but I did. You know, maybe I did, but like I've never really. I've never really thought about that in any sort of like beyond child kind of way. But yeah, like, no, just like, you know, you think about things that like benefit society, right? And then all of a sudden you leave school and you're like, oh, none of those jobs are available, right? Disaster relief has always sounded fun. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need disaster relief. But yeah, imagine that. Disaster relief, you know, like helping people out, like who've had some trouble and shit like that. Anyway, just like, what a world. I want to encourage people to like, you know, keep thinking of these like post-capitalist futures and just like, you know, keep them in your head and like keep these ideas. Like I've wanted to do this for a long time, but like, and we've done it before, you know, we've had little thought exercises in the stream and shit, right? You know, we've done this before, so it's not like it's something I've never done before. But like I think Sophie is absolutely right with a new video. We just have to like this is the new way that we should be thinking about progressive politics. It's no longer like how do we organize, how do we do this, how do we do that. Like we know how to do that. All the information's out there, right? It's all out there. Just need to start doing it. On top of that, like we need to be thinking about climate change and this post-capitalist world that is going to happen. It's going to happen. Also, you might have had just like a little sneak peek at the next thing I'm going to talk about, but this is the new thumbnail for Berserk as a queer polyamorous love story. If you've seen this pop up in your feed, don't worry, it's not someone ripping me off. It's literally just me. And I've changed the title as well. It's a little bit of clickbait, and it's just called the in capitals truth about Berserk. I love it. I just whipped it up last night, you know. I'm actually like a little... I think I might change it because like there's a bit here that's like quite obviously where I've like gone in with a brush in Photoshop and I've not quite like figured it out. But anyway, I still think it looks pretty good. When capitalism ends, I'm going to be an estrogen manufacturer. Yeah, me too. All fucking hormone manufacturing. That's what I'm going to go into. Testosterone, estrogen, progesterone. DMT, cortisol, what's the other one? The one that makes you sleep. Melatonin. I tried farming an ecological horticulture. Wish my neighbors would pay me enough to do both hyper-locally. Instead of burned out, but I won't give up the dream. Yeah, like, you know, it's only capitalism that fucks your dreams, right? It literally is. It literally is. Have you seen FD Signifier's video on thumbnails? I started to watch it the other day, but like, even without watching the video, it just kind of makes sense to do that anyway. Like, I was like, yeah, like that makes a lot of sense, you know? Just like, change the thumbnail, change the title, you know? Shit like that. Hey, Nabil, came here from your video essay. Thought you had a lot of good things to say. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Nabil. It's a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, we're just talking about that. Well, it depends which video essay you're on about, because I've done like maybe like 2 or 3. But this latest one, yeah, definitely pretty based. I'm all over it. What was I gonna say? So yeah, I've changed this. I've changed the title. Let's take a little look. I hope this is all right. I don't think there's any pictures of like you or other people in this, are there? It's about a lot of other things too, but thumbnails is part of it. Yeah, I gotta go in. I came from the one about platforming pieces of shit. I forgot the title. Okay, yeah, that one. that's pretty. I gotta say, that's a breath of fresh air, man. That's literally a breath of fresh air. I really appreciate that. There's not many people come in saying that about that video. What was I gonna say? He's trying to collectivize the work it takes to stream. He's a commie. I do do that. I do that. Yeah, I don't think there's any people in these pictures, are there? Okay, I'm gonna show it on stream if that's okay, Nada, because I think it's really cool to like share the stuff that people have been doing, especially people in the community. So Nada's been working at like a permaculture garden, and it looks really cool. It looks really, really cool. It's been a while since we've done some permaculture stuff. So I'm really happy that like people are out there doing this shit. It really kind of rocks. So let's take a quick look. So this looks like, and I might be wrong, this looks like some rhubarb. I think there's some rhubarb growing there, and I'm spotting some like, are they marigolds or... Not quite sure. There's tons of plants here. There's tons of plants. This one in the middle, I feel like I know the name of that, but I'm not quite sure. Sunflower there. I'm just spotting a sunflower. Melons or squash. As soon as I get a house, I'm going to do mad gardening. Gardening's so good. In a post-capitalist world, I'd love to set up, help run a local food garden allotment type thing. This is the thing, right? Because like the best way to like stop climate change in terms of like over farming and monocultures and fucking up the soil and all that stuff, yeah, is actually to like build permaculture gardens. That's what it is, right? Take back all that fucking road. Do you know what I mean? Get a bunch of like people who've got like, you know, the means to be able to like smash the fucking road up. I would love smashing a fucking road up with a pickaxe. I would actually love doing that shit. I'm not even sure like how hard that is. You know what I mean? Just get like fucking 10 people all along the fucking street, just like hack it all up, bring in some bags of fucking, you know, shit like that. So anyway, there you go. There you fucking go. Anyway. Note to the lawyers, mule means in Minecraft. No, well, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about literally like in a post-capitalist future. You know? Get rid of all that, dig it up, put some soil in, you know, shit like that. Run my platform the same way, no need to traumatize the audience with hateful bullshit. It's just a blood sport and people only engage because of their trauma in my experience. Yes, very, very true. Very, very true. Don't remember what squashes those are? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Let's check the next one. There's some more stuff. There's some more stuff going down. That's beetroot. That's got to be beetroot right there. I recognize those stems anyway. I got sunflower there. That's looking nice. That's looking real nice. What are these? What are these things? What are these things there? Tree roots are famously great at breaking hard paved concrete surfaces. Yeah, but then you can't like plant stuff in the tree roots. Do you know what I mean? Got to get a bit of labor in there to get rid of that stuff, and then we can plant it fresh. You know, take the soil back. Lupines maybe. Hey, Rohamal, how you doing? Are we talking about community gardens? For now, yeah. For now. What do you mean they're chairs? No, I don't mean I don't mean the chairs in the background. I know that they're chairs. I mean these like, look at these like long fellas. Look at these long fellas. What are they? Looking pretty cool. Crumble up the road chunks into gravel for reuse where it could be beneficial, right? I mean, who knows, right? Who knows? Hey, Banker with a W, how's it going? Welcome in. Mulane. Well, I don't know what mulane is either, but there's some like pear trees or something going on. Flaming Katie Kalanko Blossfeldiana. Now that is a fucking name, but I love that shit. So cool. Yeah, this fucking rocks. Just imagine that, chat. Like gardens like this everywhere. You know. Yeah. Fucking what a future. Easily possible. Some lettuce down here, like different types of lettuce I'm looking at there. I think that's it. I think I'm seeing some herbs over here, like maybe some parsley or something like that. It's going good. About to see if my PC can handle Baldur's Gate and watching Twitch. Good luck. Good luck. I wish you the best. Amaranth is in there. Nice. Very cool. That shit's good for you, I heard. And I think this is the final one. And I think this looks like... damn, that looks like huge pak choi, but it's not, right? What is that? My mum's recently embraced don't fuck with it as a front garden strategy. That's a great start. Don't fuck with it? That's kohlrabi in the bottom left of this one. Under the squash. You mean that one? This one? Kohlrabi? The fucking... Oh! Over here? Is that like... Kohlrabi's like a type of fucking thingy, innit? Don't mow it, don't pluck it, just let it nature. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, kill your lawn. Yeah. That's a huge thing that people are doing right now. Mexi did a video on that. Anyway, thank you for sharing that with us. Nada, that looks like a really nice, peaceful place to work. Yeah. Really awesome. Really fucking awesome. So anyway, yeah, let's reiterate. Today, on the stream, whatever time it is, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in, we are going to be checking out the Clarence Thomas stuff. So Clarence Thomas has been getting some pressure on him to resign due to the fact that he's been getting some like absolutely lavish tips and gifts from pro-Republican, donator. Extremely fucked up. You know, this is basically the whole reason that the fucking Roe v. Wade was overturned. Not Clarence Thomas on his own, but like... You know, there's going to be a lot of corruption. Incredibly fucked. Kohlrabi is a brassica bread for a bulbous stem. Purple ones look amazing like spaceships. Oh. That man does nothing except being corrupt. I mean, there's definitely a bunch of others in the Supreme Court, right? So we're going to check that stuff out. Basically, just because I'm interested in it. It's like a 13-minute video from Democracy Now! But yeah, the title of the stream is like the US is pretty fucking law-brained at the minute. Just because, you know, it is. Like, people are obsessed with the indictment of Trump. People are obsessed with Clarence Thomas getting like, quote-unquote, justice, receiving justice. I know, such a shock, Banker. Such a shock. But we're going to check this out. Also, I don't normally like shout out names of people that follow me because I know that sometimes like lurkers like to follow and they don't want to chat necessarily and shit like that. But I do have to thank the Booby Doctor for following because, you know, great name. Just a great name. It was about 9 hours ago, so thanks so much for that. Content warning, American politics and all that implies... It's a dumb idea to begin with the highest court is intentionally partisan. It's dumb as fuck. Yeah. Wow. Who knew? America was not founded on freedom and pursuit of happiness for all. Wow. Whoa. Crazy. You mean the place that just had like the most slaves was like that? Whoa. Whoa. Isn't the whole system pretty fucked? An unelected court essentially setting laws. Yep. It sure is. It sure is. Anyway, we got Big Amy. We're not doing big news, but we got Big Amy. So everybody put on your hazmats. We're going into the politics category. Let's see what kind of great takes we can get from this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 5 key House Democrats are calling on the Justice Department to investigate Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas under the Ethics in Government Act. After new reporting reveals he's accepted even more gifts from wealthy benefactors without following disclosure laws than was previously known. Federal judges are required to disclose.
It's so incredibly funny. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because I'm like the filthiest commie alive, but I couldn't imagine. I just have no idea what hole there is in this man's heart to fill it with gifts. Like what a void. What a god hole. This guy's got the biggest god hole of all time. Or maybe he is still a Christian. I don't know. Just like some like emperor brain. Like, I must have these lavish gifts all around my house. Like I remember hearing about his house. Someone was talking about it. Hang on a minute. I gotta find this. Like, I think there was like an article or something like that where they were talking about the kind of gifts that he had, and he had like this huge house with like a thing in the background, or like the guy who was giving him. You know what? It's the guy that's been giving him the gifts, and he's got like Hitler memorabilia. He's got like Nazi memorabilia and shit. That's what it is. That's what I'm fucking thinking about. But still, you know, this guy, he's gonna have this big house, like
closed gifts worth more than $1,000, including
literally
travel. New York Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the vice-ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, wrote the letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland, co-signed by Judiciary Committee Chair Jerry Nadler, Oversight Committee member Jamie Raskin,
get a golden statue of yourself.
Vice Chair Congressman Ted Lieu. It reads, quote, Justice Thomas's consistent failure to disclose gifts and benefits from industry magnates and wealthy, politically active executives highlights a blatant disregard for judicial ethics as well as apparent legal violations. The letter was sent one day after ProPublica published a bombshell news.
That's right, banker. Yeah, she's a goat.
Filled with details
she's
about
the goat.
A group of conservative billionaires who've given Justice Thomas free trips and gifts. Earlier this year, the outlet revealed Texas real estate billionaire, GOP mega donor Harlan Crow.
I used to really love this. Well, I still love it. It's this clip of Norman Finkelstein tearing apart Alan Dershowitz, and that was on Democracy Now! Like fucking 12 or 15 or maybe even 20 years ago or something. Yeah, Amy Goodman's in that clip. Founded Democracy Now! The same year you were born. Right. Yeah, it's crazy, right? There's the corollary too, as their benefactors giveth, they also taketh away. What's that? What's that one who reads? What's the idea? What incentive does he have to fuck off, right?
Had showered Justice Thomas with vacations, private jets, the purchase of his mother's house in Georgia, and
this guy. What's this guy's name? Billionaire GOP member?
Texas real estate billionaire.
Harlan Crow.
Donor Harlan Crow.
Yep. Hey, This Dungeon sub boss. How you doing? Good to see you.
The purchase of his mother's house in Georgia and tuition payments. Now, ProPublica reports 3 other business magnates, quote, apparently came into Clarence Thomas's life after he was appointed to one of the most sacrosanct positions of power in American government. Of course, they're talking about his...
You want to know what kind of billionaire he is, chat? Real estate developer. He's a real estate developer. Doing good, avoiding sleeping on the streets against all odds. Great fucking news. Great news. Good to hear it. Like if I did a lot of big crime, I think I would prefer to stay on the highest court if it were the same to everyone else. Crow can act against Thomas as lavishly as he benefits him. Not following what you're trying to say, sorry. Doing good. Oh, I just read that. He grew up pretty poor, I think. That tends to do something weird. If you later become rich, needs to hold on to expensive stuff to prove something. Yeah. Sure. I don't know if that's I think that's just a product of getting rich, man. I don't even know if that's just people who grow up poor and then end up rich. You know? Sounds like an edgy 90s comic book character that cops would idolize. Yeah, definitely. Crow is the co-founder of Club for Growth and major donor to the Republican Party and conservative causes. His over 20-year relationship with the United States Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was the subject of significant news reporting in 2023 due to Thomas not reporting on financial disclosure forms, gifts, and vacations Crow had provided. So Thomas feels as though he can't refuse his gifts. Yeah, but like he could, couldn't he? Anyone can do anything if they want. He just doesn't want to. You know? Like at those levels of like corruption and bribery and shit, I have zero sympathy for someone who has taken active part in removing the rights of anyone who can have kids, with a uterus all over the United States. Like I have no sympathy whatsoever, right? No, I'm not saying you do, you know what I mean? But like I don't understand like why else. You know what I mean? We're mentioning that because, like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, he's trapped in a ring of corruption. They, he's trapped in a ring of corruption and he can't escape. Get fucked, man. Get fucked. Even if he couldn't refuse him, he could still disclose him. Right. Harlan Crow, born in Dallas, the third son of Margaret Doggett Crow and real estate developer Trammell Crow. Margaret Crow survived the sinking of the SS Athenia, the first British ship sunk by Nazi Germany. What the fuck? So, like... oh, hang on a minute. I'm absolutely certain. Whoa, what's this? Crow is a member of the all-male Bohemian Club. Oh my god. These are like, yeah, that Bohemian Grove. Conspiracy nuts love this shit. They love talking about Bohemian Grove. But they kind of like stopped talking about it recently because I guess if you found out, you'd find out that like, you know, Conservative Party donors, Republican Party donors that are, making the things that you want to happen to the world are all part of that, you know? Interesting, isn't it? Hey, Mr. Dank, how's it going? Poor people with good hearts don't become rich, they become middle class. A prerequisite to becoming truly rich, especially if becoming from poor as a heartless bastard, being okay, it was the exact same scumfuckery that was done to you. I mean, like, even, you wouldn't want to become like that rich. Like, it's just, why would you do that? It's about having a good heart. I agree, Banker. Yeah, I agree. You know, that's what I'm thinking. One who reads, like, interesting dovetail. You know, with all of his Nazi memorabilia and, his mother survived a Nazi attack. You know? Crazy. Fucking crazy, man.
Being a justice on the Supreme Court. They are Harlan Crow.
He's a real estate developer, chap. A real estate developer.
And Paul Tony Novelli. Reading from the report.
But all these guys, look, like, these guys are all the same guy. I don't understand. There's no difference. Is there something about like having a lot of money that makes you look like you're made of oatmeal? Is that what's what is that? What is that, man? This guy doesn't even look real. He looks like he's made out of clay. It's like someone like pudged him up and I don't know, man.
Their gifts include, quote, at least 38 destination vacations, including a previously unreported voyage around the Bahamas, 26 private jet flights, plus an
exactly, Banker, yeah, exactly.
A dozen VIP passes.
You can't get super rich without exploiting people. And if you don't want to exploit people, you won't do that because you know how bad it is.
Professional and college sporting events typically perched in the skybox, 2 stays at luxury resorts in Florida and Jamaica, and 1 standing invitation to an Uber-exclusive golf club overlooking the Atlantic coast. For more, we're joined by Brett Murphy, reporter for ProPublica, who co-authored their new investigation headlined Clarence Thomas's 38 Vacations, the other billionaires who've treated the
38 vacations. Chat, I can't even afford one. Excuse me, I don't even fully believe it myself. I just remembered that being That being used as an excuse to assholes I've met in my life. Did a major faux pas as a teenager by sitting at a couch at a friend's that was her stepdad's that grew up poor. So now he wants everything to look new. Sorry, I'm not following. Chat, listen, if I'm not following what you're saying in the chat, don't worry. It's not you today, it's me. I'm tired as fuck. I'm tired as fuck. He's only been on SCOTUS 32 years. 32 years? That's crazy. So that's like at least 2 vacations a year. And that's if he was getting those vacations back in the day. You know?
Supreme Court justice to luxury.
Like 1 a year or like 2. And he's going to be able to afford like another. You know what I mean?
Travel. Brett, welcome to Democracy Now! We've been following these explosive ProPublica investigations. Talk about the latest, how you found what you found, because Justice Thomas is not reporting these, and what exactly they were, and if you believe he
Oh, really, Banker?
Yeah, so we started receiving tips after we first published, my colleagues first published about Harlan Crow. We received tips that there may be other patrons in Justice Thomas's life. It was mostly just, you know, he had been here around this time frame, or he knows this person. So we didn't have a ton to go off of to begin with. And what we started doing was a lot of just shoe leather reporting. We were calling people in these billionaire circles, in the justices circle, people who worked for them, you know, flight attendants, pilots, staff, waitresses, bartenders, drivers, former, you know, C-suite executives, anyone we could talk to who might be able to shed light on that person's relationship with Justice Thomas. From there, we just started accumulating evidence, pictures, flight data, emails, we sent records requests, anything we could do to substantiate, triangulate different trips that the justice had been on that were underwritten by one of these patrons. And to your question about the violations of law, so it's a little murky about what exactly a justice can accept. There's debate.
Oh, you mean your friend's stepdad had a go at you for sitting on a couch, Roho Mild? Is that what you're on about? Americans see this and just shrug because, hey, at least it isn't leftists stealing their imagined wealth. I don't know, Mr. Dang. I think a lot of people are getting a bit more like wise to this stuff, and I think more and more people. I think the more and more people that you speak to would probably be like pissed off with this. I think there's at least like 50% of the population that are pissed off with this. You know what I'm saying?
Around which regulations they follow, dictating what they can receive in terms of gifts. However, it's much more clear about what their disclosure requirements are. The Ethics in Government Act that you were mentioning earlier was passed after Watergate, and it says that most gifts that any government employee receives,
there he is in the back,
Justice, has to appear on their yearly financial disclosures. They have to say, I received this private jet flight, these tickets to this event, this yacht cruise, and this is the person who gave it to me. This is the source of this gift. We have all 30-ish years of Justice Thomas's financial disclosures, and these trips, these benefactors, do not appear on those disclosures.
The Supreme Court should be destroyed. It should be. Destroy the Supreme Court.
Crow, who's the GOP mega donor from Texas.
Yeah, so the 3 new ones we know of now are David Sokol. He was the former heir apparent of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's number 2. He left around 2011. He now chairs a holding company that they're on top of international shipping.
Energy investor. Fucking hell. But this Berkshire Hathaway company is just like one of these old school websites, old school companies. It says like Farnham Street, Omaha. What is that? Nebraska? Right? Links to Berkshire subsidiary companies. They've got subsidiaries. Berkshire Activewear. Christ. What exactly? there's a question on Google so that people ask, what exactly does Berkshire Hathaway do? Yeah, good question, man. Thanks. Appreciate you asking that. Owns businesses in insurance, rail transportation, energy generation and distribution, manufacturing and retailing. Like this is where that like big bucks money comes in, chat, you know? It's talking about distribution, manufacturing, energy, you know, rail transport, all this stuff. Insurance is the only bullshit job, but that's a scam, right? It's a scam. Oh, that's horrible, Romald. I'm sorry that happened to you. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Yeah, probably crime. Yeah, what do they do? Crime. It's crime.
He has a private equity firm. Tony Novelli is an oil magnate from St. Louis. He made his fortune buying, transporting, and storing petroleum all over the world. And then the third...
Max age for Supreme Court justices to 40 and minimum age to 41. I agree. I agree.
Huizenga might be a little more of a household name. He's the billionaire behind Blockbuster, Waste Management, and Auto Nations. For a time, he...
Oh, man, these are like some of the worst guys. Blockbuster, Waste Management. How much do we want to bet, chat, that like Blockbuster, Waste Management activities just kind of like consist of them like driving a big fucking landfill thing out of New York City and just dropping it in the sea, you know? Hey, Ida Smib. I might be saying that wrong, but hello. Berkshire's a holding company, which basically means it's a place for other rich people to park their money and get rich buying up other companies. Right, yeah, proto hedge fund. Yeah. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how you doing? What's up? Blockbuster, Waste Management. Yeah, there's not a lot of information about this fucking company, chat. They definitely just like take a bunch of garbage out to the middle of the ocean and just dump it in there. That's 100% what they do. I'm absolutely convinced. Even if someone in chat comes up later and says, oh, actually they just like, you know, do recycling and stuff like that, I'm still convinced it's not that. They just do that. 100%.
Also owned 3 Florida sports teams: the Florida Panthers, Miami Dolphins.
Berkshire is Warren Buffett.
Blanking on the third.
It's also David Sokol, apparently.
At the same time.
So you have Wayne Huizenga, David Sokol, Tony Novelli, and of course Harlan Crow. Did any of these mega donors,
like Tony Soprano, Waste Management,
before the Supreme Court? We know that Harlan Crow did.
So what they've had are different, what are called cert petitions. Tony Novelli did at some point, in which a case he was involved in was being appealed to the Supreme Court. However, when exactly that took place in relation to his relationship and his vacations with Justice Thomas, it seems that actually happened. That case happened before their friendship turned into a vacation relationship. What each of them has is a stake. They have a stake in court cases because of the industries that they're in. So anything to do with regulated industries, tax law, tax decisions, labor decisions, environmental decisions.
I've had like a couple of really nice comments. I'm sorry to derail, but I just got a really nice comment on YouTube, and I wasn't expecting it because, as some of you know, I don't get the nicest comments on YouTube. But I just got like over the last like week or two, I've got like 2 comments, really nice comments on my like Doomerism is cringe video. So I don't know who said this, but like someone said this is one of the most important videos. That's fucking dope. I appreciate that. And then some other person was like, you speak the truth, man. Great work. That shit means a lot, man. That shit means a fucking lot. Anyway, feeling good about myself, chat. You know? It's rare nowadays.
Bear a major impact on the industries in which they work. So to answer your question directly, no, we have not yet found any direct cases that their companies have had before this.
Doing great work. Thanks, Booth P.
Mostly just their industries.
So ProPublica reports that financial records from the Horatio Alger Association archives show the group has been fundraising off of an event hosted by Justice Thomas inside the Supreme Court building. Explain, Brett.
Yeah, so that's a really unique arrangement. Even the fact that this is an event hosted by the Supreme Court inside of the Supreme Court building by Justice Thomas, that's very rare. There's not many groups who have that sort of access. And then on top of that, we found that the association, which is a charity group that raises money for college scholarships, and it's also a very exclusive association for industrialists, wealthy entrepreneurs, all self-made millionaires and billionaires often. They fundraise.
They're not self-made, Brett. You know, they're not self-made, man. Just letting you know. You know, just letting you know.
Directly.
Hey, Layum, how's it going?
Thank
you. I appreciate that.
Donors X amount of dollars. If you're not a member, it can be $7,500 for a seat at all the events, including.
We're actually going to be doing some more The World Is Not Ending stuff later on this stream. So if you're a fan of anti-doomerism, we're going to be checking out another video by Zoe B later on, which I thought it very interesting. Well, not interesting. I don't think she did it on purpose. I don't think that anyone was trying to like undercut anyone, and I think the more and more people doing videos about this, the better, right? But I just found it so funny that everybody was so hyped for Sophie's video called "The World Is Not Ending" to come out, and then Zoe B made one called pretty much the same thing. I don't know if it's about the same thing, but we'll be checking that out in a bit. So excited. We love mutual love, Muel. It's true. Mutual love is good. I don't quite know what that means, but it sounds pretty good.
The Supreme Court thing, all the way up to 100.
Vacation relationship, I know, yeah.
Table of 10. This is a little bit of an unprecedented arrangement, and in different judiciary rules and kind of regulations around each branch of government, people are told you are not supposed to do that. You are not supposed to use your position.
Well, yeah, for reasons that are probably obvious, we don't talk too much about that stuff here, Layum. But yeah, no worries. You're welcome. It's all good.
To fundraise, even if it's for a good cause.
It's in the zeitgeist. That's right. That's right, Boothby.
Your position, your title, your name to be fundraising for a charity, let alone inside of an actual government building.
Brett Murphy, where does Ginny Thomas fit into this picture? The well-known activist, very involved with the whole January 6th insurrection.
No, it's all good, Liam. Don't worry about it.
The wife of Justice Thomas.
We just don't discuss that stuff in detail because there are vultures who like to make content over literally anything that any person like me might say. So yeah, we don't give them that.
She's there. She's accompanying her husband on.
It's more generally about cultural interest in the apocalypse. Okay, well, I mean, maybe there's a way that we can link it back to doomerism about climate change. We'll check it out.
We've seen pictures of her at vacation homes of these folks at the sporting events. So she's present. She's there. What role she has in organizing them, we don't really know. But we know that she has a role in memorializing them. A lot of the pictures that we obtained in the course of reporting were pictures that she had sent to close family and friends, kind of documenting their trips as kind of like postcards.
So ProPublica has also revealed that Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito took an undisclosed luxury fishing vacation with Republican mega-donor Paul Singer in 2008, then later ruled in Singer's favor in several cases. Then you have Roberts' wife. This is the Chief Justice, John Roberts, who made something like $10 million from law firms as a kind of head.
Right, when he reads,
law firms who have cases before the Supreme Court. So can you talk overall about all that's been found and exposed?
I know, right, Sasha, yeah.
In particular, Justice Thomas
so boring.
or the others would be brought before an investigation, a DOJ investigation, for example, under the Ethics in Government Act, violating that? Or what are the rules? He says that other justices told him he didn't have to.
Yeah, so everything that's out there now, in addition to what you said, there's been good reporting on Justice Sotomayor's book deals, her arrangements with universities to sell books, the cases that her publisher has had before the court. There's been reporting on Justices Breyer and Ginsburg also accepting trips. The big difference that I want to point out between those...
Sorry, chat, I'm just putting an alarm on.
Justice Ginsburg and Breyer received from billionaires is that we know about them because those justices disclosed them on their financial filings. That
the latest I want to eat tonight is like 11 o'clock, so I got to set an alarm for 10. Okay.
Of Justice Thomas. The other thing that's different about Justice Thomas's arrangement is the volume and frequency of undisclosed gifts he has received, undisclosed vacations he has received. We laid out, our conservative estimates on the numbers of things now.
No discrop
about this, including
the justices said I didn't have to.
On the committee that reviewed
fucking ridiculous
financial disclosures, he said he's never seen anything like this. That this is an unprecedented amount of largesse for a justice to be accepting, let alone accepting, not disclosing. So this is.
It's easy to miss the injustice of this when it's not being directly discussed. Because I kind of resent that Brett Murphy is not, I don't know what Brett Murphy's motivations are, like, to work with this company or anything like that, but what you have to remember is that, like, this is a person who has taken part in actively there are people who are going to be dead. There are people who are going to have died because their bodies don't allow them to give birth properly, or they've been sexually assaulted and they have to have the child of their rapist, and all of these vile things, and this motherfucker's out here skiing and shit. And it won't just be him, it'll be all the other cunts as well on the Supreme Court who ruled that shit. You know what I mean? It's just vile. It's absolutely fucking vile. You know what I mean? You have to remember that, chat. Like, this is like and other shit that they've overturned as well. It's not just that stuff. It's not just that stuff. Thanks for the follow.
Justice Thomas's situation seems to be very unique. He's an outlier in terms of what the Justice Department can do. So there is carve-outs in the statute, in the Ethics in Government Act, that say a case can be referred to the Attorney General, both from inside the judiciary, the administrative office. As you noted at the top here, Democrats have asked Justice to take it up, asked AG Garland to take up the case to launch a probe. There's no indication so far that that's actually happened. I asked...
I think so, Boothby,
yesterday if they have opened such a probe, and they wouldn't confirm or deny. They just said that they had received the letter from those Democrats, but we don't know yet if they're actually doing anything with it.
Classic Democrats, classic fucking Democrats. You gonna do anything about this? I don't know, dude. Maybe vote and give us some money, and then we can definitely do something about it. Vile. We sent him a petition. Okay. Okay, chat. That's enough American news, law brain, annoying shit. We're gonna check out a cool video. We're gonna check out an exciting video. I've never heard of this show. It's called Shaka Zulu. But Third World Miss explores, again, another completely criminally underrated YouTube channel. She's only got 694 subscribers. Come on, chat. We can get that to 700. We can get that to 700 today. 100%. So apparently this is it's not a long video. It's 25 minutes. It's a bit of South African TV history, she says. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the title and stuff like that, so we can have some relevant stuff going on. I'm sure there's gonna be some racism in here, anti-black racism. So just be mindful of that shit. If that's something that you are not ready to deal with today, be kind to yourself. Just call it Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu review. Kind of rhymes, so, not too bad. Not the worst title. And I want to put that like there. No. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Content warning for anti-black racism, just in case, because I'm sure there's going to be some discussion of apartheid and possibly the way that the black people are oh my god, portrayed on TV. You know? Hey Gubernator, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Get that vid. Absolutely. Get that vid running in a closed tab. Give her a like. Give her a subscribe. Help out our leftist content creator. You know. Comrades. Very important. No props, Sasha. Thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate you being here. Hello, Ironman42. Welcome in. Good to see you. Vote for us so we could keep talking about maybe doing something. Oh, yeah, I know. Such a waste of time. Anyway, okay, let's check this out. Yeah, really excited to see more of Third World Misexplore's content. Because like I said, you know, she deserves a lot more love. I'm gonna hopefully do her, hopefully remember to do her a shout out real soon on my YouTube. Because yeah, she needs those subs, man. She needs those fucking subs. All right, let's take a look at this.
Scrolling through Instagram, admiring the outfits the stars of Shaka Ilembe wore to the show's premiere at Monte Casino in June. Shaka Ilembe, meaning the axe, is DSTV's story of the making of a great African king.
Shaka Ilembe, okay.
We haven't always had stories about great African men proudly advertised as prestige television, nor so many options of where to find what we want to watch. Streaming services come at a low monthly price point, and most of us shuffle between similar providers trying to avoid missing out on what's trending locally and internationally.
True.
A few decades ago, the Broederbond had a tight monopoly on South African attention spans, instructing the apartheid government to keep foreign ideas, people, programs, contrary to Afrikaner nationalism, away from the South African media, and particularly anything that might make the black man feel unsatisfied.
Who is Ligma89 said communist detected on American soil, lethal force engaged. Yeah, man. I'm in America. That's right, dude. I'm in fucking America.
With his lot. John Foster's government appointed a...
Also, like, I'm gonna say right now, like, you know, someone who goes around saying that shit in Twitch chat probably couldn't kill a fucking fly. Not gonna lie. I think you're probably going to have a hard time doing that, dude.
Letters relating to television in 1971, and it recommended
this 15-year-old who decided to get into politics has entered my chat.
Television service be introduced to South Africans, effective control would be needed to favor the needs of the nation and country. That's right.
Yeah, not a lot I can do about that one who reads.
TV or even television sets at home by the mid-1970s because of the government's fears of its loss of control over minds and the use of satellites to access foreign television broadcasts.
I do. I live in Tennessee. I live in Tennessee, Ohio. That's right.
Being censored by the government.
That's right, brother. Oh, wait.
SABC and censorship later, though. When we eventually got television, Naspers launched Mnet as a subscription-based service to compete with the SABC in 1986. The business created to manage their decoder sales, subscriber services, and account management, MultiChoice, became Naspers' main video entertainment enterprise, and it launched DSTV not long after its creation. In my opinion, most South Africans understand DSTV.
That's right, brother. That's right.
Charging high fees, yet stingy on variety and startlingly lacking in quality. But they try to cover a lot of bases.
Don't tread on me, brother.
Targeted at black Southern Africans in particular, and a plethora of bits and bobs. In 2017, DSTV admitted to contravening the Competition Act and price fixing, but it continues to be the television service of choice for many South Africans, not least in part because of its eagerness to produce South African versions of international commercial successes like The Masked Singer, Love Island, The Real Housewives, etc.
That's right.
We hold firm that by creating increasingly unique
Trucker Stream, it's happening, it's happening.
We will continue to resonate with our customers, MultiChoice said in its annual price increase statement.
Excuse me.
While I haven't started watching the show myself, it's reported to be the best performing drama series for the continental media giant MultiChoice, with 3.6 million views in South Africa and hitting #1 on the DStv app across Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, and elsewhere. But there are whispers.
What is happening? Are you South African? No, I'm not South African. I'm not American. I'm not in America. I'm not American. I'm not in South Africa. No. But hello, Ghost is Anonymous. Welcome to the stream.
And then I remembered there was another show about Shaka Zulu, about whom you can learn more in episode 1 of Who Messed Up South Africa. That's up on my channel right now if you don't know who I'm talking about. And wondered if the SABC held a glitzy premiere party for that. And the more I tried to find out more about it, the more I realized that it's a bit too optimistic for this country in the late 80s. Eventually, I came across this critical review of the series, highlighting the oppressive environment in which art was being made at the time, also prompting questions about the nature and principles of the entertainment industry, especially what we watch on TV. And that's what I want to talk to you about. Hello everyone, what is up? Welcome back to my channel, where I periodically post videos about history and make some commentary for my now 645 wonderful subscribers. You guys are seriously really the best. The support and appreciation for my work goes a long way, especially when you drop a like and comment telling me what else you want to see me talk about. If you remember from my last video, I mentioned wanting to do some stuff on contemporary topics, and I feel like today's video is a good balance between high teen centuries and modern mass media for me, and my interminable hunger for stories about the past. If that's your kind of thing too, come read the stern condemnation of anti-black propaganda.
Do I have a bit of an American accent or something? Is that what it is? I know I don't have a South African accent, because you can't fucking, like, you know what I mean? The white South African accent is like the funniest shit alive. Do you know what I mean? It's so obvious and it's so annoying. What's going on? What's going on, mate? I really fucking like them prawns, mate. You know, like, I obviously don't fucking talk like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is that? You know? Fucking hell, mate. Sounds like someone's like fucking turning a record backwards.
Howard Rosenberg wrote Shaka Zulu, negative metaphor for South African blacks, 16 years into his television critic career. So the 4 opening paragraphs of the article really transfer the crux of his observations.
I'm done with this shit. I'm done with this shit.
That the media consuming public would do well to interrogate just how well-meaning or creative the art could be if the artist, or at least the artist's sponsor, was a known...
Christopher Lee's in that movie? When did this come out? When did this fucking come out? She's on 700 subs. We did it, chat. Well done. Well done. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. As a Scouser, I clocked you as from Manchester in an instant. Manc and Scouse solidarity, brother. Sorry, I shouldn't assume your gender, but my friend. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, that rocks. Well done, chat. Yeah, 700 subs. Let's go. I mean, she still deserves loads more. You know what I mean? I'm going to give her a shout out later on today. Yeah, Comrade is the easiest, isn't it? Yeah. I have seen Auntie Donna's South African Sams. Yeah, I have. Let's take a look. Shaka Zulu TV miniseries, 1986. Damn, no way, man. No fucking way. All right.
Villain. Apartheid art. It opens. Shaka Zulu is a gory, foolish, and demeaning 10-hour miniseries. Shot in South Africa, it seems to shape history to fit a contemporary political theme. Yesteryear's supposedly bloodlusting Zulus fill nearly every frame, reinforcing a wild tribal image in contrast to civilized whites.
That's what Zulu did, right, as well. Like the actual film Zulu with Marco Kine in it, right? Spent an evening in Manchester, kindest strangers I've ever met. Kind of do that. We kind of do that, you know, look after people. Not all of us, but remember that? I didn't realize this was the same one. Wait, what? Sorry, sorry. Just fucking brain blank today. I'm so sorry, chat.
Rosenberg is right to conjure up bewilderment for a
himbo mode engaged so hard today, honestly.
It sits in the historical novel genre. Production was heavily funded by the apartheid regime, who knew they couldn't lead with the involvement of Broederbond-controlled SABC.
Would you love this Blu-ray of District 9?
proprietor, investor, kind of distributor was brought on in hopes that audiences wouldn't notice the opening credits and ask, wait, isn't our government imposing sanctions on South Africa? Why is this on the box?
Right.
I started looking into how it actually got made, having only a surface understanding of the situation when I wrote that last part. I was misguided about the depths of convoluted scheming that held white minority rule intact back then because I was befuddled, gobsmacked.
Is that a white guy in like African tribal headdress? Is that what's going down? Oh, is that like, oh, what the fuck? That has to be like a thing that maybe the white settlers did. I don't know.
That held white minority rule intact back then because
Shaka Zulu and the film she's discussing are different. No. She's discussing Shaka Zulu. Zulu, the film is different. Yeah, I know that. What I was saying was, Zulu did the same shit. Yeah? Like the film Zulu like depicted native Africans as like horrible, tribal, savage, you know, just like violent, overly violent, you know, that kind of shit. Like it's the same thing. It's like the same movie, but like they were resisting. Like I'll never get over. Like I've not seen Zulu, so I don't know all the plot, the story, anything like that. But like I remember seeing it on TV because it always used to play on like telly. You know, like at Christmas, and you know, it might be like, I don't know. This might have been before people realized how bad that film was, but like, I always kind of remember thinking how dumb it was that like the film is essentially about a British army besieged by Zulu warriors, and oh yeah, they play that shit at Christmas, yeah, because it was seen as like a classic film, right? Got Michael Caine in it. It's one of ours, isn't it? You know what I mean? Well, in England and that. You know, all the Witcher NPC gammons getting real excited when Zulu comes on for no reason. You know, no reason. Oh, I can't wait for Zulu to come on. You know, I can't wait to see some of those. I mean, you know, Michael Caine's great, isn't he? He's great, isn't he? Yeah, Michael Caine's in it. Yeah, it's good. You know. But I always remember thinking, like, because I always used to see the bit, right? The bit is they're besieged, and the film is about like, oh my god, the struggle. Oh, we're not gonna get through this, and it's like, bro, you went to their lands. You went to their lands to like steal their resources and enslave their people. You know, doing colonialism, and you're making a film about how hard that was. Like, it's like, what? It's just the most cringe shit of all time. It's the most cringe shit of all time.
Fuddled, gobsmacked, done to be finished when I landed on a Q&A with Shaka Zulu's writer Joshua Sinclair that I highly, highly recommend you read after this. It's a long, long read, but so enlightening, so informative. Let me read you just the parts that I found the most informative and relevant for this video.
Okay.
Camera in the Sun spoke with Sinclair for a September 2013 interview about the making and legacy of Shaka Zulu and his take on South Africa's anti-apartheid movement. How did your interest in Shaka Zulu come about? I was studying medicine, and on my way over South Africa to India, I was at Baragwanath Hospital in Soweto, and it was my first impact really with Africa. I had already written 2 other films because I started writing films when I was 14.
He did a film with David Bowie in it. What is this? Shona Gigolo? Was it like a German film?
I didn't want to do it for a living. I wanted to be a missionary. I was sitting there in Baragwanath Hospital minding my own business, and they said, would you be interested in doing Shaka Zulu? I said yes, but I didn't know anything about it. So they gave me a couple of books and I read them. For me, his story was very Shakespearean, so I became a sort of a crusader. I said, I want Shaka Zulu to be a way for South Africa to liberate itself from apartheid. It is the mythological movie of all time. Shaka made Alexander the Great look like a wuss. These guys jogged 50 miles every day without shoes on. It was just incredible. Above all, I wanted to show this is an Africa that nobody ever stopped to look at and nobody ever stopped to ever think about. It was being commissioned by South African Broadcasting. They wanted to do it for TV3. TV3 is in Zulu. Because of the cultural boycott, they didn't want to appear as the ones who were commissioning it. Harmony Gold was given Shaka as a gift. It was used to bypass the cultural boycott. The head of Harmony Gold, Frank Agrama, has recently been convicted of tax fraud for his work with Silvio Berlusconi and got 3 years in jail, which he won't serve. I didn't even realize this was happening until years later, because I had 8% of the income and I never got that. I was just given a check once by Harmony Gold for $75,000. They made $500 million.
Fucking hell.
Before Shaka Zulu was called FAR International, Farouk Agrama International. After Shaka Zulu, they suddenly had their own building on Sunset Boulevard, and downstairs was this giant cutout of Shaka. South African Broadcasting did something very strange for a production company. SABC put up the entire amount of the film, about $12 million or 10 million rand. The rand was stronger than the dollar in those days.
Whoa.
They gave 60% of the income to Harmony Gold plus expenses.
Didn't we learn why the rand was more expensive than the dollar? In like her last video that we watched, it was something along the lines of like really intense, I think it was like countries in the imperial core exporting labor to South Africa, right? I feel like it was something to do with that, something to do with oil, something to do with that, like neo-colonialism, still colonialism really, but like just, you know, colonialism transforming into neo-colonialism.
That's unheard of. All Harmony Gold had to do was sell the movie, which was pretty easy. So then there were monies being funneled into a bank in
neoliberalism,
which I think Agrama had together with Berlusconi, who was using Agrama as a fence, and South African Broadcasting was using Agrama as a fence. So the SABC didn't appear as the producers. Harmony Gold appeared as the producers.
What the fuck?
Money, and through a Swiss bank, give SABC back that money. A lot of it stayed in the Swiss bank and never hit South Africa. Agrama did some sales that put Harmony Gold on the map, which is actually a gold mine in South Africa. It made him rich overnight, and in a way it helped Shaka.
Whoa, what? Excuse me, let's hear that bit again.
Swiss bank and never hit South Africa. Agrama did some sales that put Harmony Gold on the map, which is actually a gold mine in South Africa.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
It made him rich overnight. And in a way it helped Shaka because they sold it everywhere. I told the head of the legal department at SABC, I'm just gonna do this.
You guys are nuts. This is a chance for you to show the world that you're doing something good for the black people. You're showing their heritage. In a way, it makes up for many of the mistakes of apartheid. Why wouldn't you want people to know you were doing it? That you're spending 10 million rand on the Zulu history. That's a great plus for you, but they didn't get it.
I think that's far enough for now. Let's talk about the South African Broadcasting Corporation.
All right.
In 1923, the first wireless broadcast was made in Johannesburg, according to South African History Online, and by 1927, 1 hour of Afrikaans programming and a daily Afrikaans news bulletin was being aired. Prime Minister JBM Hertzog initiated an investigation into the media enterprise following a shortage of funding for and advancements in existing wireless programs, resulting in the establishment of the SABC with a commercial radio service known as Springbok.
Yeah, the editing is great, this graph.
1950, initially exclusively broadcast in the Johannesburg area with English Afrikaans bulletins. Through the following decades, more radio stations and some in African languages were added, all still considered NP mouthpieces. In 1976, a television service was introduced. Kevin Harris Productions on YouTube has this cool documentary on the early years of TV broadcasting in South Africa that is, again, enlightening and so informative. Highly recommend you check this out too. It describes in more detail this Wikipedia entry saying, at one point, most of the management of the SABC were members of...
Is this video too loud, chat? Because I think the levels keep like spiking randomly, and I'm not sure. To me, it sounds fine, but like, does it sound garbage on your end at all?
Of the Broederbond.
I must confess that as a person who was not over enthusiastic about the introduction of television, I'm pleasantly surprised with what I've seen so far.
No problem.
Advantages. It also brings with it certain responsibilities.
I made a short documentary called Jew, Yoda, Juif, Yuit. A day or two later, one of the other producers came to me.
That sounded a bit sharp. Okay.
Danny, daar word vrae gevra oor jou Afrikanerskap. Ons wil net seker maak dat jy in die Afrikaner idiom dink. This followed on to
what Dr.
Jan Skutte said to us during our television course. A black man will never appear on white television. The Afrikaans department is what the SABC was all about.
We are determined in this country to uphold those high standards of Christian civilization. May I give you a very great man, Dr. P.J. Meyer, the chairman of the SABC. The SAIK.
Fucking losers. These fucking Christ almighty. You know, like, it's just... I've never liked men in suits. I've never liked any kind of man in a suit. Do you know what I mean? When I've seen, like, fucking... you know, like, sometimes I will watch, like, some gay porn, and there's, like, a guy in a suit. It's just it's the biggest turn-off. It's the biggest turn-off. You know, I'm not checking out that guy in the suit. Like, I don't want to see him get naked. I don't want to... Fuck you, dude. I know some people are forced to wear suits for their jobs, and I feel sorry. I'm sorry. I do feel very sorry for you. I used to have to wear a suit for a job. I know some people look good in suits, etc. But just for me, like that whole, like, you know, not just the suit, but like the high life associated with like being super rich and all that, and wearing suits and drink my martini with my glasses and my white hair, like that. It's just fucking cringe, man. Fucking cringe.
English and Afrikaans programming was mainly news, talk shows, and actuality, dramas, and popular plays. There were also BBC radio shows, kids, and music programming.
They never came to us and said, we're a Nationalist Party government mouthpiece, therefore you can do this and you can't do that. This is the line that you don't cross. They came to us and you know, they would say, no, you know.
Irie, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. Chat, don't forget, streaming is my full-time job. If you're enjoying your time here, if you've learned something, if you've had a laugh, if you just enjoy and you want to see me succeed, please consider subbing off Twitch. Do that by the sub off Twitch command in the chat. It means that 100% of the money goes to me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus Monkus, and not 50% of it goes to Twitch, which is a terrible platform for many reasons. Mostly that marginalized people are still not safe on this platform. There's a lot of racism. Holy fucking shit. Anyway, but I still appreciate subs. Anyway, I know that like not everybody knows that, you know, and if you want to have a sub to like beat the ads and shit like that, it's completely fine. But yeah, please consider subbing off Twitch. Please consider you know, helping me pay my bills, my rent, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we just unlocked double feature movie night last night. I brought down the goal because I know that August is like a hard month and shit like that, you know. But so we've got double feature movie night. That's been unlocked. Not this Saturday, but the Saturday after. We will be checking out 2 Dungeons and Dragons films. Very exciting. The old one with Jeremy Irons in it, and the new one that is supposed to be pretty good. So we're going to be watching that this month. And I'm also going to be bringing down the £900 goal. If we get to £600 this month, I'll be doing the gnome DJ stream. So whole drum and bass DJ set with me dressed as a gnome, which would be about 3 hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours or something like that. So that's what you got to look forward to if you sub off Twitch. Anyway, thank you so much for the sub anyway. Really appreciate that. The old one, you've seen that one so much. Reminds me of when a mate mentioned her liking a man in uniform, and I responded, I prefer a man out of uniform. Right, yeah. Suits are modeled after military uniforms as well, which is interesting, and yet another reason not to wear them. I agree. I have a militant friend that keeps telling me that working class people respect the suit and are more likely to listen to him when he talks about unions and stuff. That is the only time I would agree. This is true. I think this is also like similar to like Nation of Islam guys always used to wear suits. You know. They might still wear suits. But that was like a big thing for like Malcolm X as well. I can get way more gnomey than this, banker. I could get way more gnome. I know that I'm already like pretty goblin pilled, pretty gnome pilled, yeah. But like this is nothing. You've seen nothing yet. You've seen absolutely nothing yet. If you want to see a fucking a fucking gnome, how gnome I can get, check out the fucking VOD channel, man. Because the gnome stream is on there.
As long as you present both sides of the story. That was the chink. What you'd end up with is a program that was a total whitewash of the issue that you set out to make.
Damn.
And the worst thing is when you start doing it yourself, so that the censor won't do it for you. Once you're in that kind of Pavlovian mice situation, they have achieved their objective, I think.
So, you know, we're getting this like classic BBC style censoring of like people's art, people's political art, right? Sorry, I just dropped my phone on the floor. So that's what's going on with this company. You know, they never explicitly said it to cover their own arse, but you know, it's so fucked how similar it is. You know, we were talking about like the origins of fascism last night, right? And it's so clear how they're trying to emulate the language of Nazi Germany. Do you know what I mean? Like the way it's like, oh, we just want you to think in Afrikaans. Do you know what I mean? We just want you to think in Afrikaans so that, like, you know, you're thinking the right stuff, right? You know, you're thinking the right stuff. Like, thinking the right stuff, you know what I mean? You're thinking the white stuff. I mean, the right stuff, you know? You're thinking the right stuff, right? So just so you're thinking like that, you know? So fucked. So fucked.
1996, the ANC government reduced the amount of airtime dedicated to Afrikaans language broadcasts, reorganizing TV 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, forget your own language and culture. Yeah, that was a huge thing too.
Apparently alienating white Afrikaners. The new organization's leadership had...
Whoa. What was that? What was that?
Broadcast reorganizing TV 1, 2, and 3 to be more representative of the country's population, apparently alienating white Afrikaners. The new organization's leadership, however, felt it necessary to retain some of the officials, technicians, and staff from the apartheid period, noting the value of their years and years of experience.
Colonialist Dutch. Colonialist Dutch. That's Afrikaans, yeah.
To be an African nationalist organization which is seeking to replace the present government of South Africa through violence.
Any momentous event or any movement was always shown to be simply some or other sort of inchoate, violent happening.
Right.
Community leaders who died last month in mysterious circumstances.
Violent,
thanks for the follow.
Leaderless, with no point of view other than the destruction of white civilization as we know it.
Damn, you don't hear stuff like that nowadays, do you, chat? You don't hear stuff that's like this. This is why, chat. It's so important to understand the anti-colonialist struggle. Yeah, because once you sort of like see these things, it all starts to add up. It all starts to add up. Like this kind of shit like that. Oh, you just want to hate white people. That's literally what all the fucking newspapers are saying in the imperial core countries like the UK and the US now about like anti-racist activists, right? You know? Anarcho-capitalist bitch says hi. Yeah, no, sorry. We don't like pedos over here, man. Yeah, sorry about that. Pedophiles, just like a straight up, like, we just don't allow pedophiles in this chat, like, so. See you later, man. Anyway.
The sanctions. Now, surely, the state broadcaster will have to take sides with the government of the day in a situation such as this. As journalists of the state broadcaster and
oh, what's that, chat? You didn't know? Yeah, literally every single anarcho-capitalist is a pedophile. Yeah, that's just a fact. It's just a fact, isn't it? Everybody knows this.
We did not have a problem with that. It was either black, it was either
hey,
white.
Hey, Muel. Hey, Adnan, what's up? Everybody go follow Adnan.
Left or right or whatever you want to call it. But one
hey, Husker.
In perspective of the wider picture.
So, to a certain degree, that's what bothered Rosenberg. If
I know my facts, I do.
Wild Africans with civilized whites isn't the intent.
How you doing, Husker?
He continues, then it's certainly the predominant message. In general, I tend to agree with the...
Whoa. Just missed a couple of bits there, you know? Why finally did Harmony Gold omit South African TV while including the names of the other co-producers in releasing stories about Shaka Zulu to the trade press this year?
If the juxtaposition of wild Africans with civilized whites isn't the intent of Shaka Zulu, he continues, then it's certainly the predominant message. In general,
Wait. I want to read that bit. If that isn't the intent of Shaka Zulu, it's surely the predominant message. KCOP has a right to air Shaka Zulu, and viewers have a right to know the identities of its backers, all of them. Shaka, the great warrior, king of the powerful Zulu nation from 1816 until his murder in 1828. The involvement of the state-controlled South African Broadcasting Corp in this miniseries, which has already aired in South Africa and is being syndicated in the United States and globally. Okay.
The intent of Shaka Zulu.
My pleasure, Rodnon. You're a great streamer. Everybody should follow you.
In general, I tend to agree with the skeptical tone and interrogative style of his criticism, all the more to drive the point that several people agreed to work with proponents and benefactors of apartheid, despite the aforementioned boycotts, sanctions, and human rights abuses. This is still more black history through white eyes, with Shaga's life being described mostly in flashbacks by an Irish doctor who's part of a shipwrecked delegation of whites.
In Liverpool? Banker says, unfortunately, where I live, a lot of Nazis are setting up Boer solidarity campaigns. Streets still named after famous Benelux colonizers. You've got to be fucking shitting me, man. In fucking Liverpool.
Sent to deter Shaka from exterminating settlers. To me,
Unless, you could be a Scouser and not live in Liverpool, do you know what I mean? Maybe you're in fucking, maybe you're in South Africa, I don't know. Hey, Death, what's up?
This sounds like he's describing appropriation of black stories to turn white industry profits and a patronization of Africans somewhat.
Hey, Vod, how you doing?
It's annoying that Rosenberg glosses over the story of Henry Cele, who was cast to play Shaka, when he should have actually put this at the heart of his disapproval as well. It's difficult to find an assessment of this man, any comment or acknowledgement of his existence and career that isn't lauding him as great and charismatic.
Hell yeah.
He's scarcely mentioned and Shaga's remembered in...
Oh, you live in Belgium. They're doing it in Belgium. Oh, that's completely understandable, to be honest. That's well, it's not understandable, but like, yeah, I can see that happening in Belgium, man. In Belgium, they just, oh man. They just really don't want to admit that, like, that one king just used to cut African people's hands off and shit, like, and just fuck. Oh my god, some of the shit that fucking Belgium did in Africa was so fucked up. Holy fucking shit.
Playwright Xolani Majosi said Cele's untimely death in 2007 was a blow since they just finished shooting.
That's right, one who reads. The success of the boycott of South Africa is behind the vigor with which the ADL attacks BDS today. Right. Everybody should be BDSing. It's hard because there are a lot of fucking products that come from, forced prison labor of Palestinian prisoners. It's real hard. There's like a lot of products that like are just in the imperial core. You know what I mean? They admit that part about the hands. They just don't give a shit. Oh yeah, no, sure.
To be shown the next year. We had a long plan to go further with the production. As you know, when people saw Henry Cele, they used to associate him with the Shaka Zulu film. His death has dashed all our hopes of doing our production the way we have planned it. Cele was reported to be restrained and isolated in his hospital ward because he was prone to violent lashing out to those around him in the 2 weeks before his passing. While he lived, he was sought out and celebrated for his portrayals of savagery, brutality.
Well, what's this? All those prisoners tied up and interrogated. All those patriots tortured. At the end of this racial pride and courage, this lactame flaunted, there is poison instilled in Europe's veins. The slow but sure progress of the continent's embasement. Aimé César, the violence comes back to Europe. I don't know what that is, Liam. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the context is or what it's about or anything like that. Sorry. It's interesting nonetheless. I'm sure it's relevant, but I just need a bit more context, I'm afraid. Like I said, brain's not firing on all cylinders today. At the time of the Boer colonization, Belgium and Netherlands were one country, but not too sure. Let me check up on that. In case many streets named after Boer colonizers here. Yeah. I mean, like, look, the Dutch did so much as well. It's a speech about how colonialism came back to Europe. like what like how? Like I don't understand. Like how did it come back to Europe? I don't quite understand. President's how do we go? Patriots touches the show the continent's embestment. Boomerang effect. The ideology developed in colonialism poisoned European thought. Okay, yeah. A bit too intellectual for me today, man. But I appreciate you breaking that down for me. Yeah. For real. Definitely, like that mindset, like the colonial mindset is like so fucked up. You know, just it's just white supremacy. It's white supremacy, like all in all. You know.
And while blackness, as understood through the white gaze, the trope of the mysterious savage or darkest Africa really is a favored framing for stories covering colonialism. In the mythos of the origin of the Afrikaner, the continent is imbued with mystical powers that attract men of ambition to its shores. Africa is often used as a lost world, whose barely charted depths are thick with lost kingdoms, mysterious and dangerous, but populated with outcroppings and ties to the modern world. In his interview, Sinclair explains at length the rationale involved in his casting of Cele for the television series adapted from his book. He says he understood that director William Faure, I don't know, was an Afrikaner, but not if that meant he wanted the show to be South African propaganda or if he was above those politics. He only knows that it was wise for the director to set up both sides of the issue of violence in South Africa during the 1980s, because as somebody who lived there, he'd either know the safest course of action with regard to government surveillance of media, or he'd just have a more nuanced understanding of the political situation. I don't know, it's not clear. He sets Will Faure up as an Atticus Finch type, a hero with a lot to lose, eager to tell the pseudo-mythological story of the capture of Africa, the fall of a great king, I think. And for himself, he chooses the bold, outspoken outsider, seen by locals as an idiot, because he joins the resistance and gets arrested, signs away $20 million by formally condemning the apartheid regime. Amidst all the executive clamoring, the SABC picking up that this could be propaganda, others insisting that Shaka be played by an American, the writer and director settled on their lead casting, the result of Sinclair's own mythologizing of Shaka's story. It's a clusterfuck of trying to be the savior of black South Africans, soothing the temperaments of practicing imperialists, appeasing Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and making up his Shaka, the most powerful man in Africa.
So fucking like deeply fucked, like trying to make anything like, you know, remotely positive about like native indigenous Africans, but also like just being so white that you just miss the fucking mark. Do you know what I mean? And you like, you fuck it up still, you know? This is really quiet, sorry.
Wayesengimilia khahlela kungesihle singahlalwa nyoni siqunga izalela amasakabula mkhokheli wakhokhela isizwe egqilazweni dubandlela.
June 1949. Hold up, I'm going to try and do this. LA, I think that's how you say it. Was born in Kwamashu, Durban, South Africa. Within his family, is referred to by his clan name Ndosi. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, or Magai.
Mkhokheli wakhokhela isizwe egqilazweni dubandlela vica kagezanga ubuye nensile emfuleni ngoba ethemba ugeza ngobisi magaye ungangolwandle Cele.
Henry Cele was born in 1949.
The fucking subs are just not getting that shit. They're just like the sound is sounding like a fucking T to it. Like it's just not getting it. It's fucked, man.
And was raised by his grandmother until he had to leave school to find a way to help support the family financially. He was successful in sports, playing for Aces United, Golden Arrows, and the
Oh yeah, so early banker, yeah.
Soccer fans gave him the nickname Black Cat, being dark-skinned and agile. It's always been common for dark-skinned members of the black community to be given nicknames that acknowledge their pigmentation, like Black Cat, Munchus, or even mock them, like Search and Black Beauty. The victims of these microaggressions hardly ever object or protest, but personally, it's been horrid to witness how mirthfully casually and religiously dark-skinned black people are marginalized and othered. Dr. Nathaniel Granger writes that microaggression was coined by Chester M. Pierce in 1970 as subtle,
Sorry, all of a sudden got loud again.
stunning, often automatic and non-verbal exchanges that are put-downs, explaining that they form part of the marginalization of certain groups, the imposition of artificial realities, the ultimate form of oppression.
Let's read this. Perhaps the most damaging form of patronization is that of excessive praise to select members of marginalized groups. This not only undermines the group from which the recipient of the praise is from, but also alienates the representative of that group by singling out him or her. This consequently leads to shame, embarrassment, and more often than not, disconnectedness from one's group, which in turn perpetuates the familiar emotion of feeling invisible within and without one's given group. Yep.
Perhaps the most damaging form of patronization is that of excessive praise.
Oh, she's reading it. That's my bad. I thought she wasn't going to read it.
Select members of marginalized groups. This undermines the group from which the recipient of the praise is from, but also alienates the representative by singling them out. This consequently leads to shame, embarrassment, and more often than
Right,
not,
that's what I thought. I thought it sounded like tokenism.
which perpetuates the familiar emotion of feeling invisible within and without one's group. Dr. Nathaniel Granger writes, in 1978, Cele retired from professional soccer and was approached, presumably by Sinclair, though Bill Foray is reported to have spotted him in the 1981 stage production First. It's funny how Sinclair insists that Foray contributed minimally to the writing and casting, like he was this maverick with a nose for Hollywood gold, when Cele's retelling of his landing the job sounds,
It was difficult for them to get someone who would look like Shaka. I didn't know that I looked like Shaka. There's only one guy who can do it, and that
Rafa is God in the chat saying England has Antifa losers. Yeah, I think you'll find that anti-fascism is like, you know, quite a broad, you know, ideology. You know, the idea that fascists are bad is like pretty well received with like a lot of people. Do you know what I mean?
is Henry. Black Cat, that's my nickname in soccer. But I wasn't interested. This Henry, don't let us down. You are the only one that can portray the part of Shaka. They needed the physique, voice, height, you name it. So
Do they all have no jobs and live with their moms also? No. Lots of anti-fascist people of all shapes, sizes, you know, incomes, stuff like that. You know, I listen, I know, look, I know it's the summer holidays and you've not got a lot on. And, you know, you think you're being really offensive and all that kind of stuff. And you're really triggering the libs and all that stuff. But, yeah, do something more productive, man. Like, you know, like fucking get a hobby or, I don't know. Do something, get yourself some fulfillment. Do you know what I mean? Like, grow some plants. Go outside, touch grass, you know. I know it's hard. There's no, like, schemes when you're a kid and shit like that. Like, homework sucks. Like, I know, you know. But, yeah, you know, we don't give a shit about what you're saying here, dude.
That it on stage.
No one fucking cares. No one's offended. No one's triggered.
Not knowing that later on.
It's just cringe. It's just really cringe.
On the screen.
Cele played the brooding, mysterious.
Be funnier.
Exclusively.
Be funnier.
The success of the series, typecast into oblivion by Sinclair, who was extremely chuffed with this result. And he.
I will have fulfillment when Trump walks back into the White House and you all cry again. No, but you won't though. You won't though. You won't have fulfillment with you, will you? Because unless you are a member of the ruling class and you earn loads of fucking money, yeah. More money than you know what to do with and all that shit. Unless you've got like that capital, yeah, like the world is just going to keep getting worse for you. Do you know what I mean? It's just going to keep getting worse. So you won't have fulfillment. You won't have anything remotely close to fulfillment. You'll be more oppressed. You'll have more shit to deal with. Your life will get staggeringly worse because that guy does not give a shit about you. You're a rube. You are a fucking mark. Just like anyone who votes for any fucking politician. The working class supports Trump, my guy. Yeah. Idiots who are working class. Fucking idiots. Because he doesn't support them. Like, oh my God, like, you know, oh shit, you're putting two and two together here and you're figuring some stuff out, man. Oh, the working class support Trump. Yeah? Yeah, we're not unaware of that.
You take an Arapaho, you take a Sioux, and you become...
Oh, there are lots of working class people who don't support Trump. Right, exactly.
This is ready-made method acting.
Yeah.
I did Shaka too.
Hey, Gumba Master, how's it going? Good to see you.
An American to do it, and I said no. It's
Hayes Vi Blumen.
Henry is
What's up?
Shaka, and he remained Shaka, but nobody would cast him in anything else. In South Africa, it became impossible for him to be anything but Shaka. It took somebody like Michael Douglas to see him as something different for The Ghost in the Darkness, but nobody else really saw him as anything different. So what Henry did was go on his own junket, took his Shaka Zulu outfit, and went to places where they paid him to appear. And he did this for most of his life, until I called him back for Shaka 2.
The billionaire class is who is trying to arrest him. Incredible. The system will lose to Trump. Trump is the system, my guy. Like, how do you think Trump is not a billionaire? Like, that's so funny. Like, literally those two things in the same sentence. It's like the billionaire class is who is trying to arrest him. He is a billionaire. I don't know if you've noticed. He is a billionaire. He won't be arrested. He won't go to jail. And yeah, you're right. He probably will run for president and end up in the White House again. No one is outside of the realm of those possibilities, my friend. You know? Trump didn't make his money as a politician like all your heroes. Who are my heroes, dude? Name them. Go. Come on, man. Who are my heroes? Go. Who are my heroes, dude? And also, yes, Trump didn't make his money as a politician. Trump made his money by getting it from his dad. There you go. Boom.
Next time you jump to say something about the great...
Hillary and Biden and Boris Johnson. No, dude. Boris Johnson is your guy. Boris Johnson is your guy. That's, for a start, Boris Johnson is a conservative, dude. He's a fucking conservative. You're a fucking dumbass, dude. You're an actual idiot. Incredible. And also, no, we don't like Hillary and Joe Biden here. Fucking educate yourself, man. Educate yourself on, like, actual fucking leftists rather than, like, liberals. We fucking hate liberals. England conservative is nothing like American conservative. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. You don't need to tell me shit, dude. I live here, you know? Yes, this is it's a gift. It's a gift. We've got a pet in the chat. It's great. You know what I mean? Like, this is you know, fucking, like, someone goes on the internet and is like, oh my god, you know, all these leftists are gonna get so triggered when I go in there and say they support Hillary and blah blah blah. Well, no, they probably don't think that. I support Trump. It's like, yeah, all right, man. Like, you know, you're a victim of the machine. No worries, man. We know you exist. One of Muel's heroes is a guy called Greg Communist. It's true. It's true. I love that guy. I love that guy.
Daily. Ask yourself how he might have really felt, being a marionette for Sinclair to control in his imaginings.
Good on Boris Johnson bringing guns to England. You're a fucking funny dude, man.
Without the
like, do you even know that, like, England does actually have guns? Like, England actually legitimately has guns. You know that, right? You know that, right? And also, like, it's so fucking incredibly funny that, like, you're literally there like, okay, what makes someone a conservative? Someone who adds more guns. Adds more guns into the fucking picture. You know? Why do they stab everyone then? First off, who's they? What are you on about? Who's they? And also, like, stab everyone. It's not that common, dude. Not that common. You know? Yeah, literally every farmer and their mum is packing. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Analysis of the title character's casting is more on the money observations about the use of scenes with blood.
English in Liverpool and Manchester. Damn, you've been lurking in the stream that long. You found out that there were like a Liverpool guy and a Manchester guy here in the stream. You've been waiting that long to try and come in with something, and the first thing that you said was, England has Antifa losers? Oh, dude, come on, man. Come on, man. Be funnier, dude. Come on.
And the impact of all those on black characters.
Be funnier, dude.
Audiences. As for me, my thoughts are this. We know that the SABC and South African broadcast media were built and developed with an express view to censoring images of blackness and the real black experience. We understand that these institutions started introducing black faces and voices into their ranks to amplify the echo of the boot of nationalism. What do we really think about how black stories were represented on SABC television?
They are just known stab cities. Bro, are you like a grandma? Are you a grandma? That's like the kind of thing that like 90-year-old women think. That's so funny, dude. What are you talking about? Not just women, by the way, like just old conservative idiots, man. Like, what are you talking about? What are you fucking on about? Stab cities, bro. Fuck me. Can you explain why communism has always failed? Yes. A concerted effort between the capitalist countries that are literally maintaining the imperialist hegemony all around the world, and unification of money through the IMF and central banks, the world banks, basically extorting communist countries, socialist countries, to operate in any way that is not communist and socialist, plus mixed with an air of authoritarianism, that is basically just, a bastardized version of communism that had to exist due to the hate and fucking anti-communist nature of the imperialist countries of the world. That's why it's failed. Yeah, that's why it's not worked. Although like failed is like a different kind of like way of looking at it, right? Because you can say that it's failed, but again, it was like attacked and it worked for thousands of years, way before we even had money. So anyway.
Soapies and variety shows featuring black.
So you're kind of wrong. It didn't actually fail. It succeeded for a very, very long time.
Performers. In a future video, I'll talk about the earliest appearances of the Black South African experience on TV, but I'm curious to know the opinion of my
man thinks capitalism isn't a vulnerable system.
Townships, the insides of 4 or 2 or 1 room houses, and life inside those homes is shown on TV programs like Generations, Skeem Sam. Please leave a comment if you feel so inclined. I'm just trying to see something.
Hell yeah.
As for the shows Shaka Zulu 1986 and Shaggy Lembe, well, like I said about the latter, I haven't seen it, but I do intend to, and I hope it isn't anywhere near Sinclair's realm of historical fiction. The former, these white characters get a lot of screen time to either tell you whole parts of the story that we should be seeing black characters do on.
Like it's just a waste of time, right? It's a waste of time speaking to this guy because there's literally every single argument that you come with is just completely incorrect. That's the way the world has always been. Might is right. Yeah, apart from it isn't though, is it? Because there are literally hundreds of examples of disabled people who lived thousands of years ago into, late life, like fucking elderly age because communities cared for them, right? So it's not about might, actually. It's more about fucking caring for people. That's human nature. That's how we fucking go. I've heard all the talking points from non-smoker is why. Who is that? Who is that? What are you on about, non-smoker? What the fuck are you talking? I don't know your little mates, bro. Like, what are you on about? Your little fucking friends. I don't even fucking know you. What are you talking about? Who's non-smoker?
On screen, none of these chaps question whether or not they should morally invade the Zulu.
He's another comment on Twitter. Guess what, man? We don't fucking know each other. What are you on about? Not all like little fucking mates, man. I don't give a fuck what fucking random fucking dude says.
This crime and others are written into the script as...
Anyway, man, get fucking funnier. I don't know. Come back in like an hour or something. I don't fucking know. Whatever, man.
The crew's adventures. Much of the time, Shaka Zulu is merely confusing or bad and or hokey.
Whoa!
Chorale is straight out of a biblical epic. The script is awful at worst and comical at best. The music selections or the score or just the music in general for this, it's very clearly not African music, sometimes literally describing a scene as it happens on screen. When Zulu people sing or make a glorious noise...
Christ almighty, man. You again? This person, right? What the fuck is going on today, chat? This person came into my... Like, you must search for, like, hopium streams in it. You must search for, like, hopium streams where it's, like, we talk about, like, you know, the fact that like the world isn't going to end and like, you know, it's you know, because like what are you trying to achieve, man? Humans will be extinct by 2026. Yeah, we know, man. We're fucking leftists. What do you want? What do you fucking want? But also humans won't be fucking extinct by 2026. Not true. Current strong El Nino, on top of global warming, on top of the self-reinforcing feedback loops like forest fires, permafrost flow, loss of aerosol, masking effect. The world's not ending, my friend. Sorry to break it to you. It's just going to get real shit for a lot of people, right? You're half right. I'm sorry that, like, you know, the media makes you really fucking scared and, like, you feel like you have to, like, go around and tell everybody shit like that. I don't know what your aim is. I don't know what your, like, fucking purpose is with doing this. It just makes you seem cringe. Just makes you seem incredibly fucking cringe and lazy and entitled. You know what I mean? The world's not ending, so I just have fun. Have fun, don't do anything, dude. You know what I mean? Like, are you a fucking cop? You legally have to tell us if you're a cop. You know that, right? You have to fucking tell us.
It is epic, it is soulful, and it is large.
It's not the media, it's just some scientists that talk about it. Yeah, well, guess what? There are these things in the scientific community, yeah, called consensus, right? And that's when a load of the scientists all over the world get together and they go, yep, this seems like the most likely outcome and this is how this is going to go. And if you look at all of that stuff together, it shows that actually there is no, you know, determined extinction of all human life by 2026. Not even by 2050, not even by 2070 under climate change. There's no solid evidence that that is going to stop, right? There's going to be a lot less of us, definitely. There are many peer-reviewed papers written about it. Give me one. Put it in the chat. Go on. Give me one. You got 3 minutes. If you don't, I'm going to ban you.
I believe I am
Yeah, you can post the Sophie video for sure. I don't think this fucker's going to read it, though.
for the rest of
Watch
the
it.
review. It's engaging, clearly, so go and read it. I've been so anxious to release this because the last one was back in January and I just needed to know I'm still capable of doing this because I love it. And that was in the first quarter of the year. We're now in the third. Please subscribe.
Nah, you're great, Miss Third World Explorers. Yeah, please subscribe. Please go and show us some love. A great video. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Really interesting to, like, you know, hear the ins and outs of, like, you know, how weird and, like, hard it is to, like, you know, release something that is, like, pro-African on, well, Black African on South African TV back then, and also, like, the intricacies of, like, having a white person direct that, an intricacy of, like, you know, that fucking settler colonialist mindset, not quite getting it right and still thinking you're like the savior and shit like that. Right. Are you giving me a fucking YouTube link? Are you fucking serious? What is this? Are you fucking serious, dude? What the fuck, dude? Edge of extinction, 8 distinct paths to functional extinction. That guy is a professor. Is he? A professor of what? Do you want, you know something else? You know who else is a professor? You know who else is a professor? A doctor. Jordan Peterson. And he's right about everything, isn't he? That guy's a professor. Let's see what he said. Let's see what he says then, shall we? Let's see. Should we see what this professor says? Shut up, I don't want to watch your fucking stupid fucking intro. Fine, fine, you did it, man. Fine, you did it. You distracted me. Right. For a start, what is this guy's fucking name? Guy McPherson? Okay, what do we know about this fucking guy? Guy McPherson. American scientist. Let's have a little look. Chat, what do you want What do you want to bet? This guy's got a similar Wikipedia page to Björn Lambord or whatever his name is from yesterday. Guy R. McPherson is an American scientist, professor emeritus of natural resources ecology, evolutionary biology at the University of Arizona. He's known for inventing and promoting Doomer fringe theories. Yeah, man. Fringe theories. An idea or viewpoint which differs from the accepted scholarship of the time within its field. Uh-huh. Is that right? Should we take a little look? He's made a number of future predictions that he thought were likely to occur. In 2007, he predicted that due to peak oil, there would be permanent blackouts in cities starting in 2012. Damn, we better listen to this guy, man, because, you know, he was right about that, right? He was right about that, wasn't he? Like, we all know that happens. It's still happening today, isn't it? Because of peak oil usage, you know? Damn. This guy is definitely right about loads of stuff, isn't he? You know. In November 2015, McPherson was interviewed on National Geographic Explorer with host Bill Nye, Andrew Revkin. McPherson, New York Times. Andrew Revkin in the New York Times said McPherson was an apocalyptic ecologist who's built something of an end of days following. If you don't believe him, you can watch an interview with Natalia Shakova. I'll tell you what, I'll do you one better. I won't do that. I'll take a quick look at that person on Wikipedia, shall I? Natalia Shakova. Right, let's have a little look. Natalia Sharova? Are you this person doesn't exist? What are you on about? Who is this? Who is Natalia Shakova? Have you made that name up? Dr. Cries Wolf. She doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so she's just a scientist that doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Okay, so you got anything? All right, I'll tell you what. Give us another one. This is entertaining. This is entertaining as shit, man. Like, throw me a fucking link of fucking. I ain't watching this, by the way. We're not watching this guy. Posting a YouTube video and asked for a scientific paper is really damning. Paul Beckwith. Listen, I'm not just gonna keep Googling names, yeah? Like, you've given me one guy. He's a crank, yeah? Let's try one more. Let's try one more. No, Liam. Stop. We don't want more people to give up and die. We don't want that. Even if they're desperately trying to make us feel like that. You know? Come on, man. We're all waiting. Come on, you've done it. The stream is yours, man. The stream is fucking yours. You know? We're all waiting. We're all waiting to see who you come up with next. No. I didn't ask you for a random bit of information. I didn't ask you for that. I asked you for a link from Natalia Sharova. For Natalia Sharova. Yeah? Give us that or it's game over. No more fun. No more fun for you, my friend. Come on, let's see it. I want to see it in the chat. I don't think you got fucking, you know? I don't think you got much time left with your permit. Okay. I found a Natalia Sharova on Wiki. Natalia Sharova, born October 4th, 1972, was a professional sprinter from Russia. She won a gold medal in the 4x4 relay at 99 World Championships in athletics. Uh-huh. All right, let's take a look at this. What's this? Natalia Shakova. I don't think it's her. All right. This is from 10 years ago. Extended interview extracts with Natalia Shakova. Anything else about this? No. Who is this fucking YouTube channel? What is this? Nick Breeze Climate Gen. Welcome to Climate Gen. What is this fucking shit? What is this, man? This is really interesting because, like, this kind of stuff is like interview with Dr. Julius Steinberger, facing the fossil fuel industry and ending the energy charter. Like, all this stuff is like contradictory to like what you are talking about. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of articles on this like website that the guy who runs this channel, the guy who runs this channel, links to, and it's all like stuff like we need to tackle the climate crisis right now. Do you know what I mean? But you're just like, the world's going to end. So, you know, doesn't really seem like this is like holding up with your narrative. Hey, Mr. Steel Rose, welcome in. I like that name. It's pretty cool. She ran faster than light and saw the future apocalypse like the Flash. It's true. It's true. Anyway, all right. I'll bite. It's 8 minutes long, but, you know, we'll watch it on double speed. You know, I'll give you, I'll give you a chance. Yeah. Come on, man.
And we started from the terrestrial little probe. So I would say that we started investigation the methane issue in the Arctic in 90s of the last century, and we started from the terrestrial ecosystem, freshwater ecosystem, and then about 8 years ago switched to studying the Siberian Arctic shelf. And actually we've been studying it for the last 8 years, continuously, year by year by year, conducting 1 or 2 expeditions a year. That hydrocarbons produced within the sedimentary drape was sealed. It was not released for thousands of years during that time when the subsea permafrost sealed these deposits and prevented the methane escape to the atmosphere. That is why we're telling that this should be the largest hydrocarbon stock in the world.
Yeah, we know this stuff.
It's not a specific type of source of methane. It's just a reservoir to temporarily preserve the methane of any kind. There should be natural gas, the thermogenic, the biogenic. Once this gas,
this is why the melting of the ice caps is bad. Yeah, okay.
Zone. It becomes a hydrate, but it's only for a certain period of time. It is a reservoir to temporarily preserve a certain amount of any.
Well, you know, I'm just waiting, Booth B, for the moment in this video where this person who is clearly a scientist, obviously fine or like very well read on the subject, says like, so this is why we should just give up and do nothing because everyone's gonna die, right?
Any type of methane. The depth of the water column is very important because the border is where methane oxidizes. The shallower the water column, the less time is required to this methane to pass by through the water column and escape to the atmosphere, as compared to the mean depth of the world ocean, which is a few hundred meters up to kilometers. The Siberian Arctic shelf mean depth is only 50 meters. The ice coverage prevents water from mixing. I mean, in terms of wind mixing, because it's just coverage, ice coverage. The loss of ice coverage, of course, leads to accessibility of water, surface of the water by wind. And when there is no wind, the emission happens. How emission happens? So the methane molecule escapes from the sea.
Igor Smelitov. No, sorry, Ima. You had your chance. You had your fucking chance, my friend. Do you know what I mean? It pains me. It's heartbreaking to see people who are desperately in their heart of hearts, just fucking desperate not to do any activism whatsoever. Right? But they know how bad things are. That's the worst. That's the worst kind of person. You know? If the world is ending tomorrow, we should still do as much as we can to try and make things comfortable for people, right? Where's your humanity? You know what I mean? Where's your fucking humanity? Where's your love for your fellow person? Where's that gone? Because it's in there somewhere. I know it is. I know it is. You wouldn't be trying to tell people this if you didn't have that. But somehow, some way along your life, it's twisted to just like uncontrollable fear. Uncontrollable fear. That is what they want. You're a rube. I'm sorry to break it to you. Yeah? You are a fucking rube. The governments of the world, the billionaire class that use more and more fossil fuels despite knowing all this stuff, want you to be fucking terrified and do nothing. That's what they want, so that they can keep fucking doing it and keep making profits. Right? You are being fucking used and you don't even know it.
Surface to the atmosphere. Of course, when the wind mixes the water column, so all the methane entire escape actually. Meters. That's the consequence of this. There is, of course, there is a potential risk. And in terms of potential risk, I would say that the Siberian Arctic shelf is the most potential because, as I said, the carbon pool is huge and the water shallow is very shallow, and the warming occurs stronger than in different areas of the world ocean. And of course, it is a potential risk. So the methane in the atmosphere, the total amount of methane in the atmosphere, in the current atmosphere, it's about 5 gigatons.
What? Yes. So you agree? You agree? Oh, fuck off, man. Yeah, come back in a fucking few months with a new account. Yeah, I know you're gonna do that. Yeah, I'm not getting through to that person, chat. I'm not getting through to that person. Anyway, stop being afraid. Start being angry. Let's talk more about Third World Myths Explores, because I feel like the last part of her video just got like completely derailed by these fucking idiots in chat. You know, it says a lot, right? It says a lot. It says a lot, doesn't it? That like some people just coming in here when a black woman is speaking about black issues and they want to derail the stream. Isn't it funny that? Isn't it funny that that happened? You know? That was a note on that first guy's wiki, wasn't it? That he's not the opposite of a climate denier, because this doomer shit achieves the same end as denialism, i.e. inaction. Right. Right. Exactly. Right, what? Yeah, exactly. What's the response to this? What's the point of all of this? Anyway. This video was very good, and again, like I say, it like really highlighted like the conflict that is within, like, you know, just white supremacist settler colonialism, when like any kind of like, you know, white people are like, you know, they're trying to like do what they think is the right thing, but they're like fumbling the bag and like, you know, not quite getting the message right, and just being like more offensive and shit like that. So yeah, really, really bad. And there was a lot of like good stuff in there about tokenism, what have you. Please go and show some love to let's take a little look. Yeah, I think that's the right link. Third World Myths Explores, because she deserves all the love in the world, chat. She really, really does. Okay, we got some more stuff to look at. We're gonna be checking out a Marxism Today video, and I've never really watched this channel before. Oh, apparently I'm subscribed. Maybe I did that recently, but I didn't think I did. Anyway, so we're gonna check out Marxism Today. This guy is apparently, he was also called Marxist Paul. He did a video called Barbie Ushers in World Communism, which I think is going to be pretty fucking funny. Let's check that out, see what it's saying. But before I do that, chat, I'm going to go to the toilet. Make sure you stretch your legs. Make sure you take your meds. Make sure you hydrate. Use the toilet yourself. Eat some food. All that kind of stuff, yeah? Look after yourself. I'll be back in a tick. All right. Okay, I'm back, chat. Okay, right. So, like I said, gonna be checking out this video. I have a feeling it's gonna have some stuff in it, like, you know, some stuff about how conservatives have reacted to the Barbie movie. So there's probably going to be some misogyny, probably going to be some transphobia in here. I am not entirely sure. Just better to be safe than sorry, right? So yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. Those are the content warnings for this segment of the stream. Barbie Communism sounds pretty based. Not gonna fucking lie, chat. I'm down. I am down for some Barbie Communism. Hey Conrad, what's going on? Yes, this stream will contain significant profanity and sexual themes. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it's good that you got the content warning that is supposed to happen when you join the stream, because I do talk a lot about shagging, and I do swear a lot. So there you go. Everybody go follow Conrad. He's amazing. How you doing, pal? You got your PC sorted, or is it running a bit better, or how's it going? Everybody go follow Conrad. He's amazing. Also, conversely, go and check out Marxism Today, aka Marxist Paul. Go give him a like, a comment, a subscribe. Yeah, we're gonna check out his video about Barbie Communism. So let's check that out. Let's check that right out, chat. All right.
Civilization has been destroyed. The gay agenda has succeeded.
Hell yeah.
Patriarchy has been smashed.
It's true, chat.
White supremacy abolished.
It's true.
Climate catastrophe averted.
Hey Johnny, what's up? Welcome in.
Fully automated luxury gay space communism ushered in across the entire universe.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
And all this thanks to the release of the 2023 Barbie movie.
Yeah! Buzzing, comrades. Let's go.
At least that's what conservative media would have you believe.
It's true.
Reality is probably a smidgen more modest than that. While the Barbie movie presents a particular kind of feminist framework, and is certainly a lot of fun, the social commentary provided by this film is ultimately a lot less radical than it might initially appear. So today, Anna and I...
Yeah, we watched a chat. If you want to watch like another stream where we watch another video about like Barbie, and it's very, very like, you know, liberal kind of take on feminism, then we did a stream on that. You can check out the VOD channel. It's just djmuel full streams on YouTube. But yeah, that's a North Dublin accent if I ever heard one. If a movie were capable of accomplishing all that, it'd be even more infuriating. It took this long, right? Still figuring out all the settings. I haven't managed to reset, but we're getting there. At least it's not randomly restarting anymore. Yeah, let's fucking go, Conrad. Good to hear it, man. Good to hear it.
We are going to talk about the Barbie.
Also, Gold Orchid, or Gold Orchard. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier because them fools were in the chat, but good to see you. Hope you're doing good.
Movie from a more critical proletarian feminist lens, looking at what it got right, what it got wrong, what its release tells us about the changing face of capitalism today. And then finally, just for the hell of it, we'll give the Barbie movie our official Marxism Today rating out of 10. But before getting started, this video's been made possible.
We're skipping this, even though it looks pretty based. We're skipping it. You can get some leftist books, apparently. So go ahead and support Marxist Paul or Marxism Today by getting some of these books using the code, I guess.
Since its inception in 1949, the iconic Barbie brand by Mattel has been the target of enormous scrutiny from all sides of the political spectrum. Critics, including passionate feminists and various advocacy groups, have taken aim at Barbie's image, raising concerns about its impact on young and impressionable people.
Great, just Johnny,
From
that sounds
nurturing
great.
unrealistic body ideals amongst young girls to reinforcing conventional gender roles.
It's true,
and
Thummy,
promoting
it's true.
rampant consumerism through its aspirational Barbie lifestyle, the brand has never been uncontroversial.
Right.
In response to these criticisms, Mattel has regularly attempted to evolve and course correct to adapt to shifting social and political climates, as well, of course, as to expand their potential consumer base. In response to the civil rights movement in the US, for example, in 1968, Mattel introduced Christy, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Barbie's first black friend. So the brand obviously couldn't be racist.
It's true, that's how you do
Over the
it,
years,
chat.
Barbie would continually reinvent itself, introducing a wide array of dolls of various ethnicities, abilities, and body types to inclusively represent the needs and desires of consumers of all kinds. And the increasingly inclusive, evolving Barbie wasn't solely confined to dolls either. Barbie has had TV shows, video games, makeup lines, and, you guessed it, movies. Enter Barbie 2023. A movie which unexpectedly provides a very self-aware social commentary.
Yeah,
on the
there's some
complex and
tokenism,
contradictory
right.
times in which we find ourselves today.
The film has been released to critical acclaim for its fast-paced meta-humor,
Right, Leum,
its
yeah.
colorful, intricate set designs, its captivating themes of feminism and existentialism.
I mean, it looks like a great movie, you know? It looks like a really good movie, and I do want to see it still.
As well as for directly confronting the messy and complicated history of the Barbie brand itself. The The film has also been a massive commercial success, bringing in an enormous $1.031 billion at the box office.
Whoa! Whoa! What? $1 billion at the box office? Get out of town!
Bringing in an enormous $1.031 billion at the box office as of the 6th of August 2020.
How much did it cost to make? What the fuck? Go woke, get paid? Yeah, you're telling me. Fucking Barbie budget. What the fuck? It's creeping on 2 billion now. It had a budget of 145 million, chat. That's like a profit of fucking. Who fucking knows? Christ alive. Hey Spectre, how's it going? Good to see you. Hey my dog, how's it going? Good to see you. That box office gross is how you can tell it's secretly a conservative film. Muel to play Barbie Explorer dollars? What's Barbie Explorer? Hey Muhanger, how's it going? They caused a pink paint shortage in the US? Fucking hell, man. The Barbie movie has woke crowd a furiously backpedal trying to push a new narrative that's quite conservative, actually. Oh, God. I didn't even know that. Nearly made its money back 20 times. Isn't it a bit more than that? 20 times? 10 times 20? Oh, no. Yeah, no, you're right, because it's an extra zero, right? 100 million is like 1 0 away from $1 billion, right? Yeah, you're right. Just $100 million on its own is like barely, you could barely even like figure out like, you know, how much that's going to cost. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. That's just the box office. Think about the merchandising, the partnerships, the licensing. Yeah, all that stuff is going to have made it so much money, man. Just fucking incredible. Just absolutely fucking incredible.
3. So much for the conservatives' claim that people are tired of wokeness. Nobody wants to see this kind of thing anymore.
That's right.
Or, as they like to say, go woke, go broke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, over $1 billion later, I think it's safe to say that the producers probably aren't going to be going broke anytime soon. But on this topic, despite garnering wide-reaching critical acclaim on the whole, the film has also given rise to an extreme, if entirely predictable, backlash from a small but vocal minority of insecure right-wing fucking weirdos.
This guy is supposed to be the worst guy of all time. He's like the new, whatchamacallit. What's his face? He's like the new Quartering, yeah? It's quite possibly the most successful marketing event in my lifetime, and my lifetime saw Macintosh. Right.
Weirdos. To be blunt, reactionaries are raging about Barbie, calling it anti-men, man-hating,
it's called
trash.
Shadiversity, is that his name?
Men. You get the picture. It's been incredible to see a film about a child's doll driving fully grown middle-aged men into all-out temper tantrums, completely throwing their toys out of the pram, so to speak.
Bro, what? I'll never understand. Even back in the day, maybe it's because my mom was a single mom for a while, and then, you know, I still saw her struggle even when she found happiness with another man, right? Like, I could never have imagined in a million years, like, a world where I would genuinely believe that, like, Ben Shapiro just had a Barbie toy and he burnt it. Like, he just had a Barbie toy. This motherfucker bought a Barbie toy just to set it on fire. That's still giving Mattel money. Like, does he not know? Does he not understand that? He's a serious person. He's a right-wing intellectual. You know, I don't even know. I got my own fair share of toxic masculinity, like, you know, socializing, chat. Like, I'm a man. I'm a cis man. It's not, I've not escaped that at all. But, like, I just have, there's no fucking cell in my body, even, like, the ones that I had years ago that would have said, I would believe that Ben Shapiro didn't just buy that and set it on fire, and that's cringe. Do you know what I mean? I like to think he stole the doll from his daughter. I don't, because that makes me feel sorry for his daughter. You know?
Some have even gone as far.
He has kids. He thinks they're his kids. He thinks they're his kids.
As to suggest that, I shit you not, Barbie supports the Communist Party of China.
Oh man, they love saying all this stuff nowadays. We had it all in the fucking conspiracy theory video a few fucking weeks ago.
Due to a child's doodle shown.
Oh. Yeah, same one who reads.
So it's safe to say that Barbie's making all the right people mad, and for that alone, the film really needs to be commended. However, right-wing
China bad
aren't the only ones with criticisms of the film. Indeed, there are important constructive critiques.
Everything is woke and evil, and everything evil is China.
So, let's dive into a discussion of the film now from a left-wing perspective, looking at what it got right, what it got wrong, what it didn't go far enough with, and what this all tells us about the changing
That's true,
face
Conrad.
of
I agree.
Today.
That's
So,
true.
Anna, what did you think of the film? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What were your thoughts?
I thought the movie was very funny. I'm not saying that solely because I'm in love with Margot Robbie. Maybe I have that bias, but the characters were really funny. I laughed a lot while watching it, and I definitely teared up a lot of times during the mother-daughter scenes, as well as when Barbie's like deciding whether or not she wants to be a human.
No.
I did shed a tear. I'm not gonna lie. And
Cute.
the last line, very funny, very relatable.
Listen, Greta Gerwig's a good director, you know? I know some people don't like Little Women, and I think there's some other, like, cooler films that she did, like, a little earlier on and stuff like that. But, like, generally speaking, she's a good director. She gets the job done. I don't know about how she treats her staff or anything like that, but from what I know, it's like... yeah, she makes a solid movie, you know? Like, I've seen, like, you know, pretty solid movie. Like, Little Women is the only one that I've really seen, and that is, like, you know... It's got like a nice couple bits in it, you know, that kind of tug on the heartstrings. And that's nice. I like a movie that makes me feel something, you know what I mean?
Some people apparently didn't like that line, accusing it of being transphobic. Now, I don't really buy that. There's nothing inherently transphobic about someone going to the gynecologist. Especially when it was clearly just emphasising that she'd chosen to become human, as opposed to earlier on in the film where she responded to men catcalling her that she didn't have a vagina because, you know, she was a doll. Meanwhile, the film...
Whoa. You're telling me that fucking Shadiversity guy made a book? He wrote a book and it has a lot of sexual assault against women in it? No way, man. You gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me.
Elsewhere is actively trans-inclusive.
Lady Bird, I heard about Lady Bird, yeah.
Featuring prominently throughout.
No way.
To be honest, I think it's mostly just actors who want to demonise the film by feigning sympathy for trans rights who are making that criticism. Until a genuine progressive puts forward a serious, valid critique of the matter, it's probably not worth assuming any kind of malicious intent behind those words. But now, admittedly, maybe I am a bit biased because solely in terms of fun, I absolutely adored this film. My wife brought me along to it and, you know, I didn't really have any expectations going into it, but I was really pleasantly surprised to find it to be an intelligent, fairly socially conscious and self-aware comedy full of clever quips and, yeah, also full of heart. There were definitely issues about the specifics of the politics that it puts forward, but in terms of sheer enjoyability, sure, I thought it was great crack. So, staying on these positive notes now, what in your opinion did this film get right?
Despite being a movie about a doll created by a corporation to sell to children, the movie did surprisingly okay at critiquing corporate feminism. In Barbie Land, the dolls think that they have solved the issues women face by being toys that represent what women can be. The Barbies believe that, unlike the baby dolls of the past, they've taught women that they don't have to only be wives and mothers.
Right.
That despite starting off as a woman in a bathing suit in reference to the first ever Barbie, Barbie has evolved to represent and promote the idea of the self-made woman. Barbie has her own money, her own house, her own car, her own career, it says at the beginning of the movie. Barbies can be anything, a president or senator, a hockey player, an actress, a news anchor, a doctor. There's this really fun scene at the beginning of the movie which depicts this Barbie Land creation myth of all these toddler girls in the dawn of time playing with baby dolls until they find
the 2001
a giant
reference,
Barbie,
right?
and they rebel against patriarchal gender roles by smashing the baby dolls. As the main character, called stereotypical Barbie, said when she was confused about why the person playing with her would be sad and causing her to malfunction, "We fixed everything so that women in the real world can be happy and powerful." The premise basically being that Barbies have solved patriarchy and all the issues of feminism in the real world by existing.
Right.
However, when Barbie
Thanks for the follow.
travels to the real world to fix her malfunction, she finds that this isn't true. See, in Barbie Land, Barbies can be whatever they want, whenever they want. They can do one thing today and another tomorrow, be a presidential advisor in the morning, do beach in the afternoon, dance in the evening, girls' night after dinner. Well, at least some Barbies can. Patriarchy doesn't exist. They are supposedly not held back by any gender roles or laws or the threat of violence against them. They made this doll world so perfect and devoid of problems that when stereotypical Barbie had a bad day, she woke up with bad breath, she burnt her toast, she has thoughts of death, she knows she's malfunctioning. But in the real world, this isn't the case.
That sounds pretty fucking dark, chat. I need to see this movie so bad. So
Women
bad.
are still subordinate to men in the world despite Barbie's existence. She realizes that the real motivation by Mattel, their mother corporation who owns the Barbie brand of dolls, in creating Barbies is not to empower women through representation politics, which will help inspire them to break the glass ceiling. Instead, she realizes that they are simply commodities to be sold to young girls made by capitalists.
Right.
The only reason they've evolved and diversified as a company is not to empower women, but to expand and appeal to a larger consumer base. But the profits of these commodities go to a corporate executive board, and more specifically, the profits of this commercial product advertised as empowering to women go into the pockets of patriarchal capitalist men. The capitalists at Mattel have no interest in empowering women.
That sounds
They
real
have an
fun,
interest
Discrop.
in selling dolls which live in a fantasy pink Barbie land that girls and women everywhere buy, perhaps simply for fun, as a gift for their daughter, or perhaps as a form of escapism from their gray, unhappy, misogynist class societies.
One thing that I think's worth mentioning is that the film at some points exaggerates the
Hey, Pat Potato, how you doing?
appearance of certain aspects of patriarchy in the real world for dramatic effects, and often to make visual points. For example, on the point that you've just made, while the board of directors at Mattel in the film are all men, in real life, 5 out of the 11 of Mattel's board of directors are actually women. This shows how certain ruling class women can themselves actually slot into leading roles in patriarchal systems.
Right.
Much in the same way that non-white people can find themselves sitting in the driving seat at the top of systems of white supremacy,
Right.
such as when Barack Obama was US president. But perhaps making this point about the ability of certain ruling class women themselves to become the enforcers of patriarchy would perhaps be hitting a bit too close to home for Mattel the brand itself to ever allow into such a film.
Yeah, that's true. All the anti-women misogynist villains in this movie are men. And the women in Barbie Land who accept patriarchy are depicted as brainwashed by the Kens and under a sort of mind control. In a way, this is very true, as it depicts that a lot of women would be de-radicalized from supporting the patriarchy through some form of political education. But it fails to show that many ruling class women actually benefit from patriarchal violence against proletarian women.
Right.
If they can make some coin off their exploitation and rape or the commodification and objectification of their bodies. And this is still the case even if these same ruling class women themselves are also subject to patriarchal violence and dominance in one form or another. In the real world, outside of what is depicted in this movie, there are anti-women misogynist villains who are women. But on violence, Barbie finds that the real world is filled with undertones of violence against her as a woman, from men both in the ruling class and the proletarian class, due to stereotypes about women created by the ruling class to justify women's subordination, including those who sell the ideal images of women in the form of dolls. The movie did a really good job at accurately depicting the patriarchy through Barbie's experiences as a woman in the real world.
This is really interesting because that one Verily Bitchy video that we watched kind of didn't mention this stuff, or maybe it did, maybe I'm misremembering. Don't know.
Upon arriving in
Little bit
the
at
real
odds
world,
with this.
Barbie immediately feels ill at ease by all the men staring and objectifying her, which causes her to become self-conscious for the first time in her life. She is also immediately sexually assaulted by a guy that just straight up smacks her in the ass less than 5 minutes into her arriving in the real world.
Damn.
The movie also did a very good job at ridiculing the patriarchy through the point of view of Ken. Ken's embrace of the patriarchy, or as he describes it, men riding horses ruling the world, is purposely depicted in a silly way at first to demonstrate just how human-made and ridiculous the patriarchy is, how unnecessary for a functioning society it is, as demonstrated earlier in Barbie Land. He's stunned by all the men he sees at the gym, wearing suits, being attended by female secretaries whom they coldly brush off, riding big trucks and horses. He sees a collage of US presidents, cowboys, male athletes. He is stunned by what he sees as the reverse of Barbie Land. He literally feels empowered by the patriarchy in the same way Barbies assumed women in the real world were empowered by them. But the initial silliness of Ken's discovery of the patriarchy becomes more serious when patriarchy reaches Barbie Land upon Ken's return.
Damn,
Due to
what
the
the
other
fuck?
Ken's
No
embrace
way.
of the patriarchy, Barbies in the Barbie Land who used to be in high positions of power are reduced to arm candy who wear maid costumes and hand-made beers on demand. The Kens in Barbie Land immediately start treating women like subordinates.
Fuck.
While the Barbies in Barbie Land were presented as diverse in ethnic origin, body types, and sexual and gender identity and careers, representing the corporations selling the real-life commodity that are Barbie dolls, creating and selling more and more distinct types of Barbies to represent distinct types of women, this didn't stop the Barbie movie from diving into the harmful gender roles and beauty standards which the Barbie doll has traditionally promoted. Stereotypical Barbie's belief that she and other Barbies empower women is immediately shut down by Sasha, a high school girl whom she initially believes to be the person who is causing her malfunction. When she introduces herself as Barbie, Sasha mocks her and asks her if she is really a professional bimbo. Sasha tells her that playing with Barbies was horrible for them. You've been making women feel bad about themselves since you were invented, Sasha says. You represent everything wrong with our culture, sexualized capitalism, unrealistic physical ideals.
This is the bit that Verily Bitchy was talking about. This is the bit that Verily Bitchy was talking about when she was talking about like it fucked the message up, right?
You set the feminist movement back
Because this
50
little girl
years.
is seen as like
you
a
destroy a girl's
piece
innate
of shit.
sense of worth, and you're killing the planet with your glorification of rampant consumerism. She even calls Barbie a fascist. And you know what? She was absolutely spitting. But where's this critique coming from? Through Sasha, the film is critiquing the Barbie brand's rewriting of its past in promoting extremely sexist, white supremacist beauty standards, which isn't really past, because the Barbie
It's
brand
true.
still kind of does this. But the glorification of rampant consumerism comment was also absolutely fire,
Mhm.
because ultimately that is what the Barbie Corporation is really promoting with this empowered women line of Barbie.
Yep.
They just want to sell more dolls to
Line
more
go up, chat.
While that's a very direct critique of corporate feminism and liberal representation politics, there are also more subtle critiques and rejections of the commodification and objectification of women in this movie. There's this really awesome scene where the capitalists of Mattel are trying to send stereotypical Barbie back to Barbie Land by tying her wrists into a toy box. She uses the excuse that she needs to use the bathroom to flee. This can be interpreted as both her resistance to continue being a commodity for sexist men to profit off of, as well as the refusal to be put in a box as a woman by the patriarchy. At the end of the movie,
True,
she also
yeah.
chooses to become a human rather than continue being a doll. She refuses to continue being perceived as a commodity to be both sold and ogled by men. The final positive thing I'll say about this movie is that it made me want to give my mom a real big hug.
Wholesome as hell. Yeah, I agree. These were all undoubtedly positives for the film.
The movie just doesn't engage with the criticisms. It brings them up so they can brush it off if someone were to criticize the movie on the same principles. Yeah, that's what Verily Bitchy was talking about when we watched that video a couple of weeks ago, yeah.
Another aspect that I thought was nice was how the main Barbie emphasised that it wasn't her alone who saved the day at the end of the film, but that it was in fact a collective effort. This is important because it combats great man theory, the idea that great individual men, or even just great individuals, are the driving forces of history.
Yep.
In emphasising the collective solving of the problem of the Ken's patriarchal domination, the film moves away from 24...
I do like this guy, he's got a Lenin mug. I just noticed he's got a Lenin mug in the background. Pretty awesome.
Individualist girl boss feminism towards a much more...
Chat, if I set up a throne gifts with things that I want, would you get them for me? This is just something I've been thinking about. If you could afford it, obviously, you know, not now, but like, you know, maybe in the future when people have got a bit more money, you know what I mean?
More effective collectivist feminism, though admittedly still within the realm of a now expanded...
Because man, I could do with like a Lenin mug.
So I think that you've more or less covered all of the positive aspects of the film that came to my mind.
Just the throne gifts
really
with like one thing on it.
Just how much I love.
Just a throne gift with no throne gifts is like it's like a thing that you like. Because if you do it on an Amazon wish list, it tells people your name and shit, and it can tell people your address and all that stuff. So throne gifts is like a way to avoid that for streamers. You know what I mean? Extremely lib voice. I personally subscribe to a great woman view of history, right? Hey Fraser, how's it going? You couldn't afford it, but you deserve all the Barbie dolls you want. Well, I don't want Barbie dolls. That's not what I was saying, but hey Fraser, what's going on? Good to see you.
That this film has completely broken the brains of reactionaries. It's so funny how the right wing just gets so offended about literally everything now. They call leftists snowflakes. Meanwhile, people like Ben Shapiro and Piers Morgan are so fragile that they're frothing at the mouth, raging over a movie about a doll for little girls.
Barbie Lenin dolls, though? Oh, shit. Yeah, now I'm fucking interested. This is what
right-wing masculinity is in 2023. Fully grown man babies crying over children's dolls. It's absolutely incredible. And these people have the gall to say that Ken is embarrassing. So now that we've looked at the positives, what are some of the biggest criticisms of the film from a
Bolshevik
feminist perspective?
So Barbie Land, it represents a liberal feminist utopia.
Right.
Emphasis on
Vladimir Kenin doll.
utopia. Because despite its...
Well, what I'm thinking of, Discrot, when Fraser says, like, Barbie Lenin, I'm thinking, like, very femme body, but with, like, the facial hair of Lenin, but still, like, the hair of Barbie. You know? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking Barbie with, like, a, you know... Maybe also like a six-pack and like a bit of a hairy chest, but also breast. I'm going. Listen, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm objectifying non-binary people, but I'm just thinking like gender fuck Lenin Barbie. I just think that would be really cool.
Advertisement as a utopia for all women, class society still persists. The movie focuses around stereotypical Barbie, who is one of the Barbies that has her own money, her own car, and her own dream house. But it's clear that not every Barbie has this.
That's right, Osimo.
There are Barbies who live in dream houses, who are politicians and famous athletes. And there are Barbies who are trash collectors for those dream houses, who are delivery women, construction workers, whom stereotypical Barbie, Margot Robbie, zooms past in her pink convertible on her way to hang out with her Barbie friend, President Barbie, and to attend award shows to commemorate wealthy bourgeois Barbie's achievements. Another obviously stupid mythology presented in this bourgeois liberal feminist utopia is that the worker Barbies seem super happy to be subservient to other Barbies, and Barbies seem to get along across class lines. There is no class conflict. I know me saying that just made a bunch of people watching cringe. Cause what did you expect to see a Barbie union picketing at a pink corporate building for Barbie Land to be more accurate for you, Anna? Did you want a Barbie National Liberation Army? Chill. It's a movie made by a corporation. Who cares? Barbie Land is a fantasy anyway. Shut.
Yeah, but I do want that, chat. I do want that movie. I do want the Barbie Liberation Front Army. I want that so bad. Fuck, you have no idea how much I want it. I didn't even know how much I wanted that before someone said to her that they would have that. Or like, I don't know, this is just something that she's made up. That's what I want. Hey, Confero.
Up. We've been making very serious, emotionally taxing videos as of late. Paul and I need a break every once in a while where we can bond and have some fun by overanalyzing a movie through a proletarian feminist lens, so we're not constantly depressed. Also, people's ideology are affected by the media they consume, and this movie just made billions of dollars, so critiquing it is actually productive.
It's true.
Anyways,
it's true.
Barbie Land is a capitalist society. Yes, Barbie Land is a fantasy, but more importantly, it is a bourgeois fantasy that a class society can exist without conflict, that the ruling class can somehow achieve total subservience from the proletarian class so they can profit off their labor with no complaints, and everyone can be friends and hold hands. No! History shows us this is impossible. The history of all hitherto existing class societies is a history of class struggles.
It's true.
Additionally, as proletarian feminists, and honestly as anthropologists, people who study human history and biology and culture and can tell us this exact same thing, we know patriarchy was created upon the creation of class society. And honestly, class society needs patriarchy to function properly.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
So Barbie Land and the world which the Barbies hope they can inspire women to create can never exist.
Like class society, like we spoke about this, I think on Monday, me, Sophie, and Nat, like the exploitation of reproductive labor. This is why reproductive labor is such a like important thing to talk about. Hey Thasmadar, how's it going? The video is right here, my friend. There you go. Yeah, this is from Marxism Today. How do you get the link to the vid? Like that. I give it to you in the chat. It's right there. It's right there. Loads of people have tried that video command recently. And like, I wonder how other streamers do it, because I think I've seen like people like make commands on the fly in the chat, you know? And I don't know how to do that. It's all too much for me, chat. I'm like 33, you know what I mean? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening.
Women can never be liberated by capitalist reformism.
What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Reproductive labor is generally unpaid. Reproductive labor is always unpaid. You know what I mean? Not necessarily always unpaid. You know, you got your childcare companies. You got your like, you know, I guess like cooking companies, like chefs, like takeout, stuff like that. Like, you know, but there is still an onus on, like, you know, women or even feminized people. Like, I love the way that, like, I can't remember who was talking. I think Sophie was saying feminized people on Sunday on Red Planet, right? Feminized people, yeah? And feminized people are just people who are seen as, like, not the right kind of man, right? And that's how like misogyny, patriarchy links into white supremacy, because like there's like an overwhelming amount of like Latinx men, for example, who like are in childcare in the US, right? It's like seen as their kind of stuff, yeah. It was Sophie's partner who coined it, I believe. Is that right? Because yeah, I don't know if Nat was on thingy. Yeah, did not talk about feminized people. Yeah, I think that's pretty base. Like, it makes sense, right? It just makes a lot of sense, because it's just like, you know, fucking reproductive labor is just always taken up by like the person who is seen as the most submissive in like lots of different relationships, like even in queer relationships, in liberal slop streams. Yeah, cool. But like, yeah, it's very like very based. Because, again, you know, it affects, like, lots of people in different ways, like reproductive labor. Like I said, childcare, mostly done by, like, Latinx men in the USA. You know, almost overwhelmingly done by like queer men and women in the UK, I think. I'm not quite sure. Bourgeois and or white women underpay black and indigenous women of color to handle the reproductive labor. Yeah. That too, right? That too. So yeah, I think that's like a really important thing. Like, you know, just think about it, chat. Like, or like even if you are like a bachelor, yeah, even if you're like one guy, you're just one guy. Like, cooking food is still work, right? When you're cooking food for other people, it's more work, right? If you are like a you know, feminized person being forced to like cook for your partner, you're doing more labor. But even that one thing that you do, like cleaning your gaff, that's labor. Fucking cooking is labor, you know? It's all like work that you have to do. I'm dreading making the food for the week tomorrow. You know, I'm making my big chili tomorrow, chat. I'm dreading it because I can't be arsed. I'm looking forward to the lamb shanks I'm gonna put in the oven tonight, because I just have to put them in the oven and then it's done. You know what I mean? No fucking work, just ready meal shit from Aldi. You know, tomorrow I gotta make fresh food, otherwise my bones are gonna disintegrate or some shit. I don't fucking know. It doesn't get any better in 10 years, Muel. Kara, one of the mods, usually edit it when we're about to watch something. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Fraser. Even when it's paid, it's seriously underpaid. Yep. Generated images of Lenin and Karl Marx Barbies. They're in the Discord. Okay. What? Yeah, this is pretty good. It looks oh, this is a great one. This is kind of like is she Sikh Island? I'm not sure. That's good. These ones are definitely Sikh Island. I don't know what that's about. Or maybe they're just waving. I don't know. They're mixing up the ideologies in this AI. Look at this shit. Look at this shit right here. Now this is what I was talking about. This is closer to what I was talking about. Like Karl Marx Barbie, I'm all over it. This shit as well right here. Fuck yeah. This is my shit. Future life partner material right there. You know? That's a future we can believe in. I love them. I'm in love with them. Anyway.
Like voting away patriarchy.
Haunted Barbie.
Is what solves patriarchy in Barbie Land at the end of the movie. For some reason, those who were trying to subordinate them, the Kens, respected their vote. I don't know why. But again, it's a liberal feminist utopia. Women's subordination isn't, like it's depicted in the movie, simply some wacky idea created by men because they thought they were better than women. 'Cause I hunt and have
No, the person who made those images, who got the AI generated images, is Awesomeo from the chat. One who reads, who is most definitely a communist. She can't control everything the AI does, you know?
muscles. Ooga booga. Women gather and have smaller muscles. This is a generalization, of course, and an imitation in how misogynists think. Yes, patriarchy is ridiculous and unscientific, and we need to ridicule the patriarchy like I just did now, but the patriarchy is not some random idea that was thought up because men are self-entitled and stupid. It has a material basis in class society and a material function in maintaining the interests of the ruling class. Women are relegated to the roles. They're relegated to underclass society because those roles function in supporting the mode of production which the ruling class profits off of by their private ownership of the means of production.
It's true.
Let's not get it twisted. I also want to point out that Barbie Land's government building is
Yeah,
just
that's
like
right,
the White
that's
House,
right.
but in pink, which indicates that the film's producers' model for a feminist utopia, which is what Barbie Land, again, is present.
Yeah, that's what it all is. You know, my dog Idaho in the chat saying, wow, mind blown. But yeah, no, this is legit. Like, you know, this is why communism is like, you need to have an understanding of identity politics in order for communism to work, right? Because you can't just go around being like, all we have to do is abolish the state and money and class, and then everything will fall into place, right? Because racism still exists, misogyny still exists, and all these things will, like, you know, fester on until there is some kind of subordination of other people who are not seen as superior, right? The quote unquote right people to exist in society and shit like that. Like, you know, you have to have an anarchist understanding of like power structures and see how that like actually supports the system of capitalism, right? At every mention of identity politics, I feel compelled to point out that we didn't politicize our identities, right? Yeah, you know. So, you know, it's completely all interlinked, you know? Like, you have to force feminized people to do unpaid reproductive labor so that more workers can be born. The workers get fed at home, yeah, so they can like work themselves to the bone at the fucking factory or wherever, and then rest for the rest of the evening, and then come in the next day, do more work, etc. Right? It's all interlinked. It's all interlinked. White supremacy upholds capitalism because it makes us not think about the exported labor to the imperial periphery. You know, countries like China, where like you know, huge Western companies of like a bunch of factories. You know, lots of people talk about like, oh my God, in China they have to install things to stop, you know, nets to stop workers from killing themselves, jumping out the window. Yeah, those factories are owned by Western companies. Those factories are owned by fucking Apple. They're owned by fucking Microsoft. They're owned by fucking Nvidia, like the cards in your fucking computer, like everything. That's how alienation, yeah, works. Like it separates us from the people who make the stuff, and you know, it's so fucking insidious. And that's how white supremacy upholds this shit. You know, it upholds capitalism. It makes it fucking, well, not work, but it makes it like keep getting that profit line up. Yeah, Caliban and the Witch is supposed to be a great Caliban and the Witch is supposed to be a great book about the suppression of women, the central to the creation of capitalism. Yeah,
by their private ownership of the means of production. Let's not get it twisted. I also want to point out that Barbie Land's government building is just like the White House, but in pink, which indicates that the film producer's model for a feminist utopia, which is what Barbie Land, again, is presented as, is a female-run U.S. government.
Yeah, girl boss, gaslight, geek, you know.
This puzzles me. The United States government is infamously an enemy to women's liberation, and this includes both Republicans and Democrats in the government. Ever since abortion was legalized in the United States, Democrats have been dangling this right to bodily autonomy in front of women and other gender identities whose autonomy are affected by abortion laws as a way to force them to vote for them, threatening that if not, the Republicans will roll back their rights. And then, when in office, when holding a majority in the House and Senate, they've refused their campaign promises to codify Roe v. Wade up until the moment the Supreme Court justices appointed by Republicans finally overruled it in Dobbs.
Yep. We were talking about one of those guys earlier today, chat, you know?
The United States doesn't provide paid maternity leave. The United States historically and currently supports arms and places in power incredibly reactionary, anti-communist, conservative, misogynist-led governments, militias, and movements across the world in order to crush any people-led mass movement, left-wing revolutionaries, and socialist or progressive governments worldwide which threaten the capital of the ruling class. Think of Afghanistan, how the Taliban started off as America's puppets in what was originally a proxy war against the Soviet Union.
Right.
Think of
I was literally about to mention Afghanistan. Like, that's the easiest way that you can explain this, and I think she's going to do that.
Philippines, my
Oh, no.
archipelago,
No.
where the underground revolutionaries and the on-the-ground grassroots women's rights groups are viciously hunted down, arrested, and raped and murdered by the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, whose main funds and weaponry are provided by the United States.
We watched the stream. We watched the video like fucking ages ago, like months and months and months ago, about like how Afghanistan was basically like fucked up by neoliberalism, right? It was a proxy war. It's so imagine Ukraine, right? So imagine Ukraine, like what the US and the EU are doing with Ukraine now to like fight Russia. It's basically that, but like it was the Soviet Union and it was Afghanistan. There was like a communist party of Afghanistan, which was like pretty good, but still quite sexist or whatever. And then there was like, and then the Soviets came in or something to like support them or whatever. And then like they, the Mujahideen were given loads and loads of money and all that stuff. Charlie Wilson's clusterfuck. I don't know what that is, but maybe related. But all I know is that like Margaret Thatcher and all the, you know, Ronald Reagan as well, like gave so much money to like the Mujahideen to like fight the communists, and then the Mujahideen either split or they were already like a disliked party when they took control. Like they you know, they basically like forced the communists out and shit like that. You don't need to remind me about fucking Rambo 3, man. You don't need to remind me about fucking Rambo 3. For those of you that don't know, the last fucking like scene of Rambo 3 when it ends, it says like, this film is dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan or whatever it is. So cringe. But yeah, so like, you know, it's and that like fucking, you know, has basically resulted in what you have now in Afghanistan and what you have back then in Afghanistan, which is just like fucking vile. You know, when you talk about like patriarchy, like holy shit, man, the Taliban are just fucking absolutely vile. Like absolutely vile. If you want to watch if you want to read a good book about the Taliban and the kind of stuff that they force women to do, and not just the Taliban, just like, you know, misogyny in Afghanistan. Like there is a book called 1,000 Suns, or The Setting of 1,000 Suns, or 1,000 Suns, or something like that. I can't remember it, but I read it and it was a really, really moving book. It's a great story. That's why H-Bum fucking said that. Yeah. Will have been a reference to that. Yeah.
Anywhere American...
Oh, sorry. Charlie Wilson's War is a Tom Hanks movie about the U.S. congressman whose idea this whole thing was, and what a hero he and the CIA were. Right. Yeah. Okay. I gotta watch that movie. I've heard of that before.
Imperialism steps, violence against women, sex trafficking and buying of women, the rape and murder of women runs rampant. Yes, that isn't exclusive to
1,000 Splendid Suns is what it's called. 1,000 Splendid Suns.
Just American imperialism. That is just a feature of imperialism of
Khaled
capitalism
Hosseini
in general. But America.
Khaled Hosseini is the author. Really, no, not The Warmth of Other Suns. This author also did a book called The Kite Runner, which I think was adapted into a film. I've not seen the film and I've not read the book, but I want to read the book because it's supposedly about similar stuff. So I want to check that out.
Capitalists are one of the wealthiest sex trade profiteers in this world, are the head of many massive corporations dedicating to enforcing and appeasing patriarchal beauty standards across the world. American capitalists own some of the largest evangelical missionary groups, which spread
Thanks for the follow.
reactionary, misogynist religious bullshit across the global south, all of which has deadly ramifications for women everywhere. That is why this confused me. Also, it confused me because does that mean that Barbie Land's government is literally just the United States in pink, with capitalist women in charge? Does the Barbie White House cabinet, the Pink House cabinet, if you will, also impose starvation sanctions?
There's a link to the
Barbie
book
Cubans
on Wikipedia
Barbie
page.
comrades in hopes of inspiring a color revolution? Does the Pink House bomb the Barbies of the global south for sparkly pink oil for their hot pink fighter jets? Are there Barbie lobbyists? Are there United States of Barbie Land bases across the world to maintain their country's hegemony Barbie worldwide? Does the global South, and let alone any country except the United States of Barbieland, even exist in this liberal feminist utopia? Or is the liberal feminist utopia a world under the united evil empire of Barbieland?
Right.
Small critique. Of course, they made the anti-capitalist character a moody teenager who doesn't...
Yeah. This is what Verily Bitchy was saying. Like, the way that character is, like, portrayed is immediately, like, this person is annoying and bad and wrong and cringe, you know?
Understand the world yet and is rude to her mom and comes from what some would consider a privileged working class background. They purposely tried to make Sasha look ridiculous for spitting absolute bars. What they're trying to do by depicting her that way is to suggest that she's delusional and we shouldn't listen to people like her when talking about women's liberation.
Right.
But honestly, even though she seemed like a baby leftist and the people who wrote her character were obviously libs, she was the only one in this movie making sense.
Like, imagine writing a baby leftist, someone with leftist infantile disorder, as coined by Lenin back in the day, and like the most stupid argument that you could come up with them to like come up with, you know, in their, like, you know, they've not quite thought about it, they just, you know, think they're doing something, is like all the stuff that every fucking leftist talks about. Like, every fucking leftist, like, no one is seeing a take like that and going like, I see where you're coming from, I understand it's come from a good place, but you need to sort of think about this a little more from a materialist standpoint, and you know, ask yourself how much harm is actually going on. No one is doing that. Everyone who like listens to like something that like that character has said is going like, based, you know, like everything that you know, Marxism Today has said that she said. Anyway, I've not seen the film yet, so I'll have to reserve my own like final opinion on this. But you know, we'll check it out. We'll check it out, and we'll see. I'll take the word for it. Take Anna's word for it.
And okay,
Yeah.
Final comment. The Mom Gloria's storyline resolutions the problem of being mistreated, exploited, and overlooked at work by her misogynist prick bosses sucked ass. Total letdown. I don't even feel like there was a resolution. Gloria just suggested a new idea for a Barbie, which the executive director of Mattel immediately said no to until someone mentioned it would sell, so I guess they just profited off her idea without even promoting her or anything for it. The only resolution you could say was achieved, even from a liberal perspective, is that she had her voice heard by the executives, but even that is just underwhelming.
She finally felt seen, valid, and other liberal platitudes that offer shallow acknowledgements without ever actually addressing the root cause of oppression.
Right.
Such a powerful resolution. But yeah, good points. I also want to talk a bit about how fascism is presented in the film.
Oh yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier how Gloria's anti-capitalist teenage daughter, Sasha, called Barbie a fascist at one point in the film. In response to this, Barbie goes off by herself, visibly upset.
That is what liberals do when you say that they're being bad. They don't go, whoa, why? They just run off crying, right? That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck if that actually happens.
Supposedly refutes the idea that she could be a fascist based on a pretty harmfully incorrect definition of fascism. This misrepresentation of fascism was one of the major flaws in this film.
Oh no, dude. Oh
despite
no.
the fact that it was really only just a minor quip.
Oh no.
In ostensibly combating the idea that she's a fascist, Barbie declares, "I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce."
What?
As though these are the core essential features of fascism. This just really comes across as a smug neoliberal's understanding of fascism, rather than any kind of objective material analysis of what fascism
Christ almighty.
It's something that's inserted into the film to sound intelligent, but actually is deeply misinformed. And this incorrect...
Damn, so, you know, Barbie is also a stupid person's idea of a smart film, just like Oppenheimer, right?
Definition ultimately hurts not fascism, but socialism.
I'm being overly critical. Don't pay any attention to me, chat.
This makes it sound
a
like
liberal's version of a smart film, you know. It's presented as more of the first times Barbie confronts someone who doesn't kiss her ass, is mean to her and she can't handle it. Barbenheimer trope continues. Yeah, these movies are within cells, interlinked, within cells, interlinked.
Having nationalised railways and state control over the production and distribution of commodities is fascism, when these in reality would actually be socialist aspects.
Right.
Elements from the MCM prime capitalist circuit described in Marx's Capital. And indeed, these aspects are even present in many regular social democracies.
Right, yeah. Make your mind up, Barbie. Yeah, you know, if we're talking about like state control of you know, transportation and shit like that. Okay, Macron's government is fascist. I agree. Actually, I agree wholeheartedly.
Of course, we did see these elements to certain degrees in various fascist countries. Fascists have no problem with centre-left economic policies in certain regards, sometimes for certain people, such as whites, non-Jews, and so on and so forth. But the key feature of fascism in reality is the negation of...
What's that? Vod! Thank you so much for the £4.13. What did she say? Hey-o. Thank you so much for the £4. Wait, what was that? £4? Yeah, £4.13. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Chat, if you've enjoyed your time here, if you have enjoyed the stream, if you've laughed, if you've learned something, if you just want to see me succeed, please consider subbing off Twitch. Here's the command. It means that not only can I eat, but I can also pay my bills and my rent. It also means that 100% of the money that you donate to the stream will go directly to me, your boy, Donkus Muel, rather than 50% of a sub on Twitch going to Twitch. So consider that. And Twitch is not a great platform, you know, for helping out smaller streamers or making marginalized streamers feel safe, etc., etc. The list goes on. Oh boy, maybe I should do a refresher stream about, you know, just how bad Twitch is at some stage. But we'll see. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
Of bourgeois democracy, or the dissolution of democracy, into the open terrorist dictatorship of finance capital. Fascism is the ideology of imperialism in decay. In other words, capitalist society or bourgeois society can exist in two forms. Liberal democracy at one end of the spectrum and open fascist dictatorship at the opposite end of the spectrum. Both are ultimately forms of bourgeois states that protect private property primarily. At each end of this spectrum, you can have a range of eclectic positions thrown into the mix, and a fairly wide array of economic policies, even under fascist dictatorship, that range from neoliberalism, such as Pinochet's Chile, to economically centre-left social democracy, minus the democracy of course, in instances like the beginnings of Nazi Germany. Using the incorrect definition of fascism suggested in Barbie here is basically just arguing in favour of privatisation and letting the invisible hand of the free market handle everything.
There it is, chat.
The absolute basics needed for humanity to survive. It's an argument for laissez-faire capitalist economics. Which is especially ironic given that the word privatisation itself was first used to describe the economic policies of Nazi Germany.
Is that true? Is that true? I didn't know. I'll be interested in a Twitch critique as I don't know much about it. I mean, like, look, the sub off Twitch idea is not my idea. It's from a great streamer called Wreck-It Raven. She's absolutely amazing. You know, everybody should go follow Raven. She's so cool. But her and a bunch of other streamers, marginalized streamers, because there was a bunch of hate raids going on, and there was no response from Twitch, awful response from Twitch. You know, foot placed in mouth every fucking time they talked about it, and just nothing to be sort of like, you know, done about those specific scenarios. Thanks for the follow, by the way. And sub off Twitch was like a way to sort of like, you know, try and get people to move funds off Twitch and shit. And because personally I've not seen much of a fucking movement about some of the terrible things that they've done, and them also make other terrible decisions in the meantime, I've decided to keep it and adopt it still. So that's my story with the history of it. But there's a lot more to it. And I did a video on white supremacists in Twitch chats. So, you know, if you want to go ahead and, you know, check some of that out, you can check out my video. It's called There Are White Supremacists in Your Twitch Chat. Hold up. How do I get my YouTube channel up? There it is. Socials. Yeah, the first YouTube channel there, so.
Not exactly a useful piece of anti-fascist social commentary there.
Yeah, definitely
but
not.
But building on these criticisms, what does the Barbie film tell us about the changing face of capitalism itself today?
Capitalists will continue to try to acknowledge the...
Crabadick says, "Oi, look, it's woke Simon Whistler." Right, I don't even know who that is. So, you know, first of all, woke, like, yeah, I'm pretty woke, man. Yeah. Buzzing, that's true. Also, don't know who that is, so complete failure. You know, you got a couple more chances though, man. You got a couple more chances. Come on, let's see it. Well, what else you got, bro?
Capitalist system's ills, as well as show its worth to people. In this movie's case, to women, by presenting itself as a means to empower women. That having more female executives at Mattel coming up with new products to sell to children can help threaten the patriarchy. It shows an alternative world where women aren't oppressed, Barbie land, and yet capitalism is still intact. This is a utopia, an unscientific hope that is presented as just out of reach, the world behind the glass ceiling. It makes women yearn for that, instead of total liberation from class society, because they believe that farce is more achievable than the overthrow of class society.
Right.
It is not.
Agreed. But overall, I think the film's a testament to the ability of capitalism to adapt to and co-opt progressive movements to its own benefit. In other words, to profit off of the steady march of social progress. Described by some as a 2-hour-long advertisement, the movie's more or less about...
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, chat, that's what it is, right?
Socially conscious modern consumer base. Due to the movie's supposed self-awareness, progressive parents can now buy pro-feminist Barbies for their children.
Yeah, verily bitchy was speaking a lot about this.
Baggage of Barbie's problematic past, and so on. Despite the leftist window dressing and the entertaining of certain anti-capitalist elements, this film ultimately co-opts the more radical elements of feminism and brings them back into a safe, capitalist-friendly framework. Ultimately serving to reinvigorate the brand of Barbie itself for a new era wherein liberal feminism is itself a hegemonic part of the capitalist superstructure. And look, don't get me wrong, in the same way that I'll take liberal democracy over fascist dictatorship, I'll certainly take liberal feminism being the norm over the more extreme reactionary anti-feminism that's been dominant for centuries.
True, yeah.
But ultimately, the solution for ending patriarchal oppression once and for all will only be found in the destruction of class society itself and the private property upon which it's based.
Hell yeah.
And so, this brings us to our final question, and definitely the most important. Anna, what would you rate the Barbie movie out of 10, and why?
I give it a 7 out of 10. I liked the music, the acting was funny, and I enjoyed watching the film. But I have just as many critiques as I have praises. How about you, Paul?
I think that's pretty fair. If I was to rate this film solely on entertainment and how much fun it was, I'd go right ahead and give it a 10 out of 10, because frankly, I loved it. However, if I were to rate the film based on its politics, it'd be a much more modest 6 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, between the fun on the one hand and the politics on the other, I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10. Meaning, between the two of us, the official Marxism Today score for Barbie is, drumroll please, 7.5 out of 10.
Buzz in.
All in all, the film was a surprisingly good time, but it needs to go further in its feminist critique. The next step now after this film is for viewers to grab themselves a copy of Anuradha Gandhi's Philosophical Trends in the Feminist Movement and get studying proletarian feminism. Because
yeah, you heard him, chat. I'm terrible with recommendations, so now I'm unfortunately never going to read this book. But those of you that don't have ODD, get involved. Get involved.
Only socialism is truly capable of bringing about full and complete liberation from patriarchal oppression.
It's true. It's
Greta Gerwig, embrace the immortal science of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Marxism Today. If you want to support our independent left-wing media, consider joining our Patreon. You know you want to. The link is in the description box below, and as always,
like, comment, and subscribe.
Thank you to our current supporters.
Gurmiel Magwiv, agus Slongfo.
There you go. There you go, chat. That was a cool video. Yeah, I quite like Marxism today. I didn't think... I thought there was a bit of a cringe critique that they did of how to blow up a pipeline, but yeah, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm all over it. That was a good video. Chat, listen, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, so don't go nowhere, but unless you gotta go to the toilet yourself, have a stretch your legs, have some food, have some water, get a snack, all that shit, take your meds. Don't forget, chat, I'll be back in a tick, and then we got some more content to go through. All right, we're back. Cap Curve says, I love how the folks who invaded, colonized, massacred, enslaved now depict themselves as the victims by making it all about capitalism and class, but basic humanity has never been a priority for Anglos. Who are you talking about that's doing this in relevance to this stream, my friend? Because I don't know anything about that YouTube channel that we just watched. If you got some shit that we don't know about him, then we won't be promoting him anymore. But like, the thing that you're talking about is real, but like, what, you talking about me? My dinner alarm is gonna go soon. It is, you know, I should put the fucking, yeah. I'm gonna check, I'm gonna get it done. Gonna get it done. Thanks for the hydrate. Thanks for the blue fella. Yeah. We'll do a bit of that. Oh, let's check in chat. How are we doing? Oh my gosh. Discross says about Barbie, I gave it a 6 out of 10. Entertaining enough that I'd watch it if there's nothing else on TV, but not something I'd put on deliberately. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that kind of makes me like not want to go to the cinema and watch it, even though I think I'd have a good time. Always take care of your streamers like Tamagotchis. It's true. She looks after me so much, chat. I appreciate you, Awesomeo. Twitter will add an ID verification where you need a government-issued ID. Oh, so they're doing an end to online anonymity. So they're doing what the Tories wanted and shit like that, right? Haven't seen the film yet. Still avoiding the plague. My mental health has been garbage. Yeah, fair enough, Boothby. Yeah. Completely valid. I'm X then. Going the South Korea route, I see. Is that a thing in South Korea? Nuts. Fucking crazy, man. Still a result of Western imperialism. I consent to X sharing my ID image, including biometric data. What the fuck? Sounds like they're doing an end to I don't even know how to say that. Twitter, who knows? Genuinely surprised Twitter is still even functioning after a year of mismanagement. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's kind of not, right? It's kind of really, really doing badly at that, you know? We're not it's not having a good time. Right, let me just get the title ready for the next bit of the stream. Wasn't going to watch it in the movies, but I was on a date and we got to talking about it. There was a showing in 25 minutes, so we went for it. Oh, cool. Gotcha. Really, I've managed to cut down significantly since getting my Blue Sky. Yeah. Yeah, Blue Sky's the one. Blue Sky's the best. It's the best option we got now, you know what I mean? You don't want to end up on Threads. You don't want to end up on Facebook. Like, fucking hell. I couldn't think of anything worse than going on Threads. It keeps trying to get me to go on Threads when I go on Instagram. It keeps saying like, "Hey, did you know your friends just posted on Threads for the first time?" Fucking fuck off. Like, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm never gonna use it, man. I'm never gonna use it. I actually watched Ro Ramdan's video about the metaverse, which I think is about a year old at this point. And that was really good. There was a lot of good stuff about like why you definitely shouldn't use Threads in that video, even though Threads hadn't been invented yet. I have complicated feelings about anonymity on massive, highly influential platforms. I mean, look, it sounds like a good idea to leftists, right? Because then maybe some of the people doing anti-Semitism, racism, all the nasty things could possibly have some kind of accountability for it, right? But they're not going to use it for that. They're going to use it to send leftists to jail. That's what they're going to do. They're going to use it to send people who say that we should like think about unionizing to prison, or they're going to just ban people, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you get banned once, you're not coming back. No alt accounts without online anonymity, you know what I mean? You can't just like get another like fake ID. Right, it's also about data harvesting as well. It's literally like the next thing you know, yeah, your phone will be listening to you while you got the Twitter app open, talking to like your friend or your partner or your parents or some shit like that, your siblings, saying like, damn, yeah, I've been thinking about getting one of those air fryers. And then you just bombarded with like leaflets, right? Not even like targeted ads. Leaflets through your door about air fryers. Leaflets through your fucking door. You know? Agreed, but I also don't think those platforms are a good place for marginalized groups to organize past a certain point. Yeah, but it won't even be organizing groups, dude. It will be just like people saying we should, we should think about unionizing. It will be shit like that. Trust me, man. Like, they already kind of did that shit. They arrested that fucking anarchist dude who said, socialists should train with guns because the right are going to start shooting people. He didn't even say we should shoot fascists. He just said we should, like, learn to defend ourselves. And they put him in jail. He's still in jail. I think he might have been released, but they put him in jail. You know? But anyway, I understand what you mean. But they're already doing that shit. Right, you can organize in a different space. If they can connect the account to your person, the account still goes. Right, yeah. Hey, Layla, how's it going? Miss everyone? Yeah, miss you too. Hope you're doing well. Now you've said that, the leaflets are going to show up at my door. I'm sorry if I just, like, triggered anyone's Alexa or whatever. Don't have Alexas. Like, you know, I don't know if, like, Alexas are, like, good for disabled people. Like, probably. I don't know. But, like, you know, if you can avoid getting one of those things, like, fucking... Honestly, I couldn't think of anything worse. Yeah, your Amazon ads are now going to be for leaflets. Yeah. Hello, Blinkerbell. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Siri is more than enough surveillance. Right, this is the thing. You can't even fucking turn Siri off on your phone. It's fucking dog shit. Actual dog shit. I want to share this video in the chat with everybody. Amazon Eye or whatever security cameras, don't do them. Oh yeah, well, Ring phones and shit. Ring phones as well. You listen on headphones, you don't have any digital assistants. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Anyway, the link is in the chat for it. It's just above the Red Planet shout out. For the next video we're gonna watch, it's Zoe B, another awesome content creator. Please like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff. Please support our friends, our comrades. Yeah, this is a video called "It's Not the End of the World," and I don't think it's gonna be talking about some of the stuff according to one who reads in the chat that Sophie's video talks about, but we're going to watch it all the same because I think it's important to have a variety of opinions, despite what people who come into my chat and call me woke, Robert Whistler, whoever that is, think about me. So there you go. It's still not the end. And maybe we're going to have, I don't know, maybe we're gonna have a content warning for like existential dread, existential stuff in this one, slash fascism, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. But that's where we're up to. Simon Whistler, Robert Whistler, John Whistler, who fucking cares? You know? That video was so nice, started cleaning up and sorting out after watching Zoe. Oh yeah, wait, what? It's pretty late, already watched it. Good night, chat. Oh, Discrotter, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you, as always. I'm really happy you enjoyed The World Is Not Ending reaction bod. But anyway, here we go, chat. We're going to check out this video.
My entire childhood, I was obsessed with the end of...
Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened then? Chat, what the fuck just happened then?
For effectively...
I think the closed captions are like a bit fucked. What the fuck was that? Yeah, take that off on your fucking Bingus card, man. Christ alive. Simon Whistler narrates the popular Today I Found Out YouTube channel. I think he just has a similar accent. Not sure why that chatter said that. Well, that chatter was clearly a fucking cringe conservative, right? So who fucking cares? Anyway, let's crack on.
My entire childhood, I was obsessed with the end of the world. I watched all the great disaster movies of the mid-2000s and
no
the
bingers,
endless
no
supply
bingers.
of zombie media. I read every age-appropriate...
Hello, avidly watching this. How you doing?
...get my hands on, and also all of the age...
I know, Fraser, yeah.
Like, I read The Stand when I was 12, and it was literally traumatizing.
I've heard The Stand is, like, really good, but... like she says, traumatizing.
I also read the entire Children's Left Behind series, checked it out.
Yeah, I think you're right, Awesome, yeah.
Library. I even loved just imagining the end of the world and playing pretend in it.
I thought
went
so,
out into the
Gumbo.
woods and pretended to forage for survival. I gathered acorns and imagined bartering them for produce harvested by other primitive post-civilization people. Anytime we lost power or had a tornado warning, I
The
was
Stand is
actually
exhausting.
excited. I got a genuine thrill out
It's
of
Stephen King, right? It's Stephen King. Or someone. It's one of those older authors, I don't know.
deciding which blankets and toys I would want to have.
Or am I thinking of The
my world
Strand?
ended. For a while, when people asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, I told them I wanted to be an eschatologist, a scholar of end times. Honestly, I kind of wanted the world to end. Looking back on this with a few years of therapy under my belt, it's obvious that this obsession came from a lot of pent-up anxiety. I mean, I was kind of...
I'm a King stan and ready to hold forth on anything he's written before 2010. Strand type book. Just replied to a Stephen King X. Ooh, spooky. Has some tropes. Oh yeah, all fucking Stephen King shit does. Yeah, he's a white guy who wrote shit in the 80s, you know? I'm not trying to you know, hush any criticism of him, but like, yeah, obviously there's gonna be some stupid shit in there.
An anxious mess as a kid. But in my defense, it's not like this fixation happened in a void. I consumed that media because that was the media that was being made and advertised in the 2000s and early 2010s. To put it in perspective, in the space of just 6 years, we saw the release of The Day After Tomorrow, Shaun of the Dead, the Dawn of the Dead remake, the War of the Worlds remake, the final 4 books in the Left Behind Kids series, the entire Hunger Games trilogy, the book and subsequent film adaptations of The Road and World War Z, both seasons of Jericho, Children of Men, I Am Legend, The Day the Earth Stood Still, 2012, Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, Zombieland, The Book of Eli, and the first season of The Walking Dead.
Christ.
These were also the prime years for...
Although technically you could say that like a bunch of those things were like remakes or adaptations from things years ago. But I see what she's saying. There was a big fucking hype in it. You know what I mean? I get it. Mostly bangers. I agree. Mostly bangers.
Conservative talk.
When you're on a lot of coke and a white guy, you're writing 1,200 pages. The quantity of being a white guy and coke kind of... That's what I know. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. You've misread my criticism. I wasn't saying he's a white guy in the 80s and that's a good thing. You know? I know about the thing in It. I know about the scene that everybody talks about in It. Yes, I know he did that. Yes. Very, very fucking fucked. You know,
telling us that a violent takeover of the U.S. and later Obama.
Not making any excuses for it. I'm just saying I know there's some fucking insane shit in his books. I'm aware.
Coins and buckets of seeds. On the other side, we had An Inconvenient Truth, which premiered in 2006 and paved the way for more documentaries and PSAs warning us of the dangers of global warming and how our planet's on the brink of destruction. How could you not be filled with existential anxiety during these years? And the worst part is, while disaster movies may no longer be in vogue, we still have this feeling that things are reaching a fever pitch. Many of us still have...
Whoa. What do you mean Michael Jackson was a black guy in the 80s and then became a white girl in the 90s? Why do you think we tolerate any kind of shit like that? Well, you think you're making a joke? You think you're being fucking funny? Like, come on, man. Don't fucking dehumanize. Oh, what, lol? Alright, yeah, now you can't chat in the Twitch chat anymore. See you later, dude. Get fucked. We don't tolerate that kind of shit in here. Do you know what I mean? Became a white girl in the 90s. That's fucking stupid, man. Look, even I fucking, like, you know, say shit like, oh, you know, Michael Jackson wanted to be white and shit like that. But look, it's deeper than that, man. Do you know what I mean? It's not fucking like that. Fucking stupid. Like, fucking transphobia baked into that shit as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, here's a tip. Yeah, if you're, like, new coming into, like, some community and, like, you know, you think that, like, you want to, like, make a joke to be accepted and that. Yeah, you could do anything but that. Just be normal, innit? You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to make, like, cringe jokes being like, like, fucking cringe, man.
Anxieties. Clearly, it's not just me, but the entire American culture that's obsessed with the end of the world. Apocalyptic thinking is almost a part of our identity now. In fact, with how much we think about it and talk about it and examine it in our art, it's almost like we actively want the world to end. But why? Well, let's...
Chat, you know what I mean with that shit, right? Right. See where the edge is before being edgy. Right. It's not just me.
Explore the end of the world together. It's going to be a heavy one. We're going
like trying to say that Michael Jackson like isn't a black guy is just real cringe. Do you know what I mean?
to talk about
Or like wasn't a black guy, you know.
big themes and uncomfortable topics like violence, weapons, racism, colonialism, disasters, including 9/11 and Hurricane Katrina, death, existentialism.
Right,
and,
Middle Earth Marxism,
you
yeah.
know, the end of the world. But this video isn't going to be a total downer, and it's also not going to be a misanthropic, everything would be better if people just stopped existing thing. It's going to be an investigation of why we're obsessed with the end of the world. And
Obsessed with the end of the world because we can only see the end of the world and we can't see the end of capitalism. Damn! Chat, I gotta put my lamb shanks in the oven. Back in a sec, back in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna give you some music because this is gonna take a while. I gotta fucking, I gotta take some stuff out of fucking packaging and all that chat. Right, back in a tick. It won't be too long. Maybe 2 minutes. All right, see you in a sec. All right, chat. I'm almost back. Almost back. Okay. Okay. Unboxing stream? Listen, I don't normally eat lamb, yeah? I don't normally do that, but... I couldn't say no when it was so fucking cheap at Aldi. It's like a fucking... a red... Oh, this guy is back. Oh man, what have you got for us now, Rafa? Come on, man. It's you, buddy. It's you. You got our attention. Come on, let's see it. This guy's fucking funny as fuck. Are you done coping, Mr. Redcoat? Yeah, man. I'm coping so hard. Like you really got me, man. With the last few things that you said, bro. Like, yeah, man. You got me coping real hard. I find it real hard to like, you know, hang on to my like ideology after what you were saying. Like you got me, man. Like, you know, I'm ready to hang up the boots, man. Ready to hang up the boots. Also, like, yeah, you know, like the redcoats, like they would have loved everything that you're about, like, you know, wanting to make like Trump like some kind of like god emperor shit with like absolute power and all that stuff. They would have fucking loved you, dude. No. This isn't nah, man, this isn't a fucking This isn't the Climate Doomer one. This isn't the Climate Doomer one. This is just a cringe MAGA guy. Yeah. You're always welcome on Team MAGA. Yeah, you could use the support, couldn't you? You could. Very funny how you admit that you could use some more numbers. Damn, just 11,000 more votes. Could just do with 11,000 more votes, you know? That'll be great, you know? Another guy supporting Trump, Team Trump, man. Fucking funny, dude. I genuinely can't wait. To see what he says next, chat.
What that obsession says about us. And it's also going to be full of hope. Because here at what feels like the end of all things, hope is a very important thing to have.
She's right.
But before
She's right, and she should say it.
A quick shout out to the Human Restoration Project, who very kindly sponsored this video. The Human Restoration Project is a 501c3 educational nonprofit that strives to bring the humanity back into education. I've talked about them a couple times on this channel because I genuinely love and admire how they fight for progressive, liberatory education through practical, hands-on grassroots.
If you believe what you say about Trump, wouldn't you support him? You haven't listened to a thing I've said, man. I'm a working class guy, right? Everybody can see how much money I make. It's on my Patreon. It's on the fucking goal in the stream. You know what I mean? I don't fucking like these billionaires, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not a rube like you. I believe in like true working class liberation. Do you know what I mean? True working class liberation.
Efforts. Well, they have a virtual conference coming up, their second annual Conference to Restore Humanity, and this year's theme is Breaking the Doom Loop.
Most of what I hear Trump is going to destroy the country, etc. Isn't that the only chance of your communism ever happening? No, for a start. But also, secondly, have you considered that I care about people? Have you considered that I don't want your country to be destroyed? I would rather have your, like, you know, people, like, have true liberation and freedom and happiness and, like, healthcare and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I actually give a shit about humans. You know what I mean? I don't want people to go through, like, a Trump administration where people suffer. I don't want that. I would rather they avoid that. I don't want them to go through a Biden administration where people would suffer. You know, have you considered that?
It's totally.
You only care about people who think like you, though. Is that right? Is that true, Rafa? Why do you think I'm talking to you, dude? Why do you think I'm letting you hang out? Do you know what I mean? You're not in here and you're not saying like vile, racist, transphobic things. You're just talking about how much you love Donald Trump, right? So I'm giving you a bit. I'm giving you a bit of leeway to make fun. Yeah? But also, I believe that people can change. Genuinely. You know? This is exactly as dumb as you promised. Look, you know, like, this is the thing, man. Like, what you have to remember, yeah, is that, like, there are people who truly believe that Donald Trump is the savior of the working class. And that is fucked, right? That's fucked. Because he's making a fool out of you. He's making a complete fool out of you. Like, things will get far worse for you, man. Do you know what I mean? If you are, you know, if you're voting for Trump because you, like, hate trans people or, like, you hate black people and shit, yeah, you're not welcome anywhere near me, man. You're not welcome anywhere near this shit. But, you know, if you're just someone who truly believes that your life is going to get better under Trump because he's going to, like, do all these things and, like, somehow make something better, I actually really feel fucking sorry for you. Like, you know what I mean? I really feel sorry for you because you've been hoodwinked. You've been fucking hoodwinked. You know?
Completely forgot to mention the dates. It's from July 24th through the 27th.
They have a great lineup of speakers. And
we only vote Trump because he's the best of what we're offered. Have you considered not voting? Yeah? Have you considered working in your area, in community, with other people, trying to make people's lives better? Yeah? Volunteering, all that kind of stuff. Have you considered that you could build power outside of government? You know, like, you know, this is why it's crazy, yeah, because it's like, you know, people who normally support Trump will know this stuff. Like, that's why there are fascist street gangs like the Proud Boys that Trump, like, actively endorses. Do you know what I mean? And, like, they do attempt to build, like, a certain power outside of the government, right? You know what I mean? I thought you were going to say third party, but that's the same as not voting. Look, all voting is the same. All voting is the same. Doesn't matter who you vote for. It's a game. It's rigged, dude. Do you know what I mean? What do you think this is? You think this is some kind of like, you know, wonderful place where you can, like, you know, have everything that you want? Like, no, dude. The capitalist class is, like, fundamentally rigging the game against all of us. Absolutely fucking all of us.
And Q&As and workshops, all about how we can break the spell of doomerism, find hope for the future, and then use that hope as a platform to make real change. This conference is
pretty based
for both K-12 and college educators, and honestly, just for anyone who's even just, like, interested in education. And they have worked really hard to make sure that the entire conference is sustainable, accessible, affordable, and collaborative. They asked me to extend an invitation to my audience because I know that a lot of you are education nerds who are really into this kind of stuff. And what's even better is if you use the code ZOEB, you'll get $25 off your registration price, and I will also get a direct kickback for each registration that uses my code. So if you want to both save money yourself and help to directly support my work, then be sure to use code ZOEB, that is ZOEBEE, all one word.
Okay, I wanted to watch the rest of that because it seemed like a pretty based sponsor, but we're going to skip the rest of that.
The apocalypse, shall we?
Go support Zoe B, everybody.
To allow ourselves to be seduced by the story of apocalypse is like clutching the railing of a sinking ship. The solid feel of the familiar wood and metal may make you feel more secure, but to survive, you have to get off the ship. When we imagine the apocalypse, we imagine some great cataclysmic event. Gargantuan natural disasters, widespread death, panic, and violence, governments fall apart, and soon it's every man for himself. And even though this would be objectively terrible if it were to happen, we love imagining stuff like it, right? And sure, the details change depending on who's telling the story or what kind of disaster rhetoric is currently in vogue, but we tell these kinds of stories all the time. But why? Dr. Mary Manjikin argues that apocalyptic literature offers us a way of thinking beyond our own situatedness. Through imagining the death of the state, we are freed from our bodily attachment to it. We, the survivors, are able to look upon the state as a body. And
right. And this is why, like, you know, when Mark Fisher talks about capitalist realism, like, people can only imagine the end of the world, not the end of capitalism. Like, that's why they imagine the end of the world, right? I don't know if this is what Mark Fisher talks about, but Zoe's like hit on something, or this person, Mary Manjikian, or whatever her name was, has hit on something like truly like, correct here, right? Because it's like, oh, well, if the world ends, then no more government. Yeah? Right? And that's good because the government sucks, right? And there's no more cops. That's great because they suck, But it's so fucking funny because it's like the, post-apocalyptic future where everybody dies, or, we can just have that now. It's like, yeah, there's no way. We just can't have any kind of a future without capitalism, right?
See not only where it is now, but the sum total of its life. And this makes sense, because, you see, the word apocalypse actually comes from the ancient Greek word for revealing or uncovering, which you will learn over and over and over and over if you read literally any piece of writing about the apocalypse.
Right, yeah.
They all say it. It's like it's a requirement.
Thoughts on Ayn Rand? She's cringe.
It's really
She's cringe.
giving,
The books are cringe. She's cringe.
Starting your 5th grade book report with a dictionary definition energy. Like, what distinct vibes. So, according to Dr. Manjikian and the definition of the word apocalypse, we are using all of this apocalyptic media to reflect on our society. So, what does this reflection actually show us? When we look down at the body of the world, what do we see? Well, a lot of researchers and writers and even YouTubers who have talked about the apocalypse see something terrible. The world represented by our apocalyptic media is hyper-masculine and violent, overwhelmingly white and Western, and focused on rugged individualism. Doomsday movies always focus on how disasters affect the US, the UK, and other countries in the global north, and they follow the stories of straight, white, upper-middle-class protagonists. Prepper shows, and the people who talk about them, focus on mostly white, mostly male survivalists who have guns and seeds and booby traps. People who are only out for themselves and obviously just want an excuse to shoot people. All that media shows a world full of people who can't wait for apocalyptic destruction.
Right.
It gives a stage to our selfishness, our obsession with individualism over community, our refusal to acknowledge perspectives outside of the conventional white Western heteronormative one. You just have to watch these shows and movies and you'll see all the worst parts of our society on display. If you take all of this research at face value, then yes, our apocalyptic media.
Like it's kind of an apocalyptic movie, and it's another Stephen King one. But The Mist, right? That's like a very, very actually great example of what she's talking about, right? Spoilers for The Mist. I'm gonna say what it is in about 5 seconds. So maybe come back after 5 minutes if you don't want to be spoiled by The Mist, but you've already been spoiled by Barbie and other fucking movies while you've been in this, so I don't even fucking know. But anyway, in The Mist, at the end, basically they think there's no hope, the government's not coming to save them, the military's not coming, nothing's gonna happen, no one's gonna sort all this shit out, and so they're in a car and this guy basically shoots everybody, including his son, and then he's about to kill himself, and then he sees all these army trucks and shit coming, and they've got loads of guns and they've killed loads of these things, right? And I'm not saying that the army's going to come and save us from capitalism, but there's a bit of a commentary to be had about doomerism there, right? Climate doomerism. I'll just give up, fuck it all off, it's never going to work, no one's going to save us, and then out of the mist come the fucking communists, right? In case you missed The Mist.
We're all terrible, and we want the world to end because we're selfish monsters who can't see past our own biases or who just want their apocalyptic theory to be proven right. But
yeah, she just spoke about the stand rapper.
Important to keep in mind is that our media
before you got here,
necessarily a representation of our actual behaviors, beliefs, and societal norms. Like Richard G. Mitchell Jr. puts it in his seminal book, Dancing at Armageddon, Survivalism and Chaos in Modern Times, there is value in survivalist texts, but advertisements for products and services must not be read as destinations, only signposts, not as evidence of survivalist interests, only of survivalist-oriented marketing. Any study of survivalism must confront the tension between sentiments and acts, words and deeds, what survivalists say or are claimed to have said, and what they do. In other words, just because we see something represented in our media, whether it's our disaster movies or our prepper shows or advertisements on the internet, that's not always actually representative of reality. Actions speak louder than words, and especially when it comes to reality television, even actions can be contrived for entertainment. So even if those writers' interpretations aren't 100% wrong, it's still important to consider what else we might be misinterpreting about the end of the world and our apocalyptic tendencies. And when I started digging into what we actually know about the end of the world as a historical cultural artifact, as a media trope, and as a nebulous but terrifying cataclysmic event, a lot of that information contradicts many of our assumptions and beliefs about the apocalypse. We clearly have this obsession. We have all of these cultural feelings. But what's less clear is why we have them and what they really say about us.
Right.
So, in order to get to the root of why we want the world to end, we first need to dispel some common myths, like, but Zoe, so what if we want the world to end? This isn't anything unique. All cultures have apocalypse myths. We've always been obsessed with the end of the world.
All right, this is pretty good.
Have what appears to be an apocalypse myth. We have the oft-misinterpreted Mayan calendar that gave us the whole 2012 thing. We have the Norse event of Ragnarok, a huge final battle in which even gods will be killed, bringing about the end of the world. And of course, there's the Christian
That is what God of War is about,
story of
chat.
Revelation, which envisions a final judgment of all humanity, and life as we know it ends, existing instead as heaven on earth. And all of these stories look like true apocalypses, and at least one of them is. But this view of apocalypses as single cataclysmic events, events from which there is no return, is actually a pretty modern invention. Many ancient cultures didn't
Huge
so much
capitalist
believe
classic
in
lately, yeah.
a big apocalypse that would end the world once and for all, but instead believed in...
No, Rafa, that's not what she's saying. She's not saying that people who make movies about the apocalypse means that people want the world to end. She's talking about how lots of us have an obsession with apocalyptic media and what that means, right?
cycles. They believed that the world went through
Thanks for the follow, by the way.
which are destructive, but it always eventually circled back around. The Mayan calendar didn't predict the end of the world, just a shift from one part of the cycle to another. Ragnarok would cause the deaths of several gods and see the entire earth flooded, but it would eventually dry up, and the surviving gods and humans would come back together and repopulate. Or consider the Hindu yugas, the different phases or ages that the world goes through every 432,000 years. Several Native American cultures have also had this kind of cyclical view of things. Sure, the world might end, but you'll have somewhere new to go, some new kind of earth to inhabit. So
right, it was never about like a final nail in the coffin for humanity. It was always about like transcending or like things changing. And in fact, like a lot of like, you know, apocalypse things were like misinterpretations because like white people like mistranslated them and shit, like after literally murdering anyone who spoke the original language and shit like that, you know. And so like just like having the old understanding of things like, you know, the Mayan calendar, the 2012 thing or whatever it is, I feel like it's actually like about like a big change and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Hey Ashran, how's it going? Heaven on earth is a stateless, moneyless, classless society, isn't it? It's true. It's true. Like Waterworld was finding a new world. I fucking love Waterworld. I fucking love that movie. It's actually really good. Who says anyone living in the old world would survive to live in the new? Right.
Endings and more about change. In many traditional Native American myths, humanity has to physically relocate and
right,
adapt their
Ashran,
lifestyles
right.
to meet whatever new kind of world awaits them on the other side of the cycle. The reason why many older cultures held these beliefs and most contemporary people don't is because of a fundamental difference in how we understand time. As Matthew Barrett Gross and Mel Gillis explain in their book The Last Myth,
The novelization of Waterworld. What the fuck? What are you on about? Waterworld novels. Stop it. These things don't exist, man. Stop it. No way. Waterworld, a novel. Stop it. Waterworld, the novel. A novel. Is the paperback novelization of the 1995 film with the same name, written by Max Allan Collins. Collins reworked the film script by Peter Rader, David Twee, Mark Norman, and Joss Whedon to form the basis of the novel. Ooh, so how is it different? How did he change it? Why is it funny? Oh no, are you just laughing because like we like the same thing? It's not that funny. Is it good? Is it actually based? Is it fun? Because I might read this. Collins reworked the editions. Differences between film and novel. To be completed. It doesn't say. It's good? I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna fucking read that shit. The only thing I don't like about Waterworld is that they say that like Kevin Costner's character. Kevin Costner's character is like someone who suffers racism without being racialized, right? It's just a white guy that has gills. You know, the racism he gets is from being a mutant rather than, you know, they're trying to do a commentary about racism, but it's just like a white guy who's a bit different, you know?
All of human history, humanity has held a circular view of time. The understanding that the universe goes through periods of birth, renewal, decay, and death. Periods that repeat endlessly, just as the seasons and diurnal cycles repeat themselves endlessly. This is due partially...
It's better than the film because it gets into the characters' heads and shows their ideology. Explicitly, the smokers represent the internal consumption ideology that ruined the Earth in the first place. Right, like the climate behemoth. Yeah, like the Mad Max road warriors and the fella that controls the water. I can't remember his name. Yeah. Suburbia-friendly race discourse for the time, right.
The fact that we often based our understanding of the world on nature, and nature is full of cycles, but it's also partially because many traditional societies conceived of themselves...
Immortan Joe, why did you both say that at the same time? What is that? Is that something she just said?
Themselves endlessly.
What is this? Immortan Joe? What's this? You can't just type words into the chat. I don't know what that means. Immortan Joe. Oh, the Mad Max guy that controls the water. Sorry. Have you watched In Defense of Inefficiency on the stream, Muel? Zoe B is great. I've not, but I do want to watch more Zoe B stuff, and that sounds pretty good. Might check that out tomorrow, maybe. So this guy's name is Immortan Joe. Okay,
to the
gotcha.
fact that we often based our understanding of the
Wasn't he an actor in the original Mad Max films, like the original Mad Max trilogy as well? Hugh Keys Byrne. That's the actor. He was a member of the Royal Shakespeare Company. He was born in India. Oh, he was born in British India. Oh dear. Midsummer Night's Dream, The Man from Hong Kong, Mad Dog Morgan, Death Train. Yeah, Toe Cutter in Mad Max 1979. Yeah, he's Toe Cutter. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay.
On nature, and nature is full of cycles, but it's also partially because many traditional societies conceived of themselves through myth.
I like how I said, like, I don't know who that guy's name is, and like the helpful, friendly people in the chat were like, Immortan Joe, and I'm like, why are you typing random words in the chat? What are you on about?
Myth as an explanation of how the world
Sorry.
can be and why it functions the way it does. And importantly, they saw their own lives as reenactments of myths. Whatever humans did was simply a replication, a ritual reenactment of what the gods had done or were doing. When someone planted a crop, he or she was
We've
simply
come to expect
replicating
such
the
treatment.
moment.
No, I'm nice. I'm nice to my chatters. I'm nice. Don't make this about me being cruel. A cruel strimmer who does not care.
Themselves had first planted crops in the story of creation. People conceived of themselves and their world through
I'm a
myths.
good strimmer.
Myths are often focused on creation, not destruction. They explain how things
I'm
came
sorry
to
I'm
be,
so cruel to you,
not how
chat.
they will end. They tell the stories of
I do. I love you all.
endings.
I do love
Even
you all.
when there were endings,
you know?
those endings were usually
Hey, Ragdadjin, how's it going? Long time no see.
beginnings. The
What's
world
up?
only ends so it can begin again anew. In a culture where it was important to understand and follow the teachings of those
It's not a Kira stream. I'm a friendly, nice chatter. I'm a good guy. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not like cruel Kira. You know?
myths, there was often little regard for endings. People just didn't
I just
really
rubbed
waste
something
time
cringe in
worrying
my eyes,
about
chat.
a
I'm
final,
like,
cataclysmic, ultimate
spicy
end
eye.
from which no new beginning would arise. Because time just didn't work that way for them. That other type of thinking, that very linear view of time with one beginning and one ending, didn't really come about
mean mom and cool dad.
until the birth of the Abrahamic religions. Now, I am not going to get into the entire history of Judaism or Christianity because A,
I'm gonna tell her that.
I'm not an expert
I'm
in
gonna tell her
Judaism
that.
and B, a deep dive history detour would probably take way too long, and this script is already 4,000 words longer than I want it to be. Anyway, suffice it to say, for a lot of reasons, Judaism
Yes,
was really the
that's
first
right,
religion to
that's
have a
right,
set
that's
and
right.
linear view of time. They believed that God
Immortan
was
Muel.
there at the world's beginning, and that he promised
Ration the kindness. Ration the kindness.
some kind of ending. A good ending, where life on Earth would eventually reach some kind of
Oh,
utopia in a new Garden of Eden, but a real ending nonetheless.
Good cop, bad cop duo with Red Planet. Well, I resent being called a cop, but I understand its relevance. You know, like we kind of do a thing like that with union stuff, with housing activism, where it's like if there's two comrades there helping out a member in their dispute, and you're like meeting with a landlord, we'll do good cop, bad cop stuff. So you know, you gotta be a cop sometimes, folks, especially when you're trying to police landlords. You know.
Shifting toward
So you know, you gotta police chatters as well. Good comrade, bad comrade. Right. That's right.
view, but
You
they
know?
were the ones that went on to have some of the biggest impact on world history, so that's what we're going to focus on. Anyway, early Judaism had the seeds of linear time, and then when Christianity popped up, it really cemented those beliefs, and even made the ending feel much more imminent.
Hang on. I gotta listen to a little bit of more about this stuff, because I'm listening to like most of this, but like, you know, my brain's not working too much today, chat. I'm struggling, you know. It's getting a bit late. I'm ready for my din-dins. I'm ready for bobos.
And that he promised them some kind of ending.
Anyone in chat ever called bedtime bobos? Anyone in chat ever called it that? Bobos? Ready for bobos?
A good ending, where life on Earth would eventually reach some kind of utopia in a new Garden of Eden, but a real ending nonetheless. Jewish people weren't the only ones to start shifting toward a linear view, but they were the ones that went on to have some of the biggest impact on world history, so that's what we're going to focus on. Anyway, early Judaism had the seeds
Crazy.
of linear time, and then
People
when
didn't think that
Christianity
time
popped
was
up, it
linear
really
before
cemented
that.
those
That's
beliefs,
crazy. I love
and
that
even
shit.
made the ending feel much more imminent. Jesus laid out specific details of what events would indicate that the end times were on their way, and he often emphasized that they could happen at any moment. At one point, he even implied that the rapture would occur before the current generation passed
Oh
away.
no,
A few
Frazo.
years after Jesus' death, the Apostle Paul reiterated many of Jesus' talking points, and even went so far as to tell early Christians that they shouldn't bother getting married because the end is nigh. Now, obviously, the end didn't
I've never done that, and please never do so again.
but that linear apocalyptic view of things stuck, and Christianity wound up spreading around the world because, you know, history happened. Christianity went from Rome to England, and then from England
I know them feels, Fraser.
everywhere
yeah.
else.
I know them
Conquest,
feels.
crusades, colonialism. Over the course of 2,000 years, Christianity became the dominant religion of the West, and with it came that linear view of time. And when something is linear, it requires a beginning point and an end point. On one hand, we have religious creation stories and the Big Bang, and on the other end, we have rapture, Ragnarok, and robot takeovers. Most ancient cultures saw the world much differently than we do now, but we have a tendency to map our...
Interesting that, like, yeah, I think she's going to say exactly what I'm about to say, which is like, you know, we take a lot of stuff, even in the media that we create, right? From religion, yeah? It's really hard to like shake off that like enforced religion of fucking 1,000 years in the Dark Ages, you know? Oh boy, the fucking Dark Ages, man. Some of the worst crimes against humanity were done in the name of Christianity, you know that?
Current ways of thinking onto older cultures. We see
They
an
still
old
are as
calendar
well.
carved into stone, and because we see beginnings and endings, we assume that the calendar was intentionally created to have a beginning and ending too. But we're wrong to think that way. But Zoe! Whether or not we've always held apocalyptic beliefs is beside.
I want to do non-Abrahamic religions have this most cyclical view of time today, or is the influence of Christianity spread linear perspective? I can't speak to like any of that, to be honest, but I do know that like that makes a lot more sense just in general, because I don't know about you, chat, but when I've always like tried to understand time, I have a very like sort of proto weird like I don't know how to describe it. It's like a mental image of it. Like I feel like time like goes well, if I'm so like most people would think that time would go that way, right? But I feel like time goes like this way. I don't know why. In my head I'm just like, okay, so here's Monday, here's Tuesday, here's Wednesday, here's Thursday, here's Friday. I literally think of it like backwards to most people. I don't know why. It's just like my mental understanding of time is a line. It moves the opposite way to what you would think. And that kind of says that it's a fucking farce in general, right? Because you can't like, how are you supposed to like measure time if it goes completely the wrong way, right? And I know that like some other cultures like read in the opposite direction and stuff like that, but I just think fundamentally we are taught to imagine time going like from left to right. Yeah, in imperial core white Western society, like time goes from left to right, right? But if I've been literally like, you know, fucking like taught to all these things, and I still think it goes the other way, there's something inherently wrong with that, right? The Dark Ages referred to the lack of resources, not the loss of information. The Inquisition was after the Middle Ages. No. In the Dark Ages, there were a lot of fucking crimes against humanity committed by Christianity, like 1,000%. 1,000%. By resources, I mean for historians to read. That shit fucking happened. That shit fucking happened in the Dark Ages too, Ashrand. I'm not just talking about the Inquisition, you know? Buddhism sees life as a circle. Not sure if that implies the time as well, though. I mean, you know, yeah, maybe, possibly. Time is a thing does not exist. Yeah, you can't measure it. You know. You could measure the decay of things, yeah. Gobs, good to see you. Oh my god, there was something that we were looking at some permaculture stuff. You're in the Discord. Check out the pictures that Nada posted in the Discord about this permaculture thing she's been working on. It's really cool. Anyway, everybody go follow Gobs. They're amazing. Hey Crystal, good to see you too. There's a really cool video on YouTube from Up and Atom about the direction of time from a physics sciencey perspective. I might check that out. And Goblin Hugger also said, my life has gotten better since now that I think of time as a circle. Everything has cycles. It's very true. Yeah. Well, we're forced to think of time as linear as well, because that serves capitalism, right? It serves capitalism, you know? I have not read that person. No, I've not. Look up Crusade Rhineland pogroms. Yeah. That shit too, for sure. Anyway. Right, Layla, does anything exist other than now?
Is all the crazy preppers who are obsessed with the end of the world right now. Let's talk about preppers. We have
This is very true. This is something that I'm learning like more and more and more. That there's like a huge radical left contingent of doomsday preppers, which is really, really interesting.
This image of preppers and survivalists before them from popular media, where there are all these rugged individualists who are really into guns and gadgets, They're probably middle-aged white guys.
Okay, chat. I got to do some more food prep tech, but I want to watch this, so I'll be right back. It won't be too long. All right. Okay. The only prepping I be doing is printing out my RPG PDFs. Yeah, there's a bit of an underground D&D enjoyer community in my Discord. So yeah, maybe you want to, you know, you want to join that stuff. Goingmedieval.com. There's no such thing as the Dark Ages, but okay. Ashran, I'm so... Listen, you're really, really sweet. Like, you know, when you talk about stuff, you like, you know, give me some stuff in the chat and shit like that. But like, I'm not gonna read that. Do you know what I mean? If you want me to say that the Dark Ages didn't exist or something like whatever you want, like, yeah, fine. Like, I don't care about it that much. Do you know what I mean? We all know Christianity is bad. Like, you know, but like, you don't have to like just try and convince me that like everything I'm talking about is wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like I get it. I believe you. Like the stuff that like is like a lack of information and all that stuff. I believe you. It's all good. Do you know what I mean? I believe you.
They probably lean conservative, to put it lightly, and they dream of the day that the government collapses and they're free to do whatever they want, like shoot anyone they see and booby trap their entire house and not have to pay taxes. But is that who they really are? A lot of writers think that this portrayal is accurate. According to Casey Ryan Kelly in his article, The Man-Pocalypse, Doomsday Preppers and the Rituals of Apocalyptic Manhood. I love that title so much, actually, unironically. In this emerging brand of reality programming, predominantly white men are provided a theatrical space to perform their feelings of rage and victimhood, deliver monologues about the collapse of civilization, model their armaments, rehearse paramilitary battles with post-apocalyptic marauders, and exhibit their masculine know-how. Through repeated displays of manly preparedness rituals in machine shops, gun ranges, and wilderness, Doomsday Preppers constructs hegemonic masculinity as a set of survival tools, an antidote for a crumbling and emasculated society. So not only are preppers...
Oh, you're doing it for the chat. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That's true. Some people in the chat are going to want to read it as well. Yeah. I just didn't want you... you know what I mean? More than anything, I don't want people to get stressed out that, like, I'm not, like, reading the things that they send me. But you're just putting it there for everybody. Yeah, I appreciate that. Don't stop doing that. Don't stop doing that shit. Yeah.
Mostly angry white men, but these angry white men are actively dangerous. But this article's arguments, along with a lot of the other things that you'll often read about preppers and survivalists,
hey Zach, what's good?
Coming from reality TV.
Everybody go show some love to Zach.
Of extremists who happen.
He's an amazing streamer. We love Zach.
As I mentioned earlier, basing
what's up, dude? How's your day going? How's your stream been?
About that thing is bound to be flawed. As Michael F. Mills puts it, a lack of empirical engagement with prepping's politics has not prevented some authors from speculatively linking this movement to extremism. Many authors' claims rely problematically on an analysis of reality television.
Having dinner at 6 a.m.? Cool, dude, cool. I'm just about to have my dinner too. It's nearly 11 p.m.
They thus fail to offer a reliable and robust understanding
Streamer life, dude.
Reality.
And I'm not gonna like sit there and like enjoy my dinner and like, you know, I'm sitting here on my fucking own, like at my desk. I'll be uploading VODs, making a thumbnail and all that shit. And it's popping off, you know? Like, I've not really told chat. All I've told them is it's lamb shanks, but like, there's some fucking potato, what is it? Is it potato gratin or whatever? You know, like the layered potato stuff. Like Aldi's fucking popping with that shit at the minute. It's got this really cheap Peng food, like really cheap Peng food, and I'm just like, oh my god, you can't make this so easy for me. It's ridiculous. Gotta sleep. No worries, my dog. Thanks so much for being here. Take it easy.
Influences or significance. In other words, instead of looking at how people act,
I didn't. Aldi did it.
And then
Aldi did it, Mr. Dank.
Based on those performances, why not just talk?
Apparently, it's mint gravy.
Well, that's what Richard G. Mitchell Jr. did for his book Dancing at Armageddon, an ethnography of survivalists conducted over several years through interviews and conventions and camping trips. Mitchell Jr. actually talked to survivalists, and he made several important findings that dispute many conventional beliefs about prepping culture. One of the things he found was that prepping isn't as patriarchal as we tend to believe. In many cases, Mitchell Jr. found, women were the ones doing the real work during the survivalist retreats he attended for his research. The women did the work that was practical, rational, effective, and necessary. And when men tried to handle planning tasks, they ended up drifting into confusion or tedium or falling apart. Contemporary researchers have found that many prepper accounts on internet forums and social media are also from women. Now, there are definitely further questions worth asking about this, for instance, about whether they're seeing more women preppers on the internet because particular platforms have more women on them in general, but at least
no way, women doing all the practical work. That's unheard of. Yeah, no, it never happens.
Prepping isn't just a man's world. Mitchell Jr. also found that survivalists didn't actually talk politics as much as we tend to believe either. During their outings and get-togethers, they'd mostly just talk about gear, gadgets, and various pieces of advice they'd found recently. Contemporary researchers have also found that prepping isn't inherently right-wing today either. In recent years, there has been an increase in left-leaning preppers, especially as it relates to climate anxiety. But the
Are you really a prepper if there's no weed?
Right. Preppers is about their goals and desires. Most of us tend to believe that they're all those angry, dangerous extremists that we see in places like Doomsday Preppers. But for the most part, from all the accounts I looked at, they nearly all conclude that preppers mostly just want to make stuff. As Mitchell Jr. covered in his ethnography, survivalist conventions were full of homemade gadgets and DIY projects, or bricolage if you're fancy, and the survivalist retreats made space for storytelling, showing off gear and sharing advice. They're not waiting for destruction, they're engaging in creation. But crafts, DIY, and being a maker are all hobbies on their own.
Hey Trip,
These
what's
people
going on?
don't call themselves crafters or makers. They call themselves preppers and survivalists. There is
I'm just
obviously
shat
some
myself.
inherent
I'm not even sure if I've put the... I've not... I realized how that sounded. I've not shit myself. Shitting myself because I don't think I've actually like put the fucking timer on the oven and it might burn. Back in a tick. I just pooed myself on stream. Can't believe it.
Apocalyptic bent to what they're doing. So where does that come into all this? Well, most researchers argue that preppers are into crafting, gathering, and storytelling as a way to gain agency.
Right, Gobs. Most leftists are just preppers.
World, everything is
by
easy.
nature
We
being a
have an
leftist,
endless
right?
assortment of products to choose from, but we don't actually have any connection to most of the stuff we consume. Even at work, many of us don't have a lot of power or agency.
Hey, Sleepy Time Queer, how you doing?
Contemporary life encourages
Margaret Killjoy has some cool stuff about prepping on her Substack. Hang on a minute. Ashran just said that. Hold up. No, they didn't. No. A different person. Sorry, my bad. The podcast Live Like the World is Dying. Oh.
obscurity, makes messengers of many.
Interesting.
Words and works pass through us, but are not marked by us. We redirect information, goods, and services. We do not create them. We ladle out the textbook content, bolt on the replacement parts, assemble the units manufactured elsewhere, dispense someone else's pills, enforce rules not of our own making on peoples not of our choosing, and repeat others' words. We do not construct culture. At best, we maintain it. Most of us feel powerless. Like what we do and who we are aren't actually important in the grand scheme of things. And survivalists and preppers feel that too. And while we all have different ways of remedying this, like for instance, if you feel like your voice isn't being heard at work, maybe you become a YouTuber. The way is through making their own
Oh man.
imagining a world where
She read me for
things
filth.
aren't as easy, where everyday people do have a hand in shaping culture, where their handiness
Is this like what comes up when you you like is this what comes up when you like Google doomsday prepper on stock image stuff, like stock video? This is fucking so funny. It's like a plastic gun. Like everything else looks really good. There's like a gas mask and like a radio and this shit, whatever this is, and then just like a plastic gun. And what's he like polishing it with? It looks like sandpaper. Is he sanding his plastic gun?
have a hand in shaping culture, where their handiness skills are valued by more than just a few niche hobbyists.
Sorry. Podcast Live Like the World is Dying about leftist preppers who work communally calls out how right-wing preppers have the lone wolf or bunker mentality, and it wouldn't actually work in real life. Right, exactly. What are you gonna do? Like, if you're a lone wolf, what are you gonna do when? If you're a lone wolf, what are you gonna do when you break a leg? Right? What are you gonna do when you need some antibiotics? What are you gonna do when all this other stuff? Right? Just so many shit, so many things. Hey, carbon fiber, yeah, a single cotton ball, yeah.
Through conjuring an
Very
apocalypse where they matter. So, when it comes down to it, most preppers really just want to feel in control of their lives. They want agency. They want to feel like what they do matters. And isn't that something a lot of us can relate to? Now, it is true that this mindset also often comes with a desire to protect their family and their property, and they often consider violence a good way to do that. But that actually comes from another myth. But Zoe! It's all well and good that these guys are finding ways to feel special, but they're still gonna have to defend themselves in the apocalypse. There's gonna be violence and looting and roving bands of marauders, and whenever—
Also, remember COVID? When some people literally like could not handle being away from other people, right? The YouTube video is vocalizing my thoughts. The thing about being the lone wolf is that even if it works, you live a life, die, and then nothing you did mattered. Right, and like it's a life of solitude. Like you're gonna lose your fucking marbles, man. Like think about what 1 year did to people in COVID. Like imagine being so touch-starved, right? Oh my god, like I couldn't imagine it. That would suck so bad. For me anyway, They want a sense of control over their immediate environment. This is the thing. It's also why people get into conspiracy theories, right? Because they think like, oh, there's something that's not quite right with the world. Like my life is shit. I don't have power. I don't have control. what's going on, and then, you know, they fall for this like complete bullshit. But like, you know, the real shit is capitalism and imperialism, right? Apparently 7 days alone in the Amazon is enough to make you start losing your grip on reality. Yep. That's right. You know, it's just yeah.
Everything falls apart. The facade of civilization disappears and people become animals. It's just human nature. Part of the reason preppers and survivors...
I fucking love this video. Let's go. We're on Human Nature Doesn't Suck, actually. Let's fucking go.
Survivalists care
She's talking my language, chat.
Is because they've held onto the idea that when the world ends, people are going to dissolve into a panicky, violent mess.
People will be desperate for each other. Like even, you know, if we're talking about the world's going to end like an apocalyptic scenario. The world will not end like, you know, with fucking climate change anyway, right? So like, you know, even if climate change like happens and like, you know, kills a bunch of people, like obviously awful, but like, you know, sorry, not if climate change happens, but when climate change makes it so bad that people die, then, you know, you are gonna have this like whole thing. I realize how that could have made me sound like a climate denialist, but you know what I mean, chat. Like when climate change like happens, so that it like, you know, billions of people in the world die, but like there are still people left. You know, people are gonna be desperate for human connection, desperate for community, desperate for like at least someone to be there and be like, oh my god, you know. If that was a cause of solitude rather than the lack of resources, food, yeah.
Billionaires are building bunkers to keep themselves safe and hoard resources. Because when shit hits the fan, people become selfish.
Right, people automatically do that shit. Goblin hugger, right? People automatically do that shit.
Dangerous animals. When disaster strikes, people fall apart. People are selfish and cruel and wild, and society is the only thing holding us together. So if society collapses, people revert back to their animalistic nature. But let's talk about why this is false. Because not only is it wrong, it is fundamentally overwhelming.
What the fuck are you talking about, KJ9797? You say that the problem is imperialism, but how will you ensure LGBT not being oppressed in other countries if not for imperialist pro-LGBT country? You're implying that there's absolutely no way that queer rights can be won without completely dominating and murdering a bunch of people. And also, yeah, homophobia is actually, you know, something that the Imperial Core created. Also, you've also completely missed you know, what I think the problem is, because the problem is not just imperialism, right? I don't think without intervention it is possible. Indeed. Well, then you have like a terrible material analysis and understanding of queer people's struggles in the imperial periphery. That's not my fault. You know, do some research about you know, the queer struggle that's going on in places like you know, Uganda. Do some research on the queer struggle in United Arab Emirates. And I don't know if you've noticed, but what I'm assuming you think is the pro-imperialist, pro-LGBT countries that are going to save, you know, anti-LGBT countries that are imperialist. You might have noticed that there are some problems with homophobia and queerphobia in those countries, actually. You know?
Amazingly wrong. One of the most widely used tropes in disaster fiction is the scene of people panicking, people shoving, trampling, screaming, making sure they're the first people through the door of the burning building, the first people on the escape pod away from danger, the first people to get the vaccine to save them from the zombie virus. But this doesn't have hardly any basis in reality. According to sociologist Lee Clark, panic is actually
exactly, Lyum,
rare
exactly.
in disaster situations.
Most anti-gay laws were created because of colonial law. Just facts. It's just facts.
Part of the reason for this is because what we imagine when we think of panic isn't actually panic. True panic is when fear or anxiety lead to irrational, unreasonable behaviors and chaos. But, and this is the other reason that panic is so rare,
Right,
in most
Ashran.
disaster situations in reality, people don't actually do those irrational, unreasonable things. Sure, when we imagine panic, we usually picture scenes from movies and TV shows.
I'm sure Afghanistan was far more pro-LGBT when the US was there than it is now under Taliban. You are a fucking idiot, man. You are a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, man. Making apologies for people getting fucking murdered and shit. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking apologist piece of shit.
Where people act
Fucking dumbass. You just don't know. You literally just don't know anything. You don't know fucking anything. All the shit that you think you know, yeah? Wrong. Completely wrong. Terrorist shot on my school when I was in 3rd grade. Most kids didn't even cry or flinch, just stayed calm and followed teachers' orders. Right. You know, you got no understanding of what life is like in the imperial periphery. You got no understanding of imperialist hegemony being maintained all over the fucking world. You know? Classic bastion of LGBTQ rights, the US Army. Yeah, man, I'm definitely sure that queer Afghanistans weren't getting, like, murdered just for fun by the fucking US Army. Like, you are a fucking moron.
And selfish, but in real life, this just doesn't happen. As Lee Clark puts it, we have nearly 50 years of evidence on panic, and the conclusion is clear. People rarely panic, at least in the usual sense the word is used. Even when people feel excessive fear, they usually avoid injudicious efforts and chaos. In particular, they are unlikely to cause harm to others as they reach for safety, and may even put their own lives at risk to help others. It is not unusual to read quotes from
I
survivors.
was going to ask him if they knew what the satanic zone is. Well, I actually don't know, so let's take a look. Because that's interesting. That's an interesting word. The sotadic zone, do you mean? Sotadic zone? Richard Francis Burton. Burton speculated the male homosexuality was prevalent in an area of southern latitudes named by him the Sotadic Zone, perhaps Burton's best known work. Oh, yeah. All the Americans managed to do is pay and support corrupt child molesters to maintain their power and legitimize the Taliban in that comparison. And legitimately the Taliban in comparison seem better. Right.
Catastrophes.
Like, just imagine having like, you know, you can't, look, I don't even know if this person's still watching, but if you genuinely think that you're like being smart by just repeating what like neoliberal governments are telling you, yeah, like that's the kind of shit that Israel says. Do you know what I mean? That's the kind of shit that Israel says. Israel will be there saying like, oh, you want free Palestine? Well, what about the queer people in Palestine? Yeah, we very much know that queer people are suffering in Palestine. Do you think we're fucking stupid? You don't get queer rights by like genociding Palestine. Like, what the fuck is that? You don't get that. Do you know what I mean? What you do is you help queer Palestinians gain solidarity and power. Like, that's what you fucking do. Fuck me, man. Holy shit. The bomb has a positive charge like LGBT people, so by the loose use of the law of physics, it dodges the LGBT person because they both have the same charge, so American bombs do not discriminate truly. The only bastions left. Layla. There's the real science. There's the real science there.
Themselves in terms of panic. What they're usually reporting, though,
True science.
are feelings of fear. Not panic.
Right, Liam. Yeah, right.
For instance, writer Rebecca Solnit conducted interviews with survivors of 9/11 and found that many people in the towers when the plane struck not only didn't panic, but were actively calm and helpful. Throughout the chapter about 9/11 in her book, A Paradise Built in Hell, she related...
Now, chat, you might be thinking, like, Muel, why didn't you, like, ban the Trump, the outward Trump supporter, but you banned that person for, like, you know, making the apologies of, like, imperialism? I hope everybody understands. At least the Trump supporter was, like, funny with some of the things that he was saying. And also, let's be frank, didn't really, like, say anything, like, nasty towards marginalized people in the chat. Yeah? You know what I mean? Also, I'm absolutely certain that that person's like gone now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like afraid of, you know, Trump supporters infiltrating my community or anything like that. I hope I made that guy think. You know, I hope I made that guy think. But like, yeah, I can't have people making apologies for like, you know, the imperialist forces of our world like using LGBT people as an excuse to murder people. Not in my fucking name, man. Not in my fucking name. You know? He thought the equator made men more gay somehow because all these nice white British graduates were going to Imperial Holdings and got their backs blown out by a ton of dudes because everyone was cool with it there. Is that really what the book is? Damn. That's so funny. He was getting jealous. He was getting real jealous, right? Right, Trumpy wasn't particularly harmful, you know? There's a lot of people got hoodwinked by Trump, you know what I mean? They're not all necessarily like fucking the worst people in the world, you know what I mean? Like it's yeah, you got to try and you know, tell people some stuff as much as you can, right? Do you know what I mean? We had a bit of fun. We had a bit of fun with that guy too.
Survivors describing how helpful and kind people were during those terrifying minutes. As workers evacuated, they simply walked in an orderly fashion down the steps, and even let injured and disabled people by them since they had to be carried down. Most people didn't start running until they'd reached the ground floor and the firefighters told them to run. There are dozens of examples in this book of people in different cultures, different situations, of different ages and backgrounds, all experiencing disasters and just not panicking. Long story short, truly panicked behavior is exceptionally rare. Sometimes stuff looks or feels like panic and is therefore often reported to be panic, but more often than not, it just isn't. But sure, we might not panic when disaster strikes, but what about afterwards when there's no more society to keep us in check? That's when we become dangerous and selfish, right? Just like with the panic stuff, most of what we believe about the innate badness of people comes from movies and news. Most zombie apocalypse media makes sure to hammer home that people are the real monsters. And the news loves to report on how people in disaster-stricken areas turn to murder and crime when shit hits the fan. Hell, just look at the infamous Stanford prison experiment. When rules go out the window, when all bets are off, people are terrible to each other. But, fortunately for us, the people are the real monsters rhetoric just doesn't hold up under scrutiny.
It's
For
true.
Instance, take the
Also, like, you know, just you know, what I said earlier to one of these people in the chat, right? You know, that human nature is like not about might and power. In fact, it was Trump guy. You know, there's just no evidence for that like people are intrinsically, you know, down to like smash each other to pieces and shit. Like people don't want to do that. People want to connect with other people. You know what I mean? And like also what was it? The evidence of like, you know, cultures like fucking thousands of years ago, like caring for disabled members of the community into elderly age. You know what I mean? Maybe white 20-something men who go to Stanford are terrible to each other, not humanity as a whole. Right, it's very white. It's a very white thing to say that like people are just awful, yeah? Because it's discounting like all the other cultures where people are very, very nice to each other, very, very giving. Do you know what I mean? There are even some white cultures that are like that. This is like the stupidest thing about it. Like even just like most people are just like nice. Most people are like good, you know? A lot of them just have like their fucking heads filled up with lies about how the way the world should be, you know? This guy was writing about dudes going to India, South Africa, Hong Kong, and somehow suddenly loving men. Right.
aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. The way it was reported at the time, you'd think that the entire
Stanford
city
prison
of New Orleans
experiment,
had
proof of the
devolved
corrupt and
into a
effective
lawless
hierarchies.
death
Right.
trap. But to bring back
Right.
Rebecca Solnit's A Paradise Built in Hell, the reality was that there was more mutual aid and far less social Darwinism inside the convention center and the Superdome than the media reported and the authorities imagined. As a September 26, 2005 Newhouse News Service story went on to conclude, The vast majority of reported atrocities committed by evacuees, mass murders, rapes, and beatings, have turned out to be false, or at least unsupported by any evidence, according to key military, law enforcement, medical, and civilian officials in positions to know.
No way.
People weren't actually monsters. The news just said they were. Even the Stanford prison experiment wasn't as bad as you think it was. As Rutger Bregman explains in Humankind: A Hopeful History, the Stanford prison experiment was fundamentally flawed from the outset, since Zimbardo, the guy who ran the study, actually coached some of the participants on how to act.
There it is, chat. There it is, chat. Take away the prisoner's individuality. There it is, chat.
He told them to take away the prisoner's individuality, to create in them a sense of powerlessness. Things didn't go badly because of some innate badness in humans. It went badly because the researcher wanted it to.
Biased,
Some other researchers a few decades later
confirmation
actually wanted
bias
to try to
experiment.
recreate it on reality TV without coaching the participants, and it was amazing. Like, listen to this. On day 2, a guard suggested sharing the guard's food with the prisoners to boost morale. On day 5, one of the prisoners proposed setting up a democracy. On day 6, some prisoners escaped from their cells. They headed over to the guard's canteen to enjoy a smoke, where the guards soon came to join them.
Wait, what?
7, the group voted in favor of creating a commune.
Well, you know, the word commune, chat, you know, it's got some connotations, doesn't it? You know? Yeah, let him cook. Let him fucking cook. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go.
In this book, Bregman also debunks the real-life Lord of the Flies experiments. They went about as well
Hey,
as
Doctor,
the
but Doctor.
TV prison experiment, and it only devolved into conflict when the researchers forced it to. And he debunks the bystander effect. People do usually help each other unless they have
Just gotta turn the oven off,
reason
chat.
to do otherwise, including the case of Kitty Genovese. It was the police that failed her, not her neighbors. Also, something that I think is important to add, Kitty didn't die alone. A neighbor was able to find one of her friends, and she found her before she passed away. Not soon enough to save her, but enough that she wasn't alone at the end. In a nutshell, it's the same thing that I've been saying throughout this whole section. People are good and helpful. Media, pop culture, and cynicism have just convinced us that they aren't. But they are, and they always have been. There are numerous examples of archaeologists finding the remains of mature adult humans that show signs of physical disabilities, which implies that even in our caveman days,
Chat, my dinner is
the days
looking
when it would make no
absurd.
sense to be selfish because it was a brutal,
Absolutely
dog-eat-dog
outrageous.
world, we took care of each other. We helped those who could not help themselves. And that's exactly what we're seeing in disasters, too. When terrible things happen under the worst conditions where you would expect the most panicky, selfish behavior, people do good things. And that's not to say that we should want disasters to happen just because they bring out goodness in people. On the contrary, Betsy Hartman writes in her book, The America Syndrome, disasters
It's true,
can
Liam.
weaken
It's
positive
true.
economic and political transformation. That doesn't mean we should hope for more disasters, but it does provide one less reason to lie awake at night worrying about impending catastrophes.
She just said the thing about disabled people reaching old age in the oldie times. Yeah, I knew she would. Fucking based. True and based, actually.
Or, to quote Rebecca Solnit, it's simply that disaster sometimes knocks down institutions and structures and suspends private life, leaving a broader view of what lies beyond. The task before us is to recognize the possibilities visible through that gateway and endeavor to bring them into the realm of the everyday. This sounds amazing. Change the world so that we can be these great, altruistic, helpful people all the time, right? Not if you're one of the people invested in the world staying how it is. It doesn't. This is part of why this myth persists, because powerful people desperately want it to be true. As Rutger Bregman says in Humankind, for the powerful, a hopeful view of human nature is downright threatening, subversive, seditious. It implies that we're not selfish beasts that need to be reined in, restrained, and regulated. It implies we need a different kind of leadership. This idea that people are good and kind and caring is actively dangerous to the people whose livelihoods rely on the myths of panic and selfishness.
Right.
So during
Right,
disasters,
chat.
those impositions of
Why is it so pervasive? Why is it so fucking pervasive in every narrative in the Imperial Core? Yeah. That people are just horrible. Because it serves those at the top. She's right. Chat, listen. I can't finish this. I'm too tired and I'm too hungry. I gotta go. I'm sorry, chat. But we'll pick this up tomorrow. Excuse me. We'll pick this up tomorrow and maybe some more of Zoe's videos, because someone else mentioned a video that she did. I can't remember what it was, but I'll check it out. Why did I just stop the tunes? Why did I do that? Chat, why did okay, no music for the end of the stream. That's what we're doing. I don't know why. This is what we're doing. Anyway, listen, chat, thanks so much for today. It's been really, really good. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated. Thank you so much to everyone who has subbed, who's been here and stuff like that. I don't think we had a raid, but thank you so much, just everybody, for being here. Thank you so much, everybody, for lurking and chatting. If you've been watching this VOD over on YouTube, please go and like, comment, subscribe, share, tell everybody, tell your friends. We're actually going to go raid someone right now. We're going to go raid Rob Rousseau. What is this? It's just Rob Rousseau. Rob Rousseau. I think that's him. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's make sure it comes up. Yep, it does. Okay, we're going to go ahead and raid Rob Rousseau, everybody. Like I say, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, that was the video, in defense of inefficiency. Yeah, gotcha. Don't forget to show some love to Zoe B as well, who has done a great video that we're all enjoying, and we're halfway through right now. So go show her some love, give her a like, subscribe, watch the video again when you go into bed or something like that. Yeah, if you can't handle a whole 24 hours without me, then chat. I got socials. I got a bunch of socials. You can follow me on those. You can get me on Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube. I got a Patreon as well. Support me over there. Get some benefits. Love those benefits. And don't forget to check out my VOD channel, subscribe. And I'm on TikTok as well, so you can get me there. Don't worry. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Mwah. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.